And behind the scenes here at EDF Motorsports is Craig Keeble. Craig, first of all, tell us what your day-to-day role is here in the workshop.
My day-to-day role first starts obviously. I work very closely alongside Dave and Eddie, but mainly is to prep, make sure the cars are all prepared, ready to go, on time, clean, well presented for the race weekends for the customers.
And what about your role on race weekends?
Race weekends, I'm number one mechanic engineer for either what the car Dave puts me on. But last year I was on the smart car for Rob. We developed the car over the period of the season. It became very, very competitive. Also, we have a vast Fun Cup cars for this year. We'll be running them very closely, working alongside Eddie and Dave at the weekends.
And you'll be working on the Cupra this year in Britcar?
Yes, I mean, will be, yes, depending on other vehicles, what we do run. But I will be working very closely, as I did last year. If anything needed to help out, I was just jump straight on the Cupra with Dave and the other number one mechanic.
And presumably must be a pretty stressful environment, particularly in endurance racing at times. You must have to keep cool under pressure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's very fast moving, which I thrive off. I like to keep going. I like to succeed, make the customers happy, make sure the car's correct, make sure it finishes, and so yeah, I enjoy that way of motor racing.
And I suppose as number one mechanic, it's you that has to work the longest hours if anything should go wrong. I
mean, we both, me and Dave, work quite long hours when needed. That's just the way we work. Our nature is we like to make sure the cars are out on time and prepared to the best quality possible. Again, there is some times where we can work at 9 till 5, and there's days where we can, at circuit, where we can finish quite early as well.
Tell us a bit about your background in motorsport. Have you always worked with EDF, or have you been in the sport before?
I've had quite a lot of motorsport knowledge, done a lot in karting. I started racing myself back in 1995. Had quite a successful karting career. Worked my way up, moved on into car racing, did a little bit, and then became more of on the spanner side. I was development engineer for Ginetta for 4 years, working closely alongside all the successful G55. Developed all their work on the smaller cars as well. Then came to EDF Motorsport. Been here 14 months, and to be fair, over all the teams I've worked with over the years, this is one of the very best.
Yeah, you have to be nice about them because we know the owners are listening in. Are they tough taskmasters for you?
No, not at all. Let's say I get treated very well indeed. The way that these guys look after me is absolutely fantastic. I couldn't ask for any better.
And I suppose working with Ginetta would have been an advantage over the last couple of years because you ran, I believe it was Paul Calladine's Ginetta in Britcar.
Yes, coming from a background from Ginetta on the development side, my wealth of knowledge of the way the cars work helped a lot. Came in to run Paul. Again, Paul, he struggled a little bit with general setup, things like that for when he run with a different team. He came to EDF when I first started. We developed the car from being a mid-pack car to a race-winning car. We won Donington Park in 2018 outright, which was good, a good result for the car and Paul. So yeah, it came on leaps and bounds.
What are you looking forward to most in the 2021 season?
I'm just ready to get back out racing overall, whether it's Fun Cup racing, Britcar, even the Cortina, which I absolutely adore. That's a beautiful car, which I'm quite lucky enough to work on as well.
Well, we wish you every success for the new season, Craig. Thanks very much for talking to us, and the very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, moving on from father to son, Dave Farrow joins us in the workshop. Now, I believe you're in charge of the day-to-day running of the headquarters here.
I am, yeah. Workshop, track, basically anything that comes through the door or out the door, I run now, so yeah.
Must seem like a bit of a dream job, getting to play with racing cars for a full-time job.
Yeah, I definitely didn't think I'd be here as a kid, but from driving, building and running, you can't think of anything else better to do.
So I suppose it's very long hours though, working, especially with race weekends coming up.
Oh yeah, massive. I mean, you could be one day just working a standard 8 to 5 or something like that, and then other days you could be doing 15, 20 hour days. And then when you're at track, you're on the go from 6 in the morning onwards, and you just got to plan on, really, just push through.
Is this the job that you've always wanted to do?
Yeah, to be fair, I've always wanted to be involved in cars, and obviously the motorsport's just a hit on the side of it, but I've been doing it for years now, to be honest with you, so I wouldn't do anything different.
What's your main role during the race weekends?
I run the garages, run all the staff underneath me. Obviously I have my number one mechanics on each car, but obviously I literally run the staff, make sure everyone's got what they got, and when there's an issue I jump on board. Obviously number one in the TCR car myself, and then any other car that we're running, I have Craig to number one that car, and then we just float around and work together as best we can.
But the atmosphere during a Britcar weekend must make it so much more enjoyable for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked in a lot of paddocks that are more stressful, put it that way. A lot of the historic stuff was a lot more stressful, but I mean the GT side of things is stressful, but the Britcar running itself, it's brilliant. It's light-hearted and it is good fun and good racing.
Describe us a typical race weekend for you and the team.
So basically, we test on a Friday, on the radio to the drivers all day, making sure that the setup's as and where we want it during the day. If there is anything needed, we're on it straight away. The best thing to do is get the car as close to where you want it as fast as possible. And then again, you're up in the morning, you qualify, you prep the car, you go again and you prep and go. You just literally make sure that car will always finish a race and that the customers are as happy as possible.
Well, saying up in the morning and it's prep and go, I suppose if anything's gone wrong, you probably don't get to go to bed. No,
exactly. You can work all night. It is a case of, there's been many times I've rolled in and had a couple of hours sleep because I finished at 4 o'clock, because you've got to get the job done.
It's important though as well to have a good relationship with your drivers.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't got that, they won't trust the work that you put underneath them. We'll always strive to give them the best vehicle we can, and we'd never send anything out that isn't the best to our ability or the best to our knowledge. And the drivers know that. They trust what we do.
We can clearly see around you at the moment the variety of projects that EDF work on. We've got the Fun Cup car and the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina as well. It must be entertaining for you not knowing quite what you're going to be working on next when a call comes in.
To be fair, that's the best thing about it. I love working on various vehicles, anything from historic to modern GT cars. There's elements in the historic paddock that some younger generation of engineers haven't got because they have never touched anything like that. So to build, when I have people at track with me that haven't touched it, to build their knowledge as well, that's really good for us and for them.
What projects have you got coming up? Can you tell us about any of them?
At this moment in time, to be fair, we're doing a lot of work for obviously getting our own vehicles down the road, such as we've got a BMW that we rent out. We also have a Clio that we rent out, which is going to be used for driver training and tuition. And we have 2 Fun Cup cars in the Fun Cup series this year, the TCR car and the Cortina that will also be running in historics. And we also have a MGB Roadster, which will also be running in historics as well.
And I believe you do some simulation work alongside VBox as well.
Yeah, we do a lot of simulation training and testing ourselves. It's great to have the VBox data system in with it, because for back-to-back testing from real life to simulator, there's nothing better. It really shows from an AM point of view that data is so important. It
proves as well that through sim racing you can actually improve your game on the track in real life as well.
Yes, massively. During the winter, if you have a simulator, you should be training on it. It makes you hit the track faster and harder from the first lap out.
What advice would you give to someone who is looking to get into both into motor racing and into the role that you do, perhaps running a team behind the scenes?
Literally, the best thing to do is obviously start to finish. You've got to start working on cars, work with your hands, put your feelers out to teams, or if you want to do it yourself, just start literally putting your feelers out. People will be there and people want to work with you if you deliver something that's good.
And we have to ask as well, what's it like working alongside your dad? Is he a hard taskmaster, or is it you that's always in charge?
No, it's great, to be fair. I mean, it is the case of it's a father and son relationship in the workshop, but we are mates. We're more mates than we are father and son. It's always been that way. We've worked together for years, but the racing side of it is he lets me get on with what I'm doing. I run the workshop. Literally simple as that.
How much did the events of last year, the pandemic and so on, affect things?
The start of the season massively. Obviously we weren't out of track until later on in the year, but to be dead honest with you, during the season, not a massive amount. Once everything was opened back up again, we were okay. And then obviously we're just waiting for this one to be lifted again, and then we're back at track hard.
Well, it certainly seems to be raring to go for the new season. Thanks for talking to us, and the very best of luck for Britcar in 2021.
Not a problem, thank you very much.
Here we are at the headquarters of EDF Motorsports and talking to Eddie Farrow, the chief of the company. First of all, Eddie, tell us a bit about the history of EDF Motorsport.
EDF Motorsports started here as a company just over 7 years ago. Fed up with working with some other people in the industry and decided to go on our own, and myself and my son come down here and opened a unit here. Started back in historics, and then we've gone from there right through to GTs, touring cars, etc.
Were you a competitor yourself before all this started up?
I did some racing, shall we say, nearly 40 years ago. But apart from that, no, but I've always been involved in motorsport one way or another.
How did you first get into the sport? Was it a family thing?
No, I got in with friends. I first of all got into drag racing to start with, and then from drag racing moved into circuit racing. We were racing a Trans Am back in the day in what was, I suppose, Thunder Saloons at the time, based in Brighton, and then obviously raced all over the UK.
You've got quite a few projects on the go here at the moment, haven't you? Tell us about some of them.
Yeah, we have. Over there's the Lotus Cortina that we built nearly 10 years ago and now been recommissioned for a new customer. He's been out and tested it. We're getting it ready for its new papers, and we're going racing with it again this coming season, all being well.
What else have we got in here? We've got a couple of cars in the Fun Cup series, a BMW as well. Where are we likely to see those?
Yeah, the two Fun Cup series obviously are ready for the season now. We've got two drivers testing the 104 car in a week or so, and we've got two new guys coming along into the 246 car. The BMW is a project that the guys have built here in the workshop, along with a Clio, to run for track day tuition. It could be used for a race car. It will probably end up racing at some time or other. It's built to spec to race, but it's for tuition, corporate days, etc., etc.
Well, the main focus at the moment is the car that we've got behind you there, the Britcar series Cupra TCR. Tell us about that car.
Yeah, it's a great car, this. We got this at the start of last season as a replacement for Ash's previous TCR car. Again, I got it in from Germany. It was a great car, very, very low mileage, and been driven by Tom Coronel as a taxi, basically, on the World Touring Car Series, giving passenger rides. And it come to us. We then changed the specification on it, fitted the ABS system to it, and got it ready to race. And we tested it first March last year.
It was a bit of a disrupted season, wasn't it, last year? How did it go for you?
The season, for us, we had some great results. We were doing very well. We could have actually taken the class win in Class 4 in the endurance category. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be at Snetterton. We had, Ash had a collision, which decided to destroy the electronic diff. We managed to get it replaced, but unfortunately, we was on the back foot for the second race. Wasn't to be, but took some great trophies last year. We had two wins, some second places. The Croft weekend was fantastic, took an overall third. And when you consider some of the machinery we're up against, that's pretty good going.
Tell us about the drivers you've got in the team at the moment. They're two pretty illustrious names, aren't they?
Yeah, we've got Ash Woodman. He's done Creventic, he's done some 24-hour racing, done Britcar 24-hour in the day. He's a very accomplished amateur driver, does some great things, and he's getting better and better and better. He's working alongside Martin, obviously, is really good for him. You know, he's getting closer to him, and everything he does, he understands the car more, etc. So it's great. Martin Byford, a very, very well-known driver. Great, safe pair of hands in any car you could put him in. He raced our Fun Cup last year as well. Never driven one before. described it as a 4-hour Clio race. But he's driven British touring cars, GTs, single-seaters, and he's just a brilliant guy to have in the team.
And it shows the status of Britcar, doesn't it? That drivers of that stature are within it.
Absolutely. I mean, Britcar is up and coming. Again, Claire's taken it from when they took over as a company, and it was just one of those things that I happened to have a discussion with Claire before they bought it, and said, Claire, people will come back to Britcar because you're running it, you know. And she's just done great things with it, and it's gone from strength to strength. And the grids this year are just showing, and as you say, names of drivers that turn up and drive in it is phenomenal. What
would you say the appeal is of Britcar over other endurance series?
I think there is several things. I think one of the things I like about Britcar is the friendliness in the paddock most of the time. You know, if you want help, if you need anything, you can run up and down the paddock. You know, people come to us and they ask us for stuff. It's not a problem. It's also it's very well run, and I think the team are quite dedicated to what they do, and it attracts people because it's so open.
So what does a typical race weekend look like for you and the team?
Well, we start, obviously, we always go, as we should do, the day before. So we come in here on a Thursday, for example, final little set up on the car, normally on a Thursday morning, load up to the track, team get to the track, get the garage set up, and then we're ready to go Friday for testing. Testing all day on the Friday, making any minor changes on the car that we may need to, which the boys get stuck into straight away. Then re-prep the car on a Friday night once we're finished, get ready for Saturday qualifying. Obviously then qualifying, 2 races on the Saturday, hopefully a bag of trophies.
Now, I suppose the main aim for you is success within your class.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we're looking for. Although you can be a giant killer in Britcar, and that happens quite often. It can happen in the wet. We do very well in the wet with the setup of the car and everything else. The guys that work with us, my son and Craig that work with us full time, and even the guys that come along on the weekends, is like a well-oiled machine together. Pit stops are not a problem. We can get the wets on quickly, we can get out. So changeable conditions are always good for us.
And how easy is it to set up a TCR car?
It's, with the knowledge, it's easy enough. But it's knowing what you're doing with the TCR car. It can, people that get them initially think it's just going to be like setting up a club race car, but it's not. It is a proper touring car underneath. Everything's bespoke. You know, it runs complete aluminium uprights, and as you're adjusting one thing, something else is moving. So it's got to be done sort of at the same time if you like to get it accurate.
Are you planning on bringing any more cars into Britcar for the coming season?
Yeah, we'd like to. Of course, we worked with Rob Baker last year with the Smart Car in the trophy category. We're going to try and do that again this year. We do have a driver that we raced with in the past. We would like to see him back out in his Ginetta, in his G50 GT4. And we've also got an ex-Sport Max Astra that's sitting there waiting for drivers. We'll see. We'll see what happens this season.
Mentioning a smart car there, that's another part of the appeal of Britcar, isn't it? You can use anything you like.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the development done on that car last year by Rob, who owns it, in putting a new chassis together with the input from my guys, the car just got quicker and quicker through the season. And we put John Packer in it, who's a driver I've worked with in the past. He's an amateur driver, but a very, very good amateur. And he brought Rob on in leaps and bounds. Again, with our data engineer, you know, bringing stuff forward.
Mentioning data engineering as well, I believe EDF have been working with VBox, among others, as well, haven't they?
We work with VBox a lot. We're one of their big dealers. We sell a lot of their kit. But what we do is we offer a bit more of a service than that. Is we'll go and install the kit, or the car can come here. We can set the kit up. We can teach people how to use it. And we offer support at race weekends as well. We carry spares, same as we do for Autotel. We do the same with Autotel radios.
And what other sponsors have you worked with this over the last couple of years?
We are doing a lot now with Rimax Lubricants, which is fairly new to the UK. We're the first race centre for Rimax Lubricants. And what we've done with that, along with Rimax, is we've decided this year that we'll sponsor the driver of the day with a prize for endurance and trophy category. So, you know, Rimax Lubricants for us is a great name. They're in from Holland. Fantastic product, wide-ranging product, everything from motocross bikes to tractors. But we concentrate on their motorsport products.
Do you ever get the urge to get back behind the wheel yourself?
Probably not, because I think if I did, I'd want to carry on. It's expensive. It's bad enough that, you know, my son's got his race licence, and, you know, if anybody, he would be quicker than me now. So if anywhere we would do that, it would probably be him in the car.
Well, it's clear that the family gets quite involved with the business as well.
Yeah, I mean, my son runs the garage. He runs the workshop now. Very hard for me to get my hands off the car, but I have done now. I don't touch them. And it's family. It's a small family business. And Craig, that works for us as well, he's part of the family. My wife does the catering for us. She does it all at home, and then we take all the food to track with us.
So it's all very much an in-house operation, but seems very successful.
Well, we try. That's all I can say is we do try and keep it, and it keeps it like the team together at weekends. We like the team to be together. You know, there's nothing worse than you see guys going off in different directions from a team. I believe that the team ethos works, and that is we always have a chat in the morning, we always have a chat in the evening and a beer, and just try and chill out together and just make it a whole weekend thing.
Running a team, particularly an endurance racing team, must have been a challenge with all the new rules and regs brought on by the pandemic last year. How difficult was it to adapt?
Yeah, it was difficult because some of the regs you think probably are over the top, although we know we've got to be careful. But we try to make sure we do everything we need to for, obviously, because of Britcar as well, they have regs that they have to stick to. It hasn't really cost us anything in the way of time. It's just a bit strange with everybody wearing masks and, you know, having to wear a mask on the pit lane, etc., etc. But we get through. We do what we've got to do to go motor racing. Looking
at the business headquarters here with the variety of projects you've got going on, could any competition car be worked on here?
Absolutely. We will literally build anything from 60s historic cars, and we've worked on single-seaters historic cars as well for the Williams family, for Claire's family. But we'll work on anything up to GT cars from there, basically. We build cars from scratch. We've just finished an MGB FIA car, which has gone into storage now, and that's ready to hit the track this year. We've been tested it. Car's brilliant. And that was literally every nut and bolt on that car is brand new.
Well, business clearly booming here. You obviously can't wait for the season to start.
We can't wait. It's just this stop-start business. We had some dates. There's a couple of dates been cancelled. And obviously we haven't run the amount of test days we would have done normally. So, yeah, we're itching to get out on track.
Well, it certainly looks as though things are raring to go with the new Britcar Endurance season, and we wish you every success with it. Thanks very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Well, good afternoon, race fans, and welcome back to a rather damp Snetterton circuit here in the east of England on BARC TV. Ready for our afternoon session presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. Back to qualifying after a cracking qualifying session just before lunch for the Caterhams. Can confirm as well the second fastest time for each driver there will set the grid for the second race tomorrow. It's now time for qualifying for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Drivers aged 14 to 17 in identical Citroën Saxo VTSs. This championship began several years ago as the Sax-Max Championship, and a lot of stars have emerged from it. I remember Antwort Niels of British touring car fame was one of the champions in that series. See these identical Saxos, they may be only teenage drivers but very talented indeed. A lot of these drivers have come up from the world of karting, from short oval racing as well, likes of junior rods and mini stocks. They've already had one meeting this year at Cadwell Park up in Lincolnshire. On that occasion, the first race of the weekend was won by Harvey Caton, number 54, the man from Staffordshire, his first win in the championship. The second race went to Charlie Hand. Charlie starting as the championship favourite this year, one of the more experienced drivers in the field, the Westbourne Motorsports driver. Harvey Caton won the first race but failed to finish the second. From the world of karting. Great field of, we should have 27 cars out there. Looks like they're being started under the safety car. So they can see them come through. The sharp left-hander, that's Agostini on the infield, named after Giacomo Agostini, the motorcycle legend. Then it's up to the left-hander at Hamilton. No prizes for guessing who that's named after. There's number 600, that's Ruben Hage. Another fairly experienced name. Was in the places, in fourth in the championship following the opening rounds at Cadwell Park, which were rather incident-packed, it has to be said. Okay, the clock hasn't started as yet on this 15-minute session for the junior saloon cars, so looks like they're just doing some sighting laps behind the safety car, getting used to the conditions. Marshall's back in position after their lunch break. So Charlie Hand leads the championship on 48 points after the first two races of the year. Second is number 754, that's Alfie Jeekins, who's graduated from Junior Rallycross. He's done a bit of short oval racing as well. Used to campaign a Nissan Micra in the Junior Rallycross Championship. And third is Aaron Walker, car number 80, run by Chandler Motorsports. Stephen Chandler has graduated with them from Junior Saloon Cars, now in the Britcar Trophy races that we'll see tomorrow. Ruben Hage, fourth in the points, and Oliver Cotton rounding out the top five. And I'm from Shropshire. Plenty of rookies registered for the series this year, and the leader of them after the first round at Cadwell is Jamie Petters, number 322. He's in the blue and bright yellow car. His brother Dan Petters races in the pickup truck racing championship. He was out at Mallory Park on the oval last weekend. They'll be unleashed by the pace car shortly. I think Charlie Hand at the front of the crocodile there. There's Harvey Caton, the white and green Maximum Motorsports liveried car. There's Jamie Petters, the blue and yellow. Three young lady racers out there as well. Chief among them, Ashley Gregory, number 22. Look out for her. She's come up from the world of mini stocks as well on the short ovals. Another of the young ladies out there is the winner of the JSCC scholarship this year. That's Chloe Grant, Scottish kart racer from Perth. And the third of the ladies, also from Scotland, from Glasgow, Arwen Graham. So look out for them taking on the lads in the Saxos. Still very wet out there, but not quite as bad as it was earlier. There goes Ashley Gregory, the blue and pink number 22. The times have not started coming in as yet. They're still behind the safety car at the moment, just getting them acclimatised to these conditions. It is so slippery out there. There we see the view at, we can just about see the view at Wilson's hairpin. Number 92, we can just make out there the green car of Adam Parker. Charlie Hand behind the safety car, then Ruben Hage. Number 40, Matthew Cripps in there. Comes from a family famous for racing classic touring cars, classic Fords. BMW heads them into Agostini through the infield loop. Sharp left-hander that's up to the left at Hamilton, named after Sir Lewis. Then to the right through Oggies. And then the right-hander at Williams Corner, named after the Formula One team founded by Sir Frank Williams. Then onto the back straight, the Bentley straight. Plenty of slipstreaming will be on offer there. Down into the S's, Brundle and Nelson, as it's now known, under the bridge. And then onto the Bomhole, Coram and Murray's to complete this near 3-mile lap. So qualifying not quite underway yet. Still behind the pace car, just getting heat into their tyres. They are only young, some as young as 14, these drivers. Pack headed round towards Murray's. The pace car still out at the moment. There's Alfie Jeekins, 754. The 87 of Deegan Fairclough. He was last year's scholarship winner. 29, the white car there, Scott Sumpton, in the other Chandler Motorsport car. '66 there, Ollie Handley. 63, that's Chloe Grant, the black and green car, the scholarship winner this year. Number 19 at the back is Rhys Blakely, another Scottish driver. Quite a strong presence from north of the border in this year's championship. As we say, this is not the full complement of cameras that we've got at the moment. We will be increasing the number of cameras for the races, starting with Britcar. Pace car still out at the moment, just controlling the field. We don't want everybody flying off into the grass before we get the session underway. Just had a message come through. Due to the wet conditions, this will not be a qualifying session. This is an acclimatisation session only. So the Junior Saloons qualifying has been cancelled due to the conditions. It is just a bit too wet for them out there. They're having acclimatisation laps behind the safety car only, and we will wait and confirm how they will line the grid up for the first race. I would I would have to check the regulations on that. I wonder if they may line them up in championship order. We'll have to wait and confirm. Our thanks to Dan Petters for letting us know on that one. He's supporting brother Jamie in the series, number 322. So this is not going to be a qualifying session. Unfortunately, it is just a bit too wet for the young guns out there. A lot of these drivers are novices, and they'll just have an acclimatisation session behind the safety car, and we'll wait and see how the grid will be lined up for their first race. Well, the checkered flag has come out on what has turned into an acclimatisation session for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Sadly, their qualifying isn't going to take place, just a bit too wet for these young newcomers to racing. They will be brought back into the pits fairly shortly, and we will advise you on how the grid is going to be lined up for the first of their races, with qualifying unfortunately not taking place. Well, next out on track today we will have qualifying, which is for the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 135s. Well, moving swiftly on to our next session then. This is the qualifying session for combined grid for the Caterham graduates, the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories. The Sigmax are the quicker of these two divisions. The Sigma 135s, it suggests 135 brake horsepower. They had their season opener a few weeks ago at Alton Park. In Sigmax it was Harry Senior. That's the top of the points after that one. He had a win, so did Ben Winrow, number 24, for his distinctive red and yellow paint job. While in the Sigma 135 category, David Reed and James McCall were the two race winners. There's number 24, that's Winrow. Also see the chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club in this one, number 68, Mark Noaro. Look out for him. Also the treasurer, number 8, Peter Marsh. It's a 20 minutes qualifying session. Getting some heat into their tyres at the moment, all on Yokohama rain tyres, of course. There's the view at Agostini. Green flags waving from the marshals. Session on its first lap. We'll wait for lap times to come in. see the view down towards the bomb hole onto Caterham. Left of your picture, you see them coming out of the S's there. The end of the straight, plenty of passing opportunities there. And the run through the long right at Caterham into the left flick at Murray's. Previously a much tighter chicane until the circuit was remodelled. Known as Russell in those days, after Jim Russell, who ran his famous racing school here. Now the car's starting to go into their flying laps. First over the line was number 142, that's Ian Fortescue. Head of 62, that's David Reed, the 135 championship leader. There's a spinner. Who's that that's gone off at Agostini? Quite catch the number on that one. He's rejoined though without hitting anything. The wide open spaces of Snetterton. His first flying lap as well, so we should be able to tell who that was. They're a bit wide through the Murray's corner. That's Harry Senior, the Sigmax Championship leader in the grey car. Means he's running at the back of the group at the moment. '82, that's Matt Willoughby, Nottinghamshire driver. The first flying laps will start to come in. It is Matt Willoughby who is through first, 2:46.886. David Reed does a 2:54.563, 3 minutes for Ian Fortescue, and now the lap times will start to pour in as the pack goes across the line. Willoughby quickest, it's Oliver Gibson, 1:17 second. 2:50.627. Things will close up as the session goes on then. Now the 24 of Ben Winrow has gone second. We've already seen Jamie Winrow performing heroics in the previous qualifying session for the Sigma 150s. He goes second, Oliver Gibson third, and then it is the number 50 of James McCall. He's the quickest of the 135s. The Sigma 135s will start from a separate grid. They'll start behind the Sigmax cars because they're quicker. Certainly quicker off the line. We don't want any tangles off the grid. It's not the widest of straights here, the pit straight at Snetterton. Still got 12 minutes of this session left to go. And now the number 25 has gone to the top of the times. That's ex-Supercart star Stephen Clark with the 2:44.866. 2 seconds up on Matt Willoughby. Winrow third, and now Harry Senior's into the picture. He's gone fourth quickest, 2:48.478. 31 cars that were booked into race are present and correct. Now Matt Willoughby goes back to the top of the charts. Matt's not featuring in the championship table for Sigmax, so looks like he was missing at Alton Park. Nice little gaggle goes over the line, see if that changed anything. Well, Ben Winrow has gone quickest, number 24. He bounces ahead of Matt Willoughby by 0.175 of a second. Stephen Clark third. Then it's James McCall. The number 16 has gone fifth quickest, Simon Griffiths. McCall by far the quicker of the 135s. David Reed down in 10th, their second quickest, 10th overall. Matters not, of course, because the 135s, as we said, will start from their separate grid. One car's taking a trip across the grass. Who is that? Number 95. That's Alistair Melton. Now, where's that happened? I think that's at Agostini. Rejoins. Yeah, that's happened coming out of Agostini there. Alistair Melton. Third in the Sigma 135 points coming into this round. It's currently 23rd overall in this session. Harry Senior has now gone to the top, 2:43.313, 3/4 of a second quicker than Stephen Clark. Winrow down to third. Then Matt Willoughby and James McCall. McCall still the quickest of the 135s. Over the line they go, a bit of a squeeze there on the outside. Harry Senior, 2:43.313, his provisional pole time at the moment. He's just done the fastest first sector of all, 49.246. So sectors coming in under the 50-second mark now for the first time today. Winrow third, Glenn Burtonshaw, number 72, goes up to fourth. Matt Willoughby bumped down to fifth. Then it's Adam Bettinson, McCall, and the number 16, which is Simon Griffiths. Oliver Gibson and Gareth Cordy, number 33, round out the top 10. Winrow and Burtonshaw still up there third and fourth, but still Senior and Clark on the front row provisionally at the moment. Still got 7 minutes to go. Harry Senior still the man on top in 28. Big slide there from the 43. That's Nigel Smith. And just to gather it up again though. 6.5 minutes or so to go. Senior still quickest head of Clark. The breakaway of about 5 drivers at the top, I would say, at the moment, but Senior's last lap, a 2:40.219, that's just been enough to put him nearly 4 seconds quicker than Stephen Clark. Got another spinner at Agostini. Try and identify that in a moment. That seems to be the slipperiest part of the circuit at the moment. Matt Willoughby goes back up into second, 2:44.007. He's back onto the front row at 3.8 seconds near enough, down on Harry Senior. Now Adam Bettinson goes up into second, gained 5 places there, 2:43.870. Still over 3.5 seconds off the pace set by Harry Senior though. Sigmax Championship leader. Another car going off there on the outside of Palmer this time. That's the 142 Ian Fortescue, I think. See how slippery it still is out there. He's pushing a little bit harder now. The conditions have cleared slightly, but it's still so greasy out there. Senior, Bettinson, Willoughby, Clark and Burtonshaw, your top 5. Still quickest of the 135s is James McCall, number 50. He's 8th overall. Just had the starting drivers through from Britcar. Thank you, Steve Wood. Steve tells me he had to get assertive, but we have that through now, so thank you very much to the Britcar drivers. They're coming up for their first race next up after this session, which has currently got just under 3 minutes to go. Still Harry Senior on top with that 2:40.219. Stephen Clark has gone second, 2:41.994. Then up to third now is Simon Griffiths, number 16, with a 2:42.167. He's just been deposed by Glenn Burtonshaw, number 72, with a 2:42.167. At the bomb hole, everything looking under control for the moment. Burtonshaw third, then Ben Winrow up to fourth, Griffiths fifth, Oliver Gibson into the picture in sixth, and Bettinson, who was on the front row a few minutes ago, is now seventh. That's how quickly it can happen in Caterham racing. There's car 68. That's Mark Noiro, the chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Somebody's lost a rear wing there. That's Ben Winrow. You always see a few wheel arches go missing in a Caterham race. Burton Shaw up to third. Winrow is fourth. Then Griffiths, Gibson, Bettinson, Willoughby and McCall. It's all changed there behind the top two of Senior and Clark. Harry Senior looks to be heading for pole position. 1.5 seconds up on Clark, and there's another spin there. Who's that? I think that might be Nigel Smith again. Having the best of times of it's the number 43. Okay, the checkered flag has come out. Glenn Burtonshaw takes the checkered flag and goes second, but Harry Senior's on another hot lap. His last lap was a 2:39.807, so he's improving all the time. Bettinson goes fourth as he comes across the line. Can Stephen Clark improve back onto the front row, I wonder? Waiting to see if there'll be any further change here. Slightly slower second sector from Harry Senior. Clark hasn't taken the checkered flag yet in the 25. Burtonshaw has done his lap, so has Winrow. He gets ahead of Bettinson. Griffiths and Gibson down to 6th and 7th. Willoughby only 8th. And Clark aborts his final lap. He's come into the pits, a slow second sector, so he may have had a moment somewhere. So Harry Senior will take pole position in car number 28. The checkered flag is out. So the grid provisionally will line up like this for Caterham Graduate Sigmax and Sigma 135 Race 1, which is coming up tomorrow. Pole position for number 28, Harry Senior, with a 2:39.406 on his final lap. Second for number 72, Glenn Burtonshaw, 2:40.070, 0.6 of a second down, so he did improve in the latter stages of that session. Second row, number 25 of Stephen Clark, and 24, Ben Winrow. Fifth quickest is number 71 of Adam Bettinson, and number 16 was 6, that's Simon Griffiths. Seventh fastest, 1:17 of Ollie Gibson. And 8th for 82, Matt Willoughby, who was on the front row at one point. Ninth quickest and the first of the... In fact, McCall improves. He comes through there. He goes 6th overall, but he's the first of the 135s. They'll start from a separate grid, of course. So 9th of the Sigmaxes is number 9. That's Neil Sturgis. And rounding up their top 10, 33, Gareth Cordy. Of the 135s, McCall quickest and 6th overall in number 50 with a 2:42.343. Second quickest, number 62, the championship leader, David Reed. Third quickest, 1:42 of Ian Fortescue. Fourth is number 73, Dan Clayfan. Fifth was number 60, Alaric Barney. Sixth, number 77, which is Robin Webb. Seventh of the 135s, number 29, Alistair Curry. Eighth quickest was number 68, Mark Noiro. Ninth quickest, 34, which is Neil Evans. And 10th of the 135s, 95. Saw him have a spin at one point, Alistair Melton. We'll confirm the grid for the head of their first race tomorrow, but now the cars beginning to make their way into pit lane for our first race of the weekend. It's a 1-hour race, the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship endurance category. 1-hour race with pit stops. I'll be back with you in a moment when I've noted down the starting drivers. Cars making their way to the grid then. It will be a rolling start for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship, the endurance category. A 60-minute race. The pit window opens after 20 minutes. Driver changes for the majority of the field. Over 2,000 of you watching our YouTube stream. Give us a like, subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Into the rain we go then. Cars beginning to come up to the grid then for the first race of the weekend. Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship endurance category. And we can give you the grid with starting drivers in just a moment. I'll get the grid sheet up in front of me. Okay, the grid reads as follows then. They're coming round to line up on the grid now. In pole position, it will be number 23, which is the Nissan GTR GT3 of Fox Motorsport. That car will be started by Richard Wheeler, sharing with reigning Britcar champion Danny Harrison. Alongside them will be the Class 3 Ferrari, number 16, run by FF Corsa and Red River Sports. Bon Grimes will start that car, sharing with the vastly experienced Johnny Molem. Second row of the grid, number 55, double winner from the first round at Silverstone. The JMH Automotive Lamborghini, John Seal starts that car. He'll relay to Jamie Stanley. The second row, we should have seen the 24 car. Unfortunately, Lucky Carer and Ross Wiley's Ferrari has withdrawn. They're a non-starter. So the 55 car sits there alone. The third row, we've got the first of the Praga Championship cars, which is the 333 car. Abbie Eaton takes the start in that one, the Three Lions entered car, sharing with Gordy Much. Alongside them is the first Class 4 car, number 60, the EDF Motorsports Seat Cupra TCR. Martin Byford will start that car, sharing with Ashley Woodman. On the fourth row, number 29, the Praga of Chippy Vesemile and Richard Morris. Richard will start that car. Chippy will take over at the pit stop. Alongside them, another Praga, number treble 1. That will be started by Richard Wells, sharing with Alex Capadia, the Tim Gray run car. The fifth row, number 61. That's the Ferrari of John Dillon, and I think John is driving solo. I don't think Phil Quaife is taking part from the sheet I was given by Britcar press officer Stephen Wood. Cars lining up on the grid ready for the rolling starts. So I think John Dillon is solo in the Ferrari. We will get an update on that if we can. Alongside them will be number 68, the Team Brit Aston Martin. Bobby Trundley starts that car, sharing with Aaron Morgan. On the sixth row, number 91, the Praga, started by Charlie Martin, will relay Jack Fabi. And alongside the 91 is number 85, which is Jay Morton and Angus Fender's Praga. Angus Fender, the ex-British GT man, is going first. We'll take you through the rest of the grid in a few moments' time, but our ace interviewer is down on the grid. We say good day for the first time to Mr. Ian Waterhouse. Apologies, a bit of a problem. I think the rain's got into Ian's microphone there. Sorry about that. We'll continue going through the grid for now. Then we got to row 6. On the outside, 85 will be started by Angus Fender. The 7th row, number 32, which is the Cunningham's Porsche. Now, that car should be started by Mark Cunningham, but I'm not sure that car's there. They were trying to fix some damage after an off in qualifying. I'm unsure if that Porsche is going to take the start. Alongside where their spot will be the number 77 Motor Swan McLaren. That will be started by Dave Scaramanga. He'll relay Will Powell. On the 8th row, we have the GT4 McLaren. Number 25 will be started by Andrei Borodin. Ed Peed will take over. And alongside him, number 78, Tim Docker in his Cupra TCR. He drives solo. The next row, row 9, number 31, Rod Goodman with his Praga. He's driving solo. Now, the Cunningham Porsche, I can see now, is not there now the grid has cleared. Alongside the 31 will be number 138. That's the Audi RS3, the Simpsons Motorsports car. Sasha Caccard starts that car, sharing with young Hugo Cook. As the pace car moves away. This will be a rolling start, as we say. The 10th row, number 9, Peter Erseg, going solo with his Porsche, alongside number 44, which is the Day and Foster Cupra TCR. Alex Day will go first in that car. The 11th row, number 22, is the Cupra of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. Richard Avery going first. 12th, alongside them rather, on the 11th row, 144, the blue Ferrari. Chris Goddard starts that car, sharing with Charlie Hollings, the R&R performance car. The 12th row, number 88, the Jaguar F-Type. Adam Thompson will take the starts, sharing with Callum Thompson. Alongside them, number 99, Jonathan Beeson, driving solo in the Golf TCR. Row 13, number 26, the BMW 1M. Quite a long way back down the grid, that car. Matty Evans taking the starts, sharing with Kevin Clark. Alongside them, number 6, which is the BMW started by Nathan Wells, sharing with Mark Stewart. The penultimate row, number 84, the Bridle twins in the Praga. Chris Bridle going first. Ed will take over. And alongside them, the driver I'm sure you're all here to see, Jimmy Broadbent, starts the 87 car, sharing with Jem Hepworth. The final row of the grid, row 15, number 69. We're told that Dave Bennett is here. It was down on my sheet initially as only Marcus Fothergill, but Dave Bennett will start that car and Marcus will take over. And alongside them should be the number 7 Praga, which will be started by Miles Lacey, with James Walker taking over. Wait and see if that car is actually on this grid. That's your grid then. There is the blue Ferrari, repaired after a shunt at Silverstone, of course. The countdown has started when the safety car moved off. You can see the 1 hour countdown has begun. We're starting under the safety car, as all Britcar races do on the rolling start. So Wheeler and Harrison. Richard Wheeler, the transport company boss in his Nissan GTR, alongside Bon Grimes, the travel businessman, sharing with Johnny Molim in the Ferrari. BMW safety car leading them round. Confirmation that's car 61, John Dillon driving solo in that car. No Phil Quaife. Thanks, Stephen Wood, for that. We start to form up then. Lights still on the safety car, so he may not be going racing this time by. Well, they haven't formed up 2 by 2, so it looks like we'll do another lap behind the safety car given the conditions. There is that very menacing looking Nissan. There's the Lamborghini going for its 3rd win in succession. Lucky Kera and Ross Wiley's Ferrari sadly missing after a problem in qualifying. Choose your cars to follow. I know those of you on YouTube will all be willing Jimmy Broadbent on more than likely. He starts towards the back. There's going to be a lot of spray in the early laps here. There's number 29 Praga, the black and red machine there. That's Richard Morris. McLarens, BMWs, the Audi there with Sasha Kakard on board. Plenty of Porsches, Ferraris. There's that Jaguar F-Type, the Thompson family. TCR cars. There's Broadbent. Looks like we are missing the number 7 Praga, unfortunately. Problems in qualifying for Miles Lacey and James Walker. Looks like they're non-starters. Now we'll wait to see whether the safety car will pull in this time. So the countdown has started, as we said. Lights are still on atop the safety car at the moment. Start to sort themselves out. The lights still on at the moment. We may do one more lap. Richard Wheeler, Bon Grimes, John Seal in his Lamborghini. First of the Pragas is Abbie Eaton. Let's see Martin Byford well up there in the Class 4 Seat, the Cupra. There's Rod Goodman with his Praga, driving solo. Peter Ersheg, a mainstay of Britcar with his Porsche. Matty Evans in the BMW towards the back. The lights are out atop the safety car, so it looks like we will be going racing this time by. Once the steward is happy. Here we go. The Britcar Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear. Endurance category. 1 hour of racing to come. Will the safety car be in this lap? Yes, the green flag waves and away they go. Down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Richard Wheeler leads from Bon Grimes. John Seal in third place. Then it's a good start by Abbie Eaton in fourth place. There is Martin Byford. So in the interest of safety, a single file start. Into the spray they go. Into the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Richard Wheeler in the big Nissan leads. The GT3 cars trying to pull away from the Praga. Then the Class 4 machine there. All over each other. That's John Dillon in the Ferrari 458 running in Class 2 Invitation. He's on the tail of the Praga there of Richard Morris. And John Seal has spun. Oh dear, John Seal has lost the Lamborghini at Palmer's corner. Tries to get it going again over the grass. Well, he does run an agricultural machinery business and doing a bit of ploughing of his own there, unfortunately, in the Lamborghini. That's let Wheeler and Grimes get away into the clear at the front of the field. That's the 85 Praga, driven by Angus Fender, the ex-British GT man. Chasing now John Dillon in the Ferrari. He's got Bobby Trundley in the Aston Martin behind him. So 12 minutes of racing before the pit window opens now that we have gone green. Richard Wheeler has got Bon Grimes bearing down in. Bon's raced at Le Mans in the 24 hours a couple of times with Johnny Molem in the Ferrari. Richard Wheeler, the transport company boss, in the Fox Nissan. Down the Bentley straights towards Brundle and Nelson. Martin Brundle, of course, locally based driver to Snetterton. Up into third as a result of that spin for Seal is the Abbie Eaton Praga. There he's Seal back in the pack. There's that gorgeous Jaguar F-Type driven by Adam Thompson as they begin to sort themselves out. Here come your leaders down towards the bomb hole. There's a couple of car lengths in it between Wheeler and Grimes. They've already pulled away from the rest of the field, partly as a result of that spin for John Seal. Through Murray's they come. Abbie Eaton in third place. Martin Byford up there in fourth, the ex-touring car racer. And then looks like Richard Wells in the white Praga is there in fifth position. John Dillon sixth. And then in seventh is Richard Morris. They come across the line this time, and Grimes has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:18. No, he hasn't done the fastest lap of the race. Angus Fender usurps him in seventh place in his Praga. Car shared with Jay Morton has done a 2:18.266 up towards Wilson's hairpin for the second time, and the Nissan has run wide. This is Bon Grimes' opportunity. They're almost side by side as they come through towards Palmer, but the Nissan will have the inside line for the left-hander at Palmer's, and Richard Wheeler should keep his lead. Yes, he does. Absolutely together, but on the exit there as they come up towards Agostini. The Ferrari could have the inside line here for the left-hander. They're absolutely together. Down towards Agostini for what will be the fourth time, and Grimes takes the lead. Through goes the Ferrari. Brave move there under braking by Bon Grimes. You see the Nissan twitching under acceleration there as they head up towards Hamilton and then on to Oggies. Abbie Eaton starting to close in as well in her Praga. Keep an eye on the class battles as well. The class leaders are in fact all in the top 6 places, the 5 classes. Eaton leads the Praga class, Byford class 4, and Dillon leads class 2 invitation. No starters in class 2, of course, because the Caterham Wiley Ferrari withdrew after qualifying. Down the Bentley straight they go. There's the McLaren. We'll see how Dave Scaramanga gets on. Regular at Castle Combe over the years in their Saloon Championship with various cars. He's now up into 11th position. There's a battle between some of the Cupras further back. The 22, that's Richard Avery, the ex-Porsche man, chased by 44 of Alex Day. They're fighting further back in the order. There's our leader through the bomb hole. Bon Grimes in the Ferrari towards Coram, then through to Murray's. The Pragas are catching Richard Wheeler now. Has there been a change there for third place? Yes, I think Richard Wells has come through. He's been charging through the field. He's up into third place. He's gained 4 places on the last couple of laps. Look at the way Bon Grimes is pulling away here in the Ferrari. And look at the way Richard Wells, the ex-Radical racer, is going here as well. There is the 111 Praga, share with Alex Capadia. Another of the Pragas up there in 5th place is Angus Fender. He's going well. Ferrari takes it carefully through the very wet Wilson's hairpin. Now is Richard Wheeler going to lose 2nd place here? Look at the size difference between the Pragas and the Nissan. And John Dillon's moving up as well in the Ferrari. He's running well. Through to Palmer. The Nissan has got a swarm of Pragas all over the back of it. There's Martin Byford in the Cupra. Has got Bobby Trundley, the karting ace, on the back of him in the Team Brit machine. The lights flashing there from Abbie Eaton. She's going through up the inside. Takes 2nd place away from Wheeler in the Nissan. Richard Wells is going to try and follow her through as well. Oh, Richard Wheeler's got these Pragas all over him. 3 of them. Great stuff. Towards the Bentley straights go the leaders. Still Bon Grimes out front in the Ferrari. Now Abbie Eaton up into 2nd place. There is the Praga. Richard Wells 3rd. Wheeler 4th. No, that's Eaton. Apologies there. It's Angus Fender who's got through into 2nd. I was caught out by the similar livery on the 2 Pragas. I apologise there. Here's a battle further back. The 25, Andre Borodin. Matty Evans in the BMW. Then the Jaguar of Adam Thompson. He's got Nathan Wells, BMW M3 GTR behind him. A menacing looking car, that one. Bit of a struggle at Silverstone in the opening rounds, though. And Thompson all over the back there of Matty Evans' BMW. Still your leader. There is Bon Grimes. He's getting away as everybody else battles behind him. It's the Praga of Angus Fender. Now up into 2nd, shared with Jay Morton. There's the battle of the BMWs further back. They've got Dave Bennett's Porsche behind them, the professional photographer. There go the leaders, and the gap is 2.1 seconds. No surprise there to learn that Angus Fender did the fastest lap last time through, 2:13.073. They've started that car with the faster driver in the car. There's Wells in 3rd place going through Rich's corner. Then the next 2 cars. Richard Wheeler is dropping back here in the Nissan, but the quicker Danny Harrison will get in that car, I would imagine, as soon as the pit window opens. It's not far away from doing so. We've got just over 5.5 minutes until the pit window is open. There goes the Fabi and Martin Praga a little bit further back in 10th place. Charlie Martin. Richard Morris has dropped back towards them. There go the leaders. You can see the gaps between them now. It's starting to spread out at the front of the field. John Dillon's got the Ferrari ahead of Richard Wheeler now as well. Martin Byford in the Cupra. Going great guns in these wet conditions. Fastest overall in free practice this morning. Here comes Bon Grimes through Oggies out towards Williams' corner. He's being hunted down by Angus Fender, the ex-Century Motorsport driver with BMWs in British GT4. Little bit of a slide there from Richard Wells as he came through there. He'll relay Alex Capadia. And now coming down the Bentley straights, the Praga is flashing the lights there at Bon Grimes. He's trying to pressure him into a mistake as they go through towards the bomb hole. See how the circuit drops down slightly before the run up to Caterham. Number 85 there, Angus Fender, flashing the headlights. Pressuring Bon Grimes for the lead. He's going to have a look here at Caterham. I don't think he's going to get through there. You can see how low the Pragas are compared to the GT cars. And he swoops straight round the outside. Look at the speed difference. Angus Fender straight past Bon Grimes, down to Murray's, and he's into the lead. Great stuff from Angus Fender. Now, I think that team will want him to stay in the car as long as he can to the end of the pit window. And then Jay Morton will take over. Over the line they've gone. 2 minutes 12.734 is new fastest lap of the race. Here they come. Through Riches for the 7th time. Bon Grimes already dropping back into 2nd place. There's Richard Wells, 3rd in the Praga. Then it's Abbie Eaton in 4th position. John Dillon is 5th. Next behind them, Richard Wheeler. John Dillon goes a bit wide there, a bit deep into the hairpin. Not as wide as Richard Wheeler, though. Goodness me, nearly headed for the grass. Good save there. The big GT3 cars, very difficult to control in these wet conditions. We've already seen John Seal have a spin. Now, John Seal's got the Lamborghini back up to 11th place. Bon Grimes 2nd in the Ferrari, then it's Wells. There's Abbie Eaton, the W Series competitor. Then the 61 Ferrari, John Dillon. There's Richard Wheeler's huge Nissan. Even next to the other GT3 cars, that looks big. 3 minutes till the pit window opens. But for me, the drive of the weekend so far has been Martin Byford in that Seat Cupra TCR, the Class 4 car, in 7th overall. He's only half a second, though, ahead of Bobby Trundley in the Aston Martin for the lead of Class 4. Class 3 is being led by Bon Grimes. There he is in the Ferrari. Class 1 is still led by Richard Wheeler, with his GT opposition a bit further back. There you can see the class leaders. The Pragas led by Angus Fender ahead of Wells and Eaton. Grimes leads Class 3. Long way clear of Chris Goddard's Ferrari and the Bennett Fothergill Porsche. Class 2 invitation, John Dillon, the only runner in that class. Wheeler leads Seal in Class 1. It should be the 77 McLaren in 3rd place. Yes, Dave Scaramanga is just behind John Seal. Jimmy Broadbent at the tail of the field at the moment. That car has made a pit stop. And maybe they've had an issue, showing with Jem Hepworth. Class 4 led by Byford ahead of Trundley. Peter Essex Porsche 3rd. There goes the 85, Angus Fender. What's the gap this time? He's 2.7 seconds up. Another fastest lap. 2 minutes 12.394 for the 85. Again, the Ferrari you can see running a little bit wide there. He's tiptoeing around that hairpin. Almost better exit this time, though, for John Dillon's Ferrari. 5th overall. The lead gap is going out all the time. This is great stuff by Angus Fender. But can he fender them off for the whole distance? Pit window opens in 1 minute. And I suspect the FF Corsa and Red River Sport teams will want to get Johnny Molem into that car. The number 16 Ferrari, so he can attack. Multiple sports car champion, but Bon Grimes has really developed under Johnny's coaching. In 2nd place here, losing ground though to Angus Fender. There is the car of Jimmy Broadbent. He's already made a pit call with an issue early in the race. He's at the back of the field. First time he's raced in the wets, the sim racing ace, and learning all the time as he goes. There is the leader, Angus Fender, coming round to lap him. We've got a spinner, that's Chris Goddard. The Ferrari facing wrong, that's where John Seal went off on the opening lap. That Ferrari has been rebuilt after a shunt at Silverstone. Put a new front end on it, and Chris Goddard, long-time Ferrari racer, gets back underway. Now, where will he have come back out? Just ahead of the Jaguar, so I think in 22nd or 21st place. The pit window has just opened. Now, who's going to come in first? So pit stops can now happen. Another fastest lap for Angus Fender. He won't be coming in anytime soon. 2 minutes 11.772. Bon Grimes, as expected, is in straight away as soon as the pit window opens to hand over to the vastly experienced, very successful sports car racer Johnny Molem. And Richard Wells has come in as well. Alex Capadia will take over. Leader runs a bit wide there through the hairpin. Left well clear as those behind have pitted. It's Abbie Eaton now in second place. There she is. A little bit of a twitch there from her Praga. John Dillon third in his Ferrari. No longer sharing with Phil Quaife. John running solo. And then it should be Martin Byford's Cupra through in fourth. There he is. He's got Bobby Trundley's Aston Martin behind him. Then Richard Morris with his number 29 Praga. There is Martin Byford, the EDF Motorsports Seat Cupra TCR. We heard from them pre-season. They were confident ahead of Class 4. And they're doing a great job here today. Martin driving brilliantly in these conditions. Other cars that have pitted. Richard Wheeler's brought the Nissan in to hand over to Danny Harrison. John Seal likewise to hand over to Jamie Stanley. Watch those two cars go now. Charlie Martin is in to hand over to Jack Fabi. There's the Radicals. Now there's the ex-Radical stars Wells and Capadia. Alex Capadia getting aboard the white Praga. Have to stop for a minimum of 2 minutes. 120 seconds. There's the Ferrari heading back out. Of Johnny Molem now on board. Yeah, the rain getting into our camera in the pit lane, unfortunately. Apologies there. Jimmy Broadbent has come in as well. So Jem Hepworth's going to take over. Dave Bennett has come in to hand over to Marcus Fothergill. There's our leader. Angus Fender setting such a pace at the moment, he stays out. And there is Johnny Molem. So you pretty much lose a full lap with a pit stop here. You can see he's rejoined right behind it. That's in the same position he was, but a lap down. So you lose pretty much exactly a lap making your pit stop here. There's Johnny Molem. Now chasing Angus Fender, but a lap down. Richard Morris has come in to hand over to Chippy Vesemile. Abbie Eaton still second in her Praga. Then the white and green Ferrari of John Dillon in third. Byford still presses on. He's got Bobby Trundley behind him. That's for the lead in Class 4. Next behind them now is Rod Goodman's Praga. There's Johnny Molem. He'll start to charge back up the order in that Ferrari. There is your leader. Moving to the inside there. Is he looking for wet patches there, Angus Fender? I wonder. We'll have to wait and see. .35.5 minutes to go. Angus Fender continues to press on in front. He's lapping in the 2-minute 12s at the moment. Now, where has Johnny Molem come out in terms of position? He's 21st. Chris Goddard, who we saw have a spin, has brought the Ferrari in to hand over to Charlie Hollings. That'll quicken that car up. Charlie, the pro driver in that pairing. And Matty Evans has come in to hand over to Kevin Clark in the BMW as well. But the majority of the field have yet to stop. 27 cars took the start in this race. There's been a change for second place because Abbie Eaton has come in. So John Dillon up into second place. Abbie Eaton's brought the Praga in to hand over to Gordy Much, the ex-junior saloon car, ex-Ginetta racer. So Byford is now third overall, Bobby Trundley fourth, but of course they have all yet to stop. This is effectively the leading car that has stopped, Johnny Molim in the Ferrari. Now he came out behind, it's quite a good way to gauge it, you lose, as we say, pretty much exactly a lap. So he came out behind Angus Fender. There's the 84 car, that's the Bridle family. They're running 15th in their Praga. There you go, effective the race it is. We've got a spinner. There it is, that's Jem Hepworth in the 87 car shared with Jimmy Broadbent. Not going well for that pairing, unfortunately. They've had a spin, that's at Agostini. That's a great shame, the Praga stuck there. If they can't get that car going again, that might be a safety car. And that's right in the middle of the pit window, which will shake things up completely. Can they get that car going again? Can Jem Hepworth get it fired? I think it's Jem that's now on board. She was on her outlap. So we'll have to wait and see if that car gets going again, or whether we'll need a safety car. She's on the track there. Angus Fender, car 85. The Praga continues to lead. With his pace, I imagine, he's still lapping in the high 2.11s. There he is. I would imagine he will stay out until the end of the pit window. Flashing his lights there at Kevin Clark in the BMW. Goes a lap down. We'll see him out in another BMW tomorrow in the trophy classes as well. John Dillon still second in the Ferrari. 21 seconds down on Angus Fender. Byford still third and leading class 4 overall. That's a great performance. There's Alex Capadia, rather, in the car started by Richard Wells. And the safety car is coming out. I was correct. That Praga is still stuck there at Agostini. The safety car is coming out. Okay, so this is going to change things, because I suspect we're going to see everybody else who hasn't stopped yet dive for the pits. And this is going to throw a nice smooth rhythm of the race completely out of whack. Rod Goodman has just come in his Praga. But it's the 87 car stuck at Agostini, has brought out the safety car. There it is. Jem Hepworth, I believe, is now on board that car. It's already made 2 stops, and on its outlap it's spun and stalled at Agostini. Okay, so the safety car will pick the field up. There'll be a lot of cars coming into the pits here. Yes, Rod Goodman's in. Dave Scaramanga's brought the McLaren in to hand over to Will Powell, the Motor Swan car. Peter Erscheg in the Porsche is in. Sasha Kakard has brought the Audi in to hand over to young Hugo Cook. Tim Docker is in with his Cupra. Richard Avery comes in to hand over their Cupra to Nick Hull. The Bridle family is in. There is the safety car. Waves the number 99 car there of Jonathan Beeson through with his Golf TCR. The Bridle twins are in. Chris handing over to Ed. Most of the midfield coming in here. The big winner in all of this so far has been Johnny Molim. He's been able to gain about 12 places as a result of various pit stops. Angus Fender has come in, John Dillon as well, so the leaders have come in under the safety car as I expected. The safety car has currently got the Ferrari behind him of Charlie Hollings, the number 144. That car shown on the timing screens as 22nd. Martin Byford has come in to hand over to Ashley Woodman in the Cupra. Yep, Bobby Trundley's in as well. I think everybody's going to come in under this safety car. Bobby Trundle will hand over to Aaron Morgan, the disabled driver. Previously raced in the BMW Compact Cup. The only car that I can see has not come in is number 44, which is Alex Day in his CTR Alpha Tune Cupra. Number 44, shared with Will Foster. They had a class win at Silverstone. And I reckon, unless he comes in as well as that. No, Alex Day has come in, I can tell you. So that's everybody has made their stops. And now we're going to have to wait for the timing screen to cycle through to see who comes out where. There is Jamie Stanley. He's going to be one to watch in the Lamborghini. Okay. Pace car has Charlie Hollings behind it, the safety car. Followed by the Jaguar of Callum Thompson, the F-Type. Great to see that car getting a race this time. It failed to race at Silverstone with engine dramas. Behind them is 69 Marcus Fothergill with his Porsche. Now, we've got to see where the 85 car comes out. That of Jay Morton now at the wheel. There is the car that would have taken the lead. The last to stop, number 44, Alex Day, handing over to William Foster in the Cupra. TCR spec car. So we're going to see who's going to cycle through. I reckon it's going to be Johnny Molem leading here in the Ferrari. It always throws in a bit of confusion when you have a safety car during the pit window. So there is Molem, there is Alex Capadia, and there is Danny Harrison. So I think that's going to be your lead pack. We're just going to wait and see when the timing has cycled through. Got to wait for the cars that came in on that lap to complete their out laps. There's Matty Evans' BMW now being driven by Kevin Clark. There's Johnny Molem, the red Ferrari. Also, really being allowed to close back in under all this is Jamie Stanley in the Lamborghini. There's Rod Goodman in his Praga. So Jay Morton in Angus Fender's Praga, John Dillon, Ash Woodman now in Martin Byford's Cupra, and Aaron Morgan in the Team Brit Aston Martin are all just completing their out laps. And we will have to see where they slot in. But I reckon this means Johnny Molem is going to be your leader in the Ferrari. But with Alex Capadia and Danny Harrison right on his tail. There they are. We'll wait and see if that's my prediction, but we'll wait and see if that works out. Behind them is Gordy Much, and then it is Jamie Stanley. Then Chippy Vesemile in his Praga, and Jack Fabi also in a Praga. So that, I reckon, is going to be your lead bunch. Unless the other group have managed to get out ahead and gain most of the distance on the field. That may be what has happened. We'll wait and see where they slot in. Did they score by pitting under the safety car? Those four I mentioned earlier at the top, I think they may have done. Yes, Morton comes through, completing 13 laps at the top of the timesheet. Followed by John Dillon's Ferrari. I think they've called it right. And they've managed to undercut those who were chasing them, who came in before the safety car. I said it'd throw everything out of whack, and it has. That's the gamble. Lights still on top of the BMW. Johnny Molem flashing the lights there, getting impatient, but he can't pass anybody. No overtaking under safety car, of course, so you will be penalised. The pit window has closed, but everybody has stopped. Pit window closes with 25 minutes to go, 15-minute window. So the top four now showing on the timing screen. They got the undercut right as Jay Morton leading in the Praga. John Dillon second in the Ferrari. Ash Woodman third in the Cupra, and fourth, Bobby Trundley Aaron Morgan, in the Aston Martin started by Bobby Trundley. So they've been able to pit under the safety car and undercut everyone else. We'll see where the rest of the field slot in. Lights are out atop the safety car, so we're going back to green flag racing after the Broadbent Hepworth Praga was cleared away. Green is out, and with 24 minutes on the clock, we are back racing. Away they go. So the battle we mentioned, headed by Molam, is now for 5th position because 4 cars able to get the undercut under the safety car. There is Alex Capadia. He's got the BMW of Mark Stewart ahead of him there, trying to lap it. He does so. So does Danny Harrison. We're going to have an interesting battle here, but it's all for 5th position. And John Dillon has actually made a good restart, I can tell you. He's got the gap down to just under 5 seconds. He's trying to catch Jay Morton's Praga for the overall lead. Could we see John Dillon win this in his Ferrari? We'll pick those up later on because we've got this battle going on in what's now the midfield of the top 10. Johnny Molam is in 5th overall, still leading Class 3. Praga of Capadia under fire from the much bigger Nissan. Through goes Danny Harrison. Was racing a Praga last season with Jem Hepworth, won the Britcar title. There's the battle between Jack Fabi and Chippy Vesemile. They've got Rod Goodman up behind them as well. Battle of the Pragas, that's for 4th in class in their championship. That's the Ferrari of Charlie Hollings. He's down in 22nd. He's a couple of laps down. As Bond Grimes passes Marcus Fothergill, as Johnny Molam passes Marcus Fothergill. And look at Jamie Stanley. He's carved past the Pragas and the Nissan. Jamie Stanley is flying in that Lamborghini. The Jaguar's gone onto the grass. Callum Thompson, he's rejoined though. There's the battle between 2 of the TCR cars on the inside. Oh, we've got a tangle there. Further back, that's John Dillon. Is that the 2 leaders that have tangled? It is. The leaders have tangled at Oggies. What happened there? That's the leading car of Jay Morton. Now, did John Dillon try and make a move into Oggies and they made contact? We only saw in the background there, the leaders have tangled. Now, how far ahead are they? They're 35 seconds clear of Ash Woodman in the Cupra. But is there damage there? I'd be interested to see that incident again because, John Dillon is through. He got through on the grass and he's in the lead in the Ferrari. Now, what happened there? We'll see if John Dillon has escaped okay there. There's Jamie Stanley. He's got ahead of Johnny Molam now. If those 4 cars hadn't got the undercut, this would be the battle for the lead, of course, but it's all changed up front with John Dillon now leading in the Ferrari. Where is Jamie Stanley? He's pulling away from Johnny Molam. Behind them, Danny Harrison, then Capadia. And behind him, another of the Pragas. I think that's Gordy Much, followed by Jack Fabi. He's got ahead of Chippy Vesemile. So John Dillon leads this race with just under 21 minutes to go. And Jay Morton still going. He's 17 seconds down now after that tangle at Oggies. Further back in 3rd, could we have the Class 4 leader on the podium overall? There is the bridal team car battling with the TCR cars further back. There's the leader, the white Ferrari, John Dillon. He's in heavy backmarker traffic there. And that's the 85 again. Jay Morton has spun. I wonder if he has got some damage there. That's at Palmer's. Can he get going again, Jay Morton? It's all come apart for the car that was leading prior to the pit stops. And here comes Ash Woodman. He's going to take 2nd overall. That Cupra is running like clockwork here. There goes John Dillon. He leads the way out of Williams onto the back straights. Jamie Stanley in his Lamborghini. Looks like that car's going to lose its winning run. Past Charlie Hollings, who's a lap down on the Lambo. Molam and Harrison behind. Then the 2 Pragas with Gordy Much having got ahead now of Alex Capadia. Behind them, Chippy Vesemile. No, Jack Fabi ahead of Vesemile now. And then the McLaren of Will Powell, who's taken over from Dave Scaramanga. Oh, goodness me. Well, there's your leader. It's the only Class 2 invitation car of John Dillon. Phil Quaife not out, of course, who's leading the race overall. Praga class is still led by Jay Morton, who thinks got going again after that spin. Confirm that shortly. Oh, we've got 18 and a half minutes of this first race of the weekend for the Britcar Endurance Championship endurance category to go. And John Dillon is your leader in the Ferrari. It's all happened after the pit stops. Leader just coming through. There he is now, coming through Palmer's, with the Praga ahead of him. So they go through towards Agostini this time through. There he is, John Dillon. Races that Grey Paul entered Ferrari in various events. He's got a Praga ahead of him there. I think that's the Bridal team car. Yes, it is, number 84. And he's in the clear now because Jay Morton has dropped away following that spin after the two tangled. And he's battling with Ash Woodman's Cupra for second place. They're some 45 seconds down on the leader now. Aaron Morgan is still fourth, and not surprisingly, the fastest lap of the race has just been done by Jamie Stanley, who's in fifth place in the Lamborghini. Molam sixth, Harrison seventh. There's Capadia, got back ahead of Gordy Much. Then Fabi in 10th overall, Vesemile 11th, Will Powell 12th. So the main battle at the moment for 6th place. Jamie Stanley, 20 seconds down on Aaron Morgan. Can he get into the top four? Can he catch them? Will Powell in the McLaren 650S GT3. Third in Class 1, 12th overall. There's Rod Goodman, 13th, and he's 6th in the Praga class, still led by Jay Morton. Jay wanted to be fighting for the overall lead. Some other back markers going through. There's Tim Docker, Thompson's Jaguar. There's our race leader. Can John Dillon hang on for what will be a popular and surprise victory in the Ferrari? 5 years ago to the day, it was a Ferrari who won here at Snetterton in Britcar. Mike and Anthony Wilds in their 458. Dillon in the newer 488 Challenge. Still slippery out there. You can see a little bit of understeer, oversteer there. Just keep it steady, John. Fifteen and a half minutes to go. Pit window, of course, is closed at the 25 minutes to go mark. Can't see any major damage as a result of that tangle with the Praga of Jay Morton. Whether Jay just spun in front of him, I'm not sure. Here comes your leader down towards the left-hander at Brundle under the bridge, then into Nelson. There's Bridle battling with Peter Erscheg. That's 4 position as well. Ed Bridle just got ahead of the Porsche. That's 4. 14th place, sorry. It's still Dillon from Morton. Then it's Woodman in 3rd place. But the Cupra only 1.2 seconds behind the leading Praga now. Jamie Stanley has caught Aaron Morgan. He's through into fourth place now. Surely he can't catch Woodman and Byford ahead of him. Woodman in the Cupra. There's a black and orange flag being displayed. Black with orange disc. That means mechanical problem. You need to call into the pits. I can't see what number car that is for. We haven't had notification of who that's for. Usually means a car's either leaking fluid or has some bodywork damage, but I haven't noticed anybody with any clearly visible damage. And here comes number 61. The 6 has fallen off his windscreen there, John Dillon. So we'll try and pick up who that car is that's got the notification to pits with possible damage there. Jamie Stanley is reeling off the fastest laps. He's lapping about 17 seconds a lap quicker than Woodman ahead of him. He's surely going to take third place away. And he'll catch Jay Morton at this rate as well for second place. There's the midfield group through the hairpin. Running wide there. That's the Weissmile car, and Aaron Morgan has dropped back in a big way in the Aston. His last lap was a 2 minutes 30. Yes, there he is. He's right back in this battle now, so Morgan may have a problem here. There's Alex Kapadia making a move on the Nissan of Danny Harrison, who holds him off, the ex-Praga driver. And behind them, Gordy Much in 333. There is Johnny Molem, running in a steady 5th position. Meantime, Jamie Stanley has not only caught the second place fight, but he's passed it. There he is. The Lamborghini's in second place. I said he was catching them. And Jamie Stanley has blitzed past both 85 Jay Morton and Ash Woodman in the Cupra. Nothing they could do to stop him. 11 minutes to go now. Let's compare his lap time with that of John Dillon. Oh, and there's a spin there. That's Alex Kapadia. He's had a spin in his Praga. Now we'll compare the lap times for Jamie Stanley and John Dillon. Dillon's last lap was a 2:15. Stanley's was a 2:09. I think, meanwhile, Alex Kapadia being caught there by Will Powell. I think we can see a replay of that spin for Wells. Yep, just lost it on the throttle there. Managed to stop on the edge of the grass and rejoin, but he's lost a lot of time. There he is. Now, has he got damage? I'm not sure. The car that may have been signalled in, the car that has come in just now is Gordy Much, number 333, the car shared with Abbie Eaton. So maybe that was the car getting the black and orange flag and signalled to come into the pits. I couldn't see the number of that car, unfortunately, on the board. Now, Jamie Stanley lapping about 6 seconds a lap quicker than John Dillon. There are 10 minutes to go. A lap takes just over 2 minutes, so in about 5 laps' time this race will end. And look, there's damage to the car of Kapadia. He's got bodywork rubbing against the tyre there. So he has damaged the car in that spin, and the leader comes up to lap him. It was 333. Just had confirmed to me Gordy Much that was signalled into the pits. So John Dillon leads. Now, what's the gap to Jamie Stanley this time through? Dillon's last lap was a 2 minutes 14. And we're waiting for Stanley to come over the line in the Lamborghini. It's a considerable gap, but is Jamie Stanley going to run out of time to catch the Ferrari for victory? "20 laps completed by your race leader." Yeah, he's nearly a minute down, Jamie Stanley, 59.9 seconds. He's lapping about 6 or 7 seconds a lap quicker, 8 minutes 40 of the race to go, so I think he's going to run out of time to catch John Dillon here, the Lamborghini pilot. Jay Morton still third in the Prague, but has dropped nearly 20 seconds back on Jamie Stanley now. 4 seconds ahead of Ash Woodman, though, in the Cupra. He's just heading down to Riches now. Johnny Molim in 5th. Alex Capadia with the Radical is with the ex-Radical champion with the Praga is surely going to have to call into the pits that left front damage. Whether that was caused in the spin or is why he spun, I'm not sure. Danny Harrison still 6th. Then it's Chris Vesemile, Jack Fabi, Aaron Morgan in 9th. And in 10th place, Will Powell's McLaren. 2 minutes covers the top 10. And Will Powell is trying to get past the Aston Martin. Powell has just made the move on Aaron Morgan into the Wilson hairpin and has taken that 9th place away, so Morgan dropping back. Less than 7 minutes to go now. It looks as though, barring any disaster for the Ferrari, that John Dillon is going to hang on in front. Meantime, the Cupra has finally been caught. There is Danny Harrison under fire from Richard Morris. They got past Ash Woodman. There he is. So it's now Molam will be up into 4th place. So Molam is up to 4th, Harrison 5th. Vesemile now 6th in this car started by Richard Morris. So Ash Woodman has been caught by the quicker GT cars and the Pragas. Brave effort by the Cupra though. But they've got past him, you can see there. Great start by Martin Byford. At one stage it looked like they were going to take the overall lead. There's the Cupra, now being caught by Jack Fabi. The lead gap is down to 52 seconds. But Jamie Stanley is going to run out of laps, I think, to catch John Dillon. The track not as drenched as it was at the start of the race. We started behind the safety car, of course, but thankfully a little better now, but still very slippery. Great effort by EDF Motorsports in their Cupra TCR. We have lost out there by the look of it to Jack Fabi. Cupra only a touring car, not a GT or sports racer. But they're going to surely win Class 4. Battle of the Pragas there, that's Chippy Vesemile. Scrapping it out with, is that Jay Morton who's dropped back? I think it is. Whether he's had another moment somewhere. Gap down to 44.7 seconds for the lead now, but I think John Dillon is safe. Wait to see who comes across the line in third place this time through. If Johnny Molan's up to third, that means that it is Jay Morton's 85 car that has dropped back. Jaguar and the Golf nose to tail there, down the straight. That's Jonathan Beeson. Chasing the Jaguar. There is a lap between them, though. So Molim is up to third. Yes, Jay Morton has dropped back. There he is. It's coming down towards Riches now. So Molim third, Harrison fourth, and Vesemale is fifth. Morton's down to sixth and being caught by Jack Fabi. Jamie Stanley still with the fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 7.488. Here's the battle of the Pragas. Fabi has got ahead. There is Jay Morton, and he's got the car of Alex Capadia behind him. Capadia did make a second stop to check that damage to the left front and remove that bit of bodywork that was rubbing on his tyre. There's the Cupra behind them. It's now dropped down into 8th place. Jack Fabi's got through as well. There goes the Praga of Chippy Vesemile. Jack Fabi now past Morton as well. There they are. That's Alex Capadia, but he is a lap down. Those around him, and the 85 car has gone off. That's Jay Morton. He's struggling in these conditions, I think. Now, what's happened there? Has he gyrated or just slid off in the little Praga? That car was leading the race for its first half, and he ploughs through the mud there. You can see how wet it is. Look at the state of that. Now his tyres will be covered in mud as he rejoins the tarmac. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock, though. It's going to be, barring a major disaster, victory for John Dillon in the Scott Sport Ferrari, run by Aaron Scott, ahead of John Seal and Jamie Stanley. Their unbeaten run from Silverstone comes to an end. They will win Class 1, maximum points in their class, which is what matters. There is the leader coming down into Brundle. Here's the battle a little bit further back. A couple of the Pragas, the 84 of the Bridles. That's the recovering Gordy Much, I think, being flagged into the pits for a problem earlier on. Aaron Morgan behind them. John Dillon leads. Be coming round to start what will be his last lap this time. He's raced in a variety of GT series over the years with his Ferraris. And there is Jamie Stanley in the Lamborghini in second place. We haven't seen much of him in this race, but tried to get the gap down. He's going to run out of time. There is Johnny Molim in third place, under fire from Danny Harrison. So that battle of the GTs could go to the end. Chippy Vesemile now up into fifth position. Sixth it is Jack Fabi. It should be Ash Woodman through next in the Cupra Class 4 car as Harrison has a look there. He's not going to get through. Another fastest lap of the race last time through for Jamie Stanley. He's still pushing on. This is the fight for third place. Clock has gone to 0, so it will be checkered flag at this time for John Dillon. Well, there's the leader coming down into Brundle for the last time. Round towards the bomb hole. He's fought off the Pragas and GT3s in his Ferrari 488 Challenge, and it is going to be victory here at Snetterton in race number 1 for John Dillon. Through towards Caterham for the final time. Just Murray's to negotiate now. The checkered flag awaits him. In an entertaining, incident-packed first race of the weekend for the Britcar Endurance Championship endurance category. The checkered flag goes up and it comes down on John Dillon, your race victor in the Ferrari 488 Challenge run by Scott Sport. 1 hour, 1 minute, 28.4 seconds. Clear of Jamie Stanley in the Lamborghini. He's going to come home in second place. The JMH Automotive car started by John Steele. There he is over the line in second place, 21.8 seconds down. He was gaining at about 8 or 9 seconds a lap towards the end of that race, but just ran out of time to catch John Dillon. Third place is going to be the Class 3 winner. Is he going to hold off Danny Harrison? They're nose to tail coming through towards Caterham now. Sliding about down there. Wait for them to come across the line. It should be Johnny Molim. I think he's going to hang on ahead of the big Nissan GTR of Danny Harrison. Is it going to be the Ferrari or the Nissan who comes home for third place? Few back markers come through, and it is Johnny Molim who hangs on ahead of Danny Harrison for third place by just over half a second. Molim wins Class 3. Harrison second in the Nissan started by Richard Wheeler in Class 1. And the Praga class goes to Chippy Vesemile and Richard Morris in 5th position overall. Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin come over in 6th place and second in class. And a valiant 7th should go to the brilliant Cupra TCR of Ash Woodman. Started by Martin Byford. They will win Class 4 for EDF Motorsport. That was a great run there. They were on at one stage. It looked like for an overall podium. As the track started to dry out, the quicker GT cars caught them. But that's a wonderful effort by EDF Motorsports. Well done to them. There they are across. I know it looks like they've just lost out on the run to the line there. Yes, Will Powell has got them on the run to the line. Will Powell takes 7th overall. He zapped them across the line there in the McLaren. Woodman and Byford take 8th place. 9th and lapped are third of the Pragas, the Bridle family. And Rod Goodman's Praga rounds out the top 10. Team Brits finished 11th in the Aston Martin. We'll give you the rest of the results as soon as we can. Just a couple of retirements there as well, which is good to see. Okay. Well, now it is time to hand down to Parc Fermé in just a moment, where Ian Waterhouse will be talking to our race winners.
Parc Fermé, what a wonderful bit of racing we've seen. I feel great for John Dillon taking the honours. Let's just have a listen in. We've got a bit of chat going on here, haven't we? Fifth pump's all right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tricky conditions to get going.
Oh.
What's starting to dry at the end though?
I wouldn't say, yes, the water dispersed. It started to dry a little bit. But obviously we're on the wets. The wet started to chew, overheat. There was hardly any puddles around. But just the main thing was just keep hitting all the apexes, braking in the right place and just bring it home. Because I knew I had a reasonable lead, had a reasonable start, and I had a good mid-stint before the pit stop. And that made me obviously a lot ahead of, I knew Jamie was coming behind me. The team was telling me, but I think I just had that gap.
You can never quite ever rest. A safety car in this latter part could have wiped it out, you never know.
Yeah, well that's right. I had to catch the safety car in terms of the train. And I just managed to get there, but then the back markers were there, and just had to be careful getting through and try and pull that lead further.
Look, great job by you and the team, of course. Congratulations.
Right, the team did a great job.
That's going to be yours in a minute. Look, hey.
Yeah, great. No, it's perfect. Good. I mean, miserable conditions, but what a good Saturday. You know, amazing, good quality, good race. One more to go, hopefully.
Congratulations, great stuff. We are going to chat to some more drivers. Just confirm are we still with us down in the pits? Fantastic. Let's go chat to somebody else. Here we go. Car number 55. This was a Searle. Hey, no, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Cracking race, wasn't it? It's from our point of view. Conditions changing throughout the race. Did that make it quite tricky?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was better than qualifying. Qualifying was awful, so you know it's nice to get back to something that we can actually drive on.
Yes.
Safety car cost us at the stops, but you know we tried our hardest to get back to the front, and you know John did a sterling job at the start.
Yeah. Well, look, it was tricky at the start, wasn't it? But we always knew things. The wet could bring a safety car out. I guess it's just one of those things, isn't it?
It's just life, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you can't choose, so it's what it is. But second is still good.
We've got
really good.
We do have another race as well to come up as well, haven't we?
Let's try harder.
Let's try harder. We've done all right. Don't knock it. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Thank you very much. We also have the Praga category as well. Let's head over here and go chat, see if we can find the winners, shall we? Look, just moving the car in a little bit as well. A few happy faces here, I think, are there? Let's, don't knock the champers over, whatever you do though, huh?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the biggest mistake Chippy's made in this race, I think, isn't he, letting the car run into our champagne. I mean, I had to keep it solid at the start. The conditions in qualifying were so bad, we weren't sure if we'd been able to race, so I just had to keep it good at the start. I knew just being up there was what we needed. The others putting on the safety car put us a long way back, but Chippy is just unstoppable, frankly.
Fantastic, tricky conditions, but you managed to get it home.
Yeah, no, incredible race. I mean, massive stint by Richard at the start. This is the first race weekend for the team, first race. I can't thank the guys enough. Really, such an amazing effort, and you know, massive thanks to my sponsors, Webcetera, etc. Core, for making this happen. Honestly, such a good race.
Congratulations,
Thank
well
you.
done. Right, we've actually got a Mini 7s now. It's time to hand back to Dave Goddard for the qualifying action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well done to all our drivers in the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Race, and certainly an endurance race it was. Very, very slippery indeed out there, as it is for the next field we see on track. This is the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge. These are slightly less powerful than the cars that we've seen out earlier on in the Mini Miglia qualifying sessions. The Mini Miglias have a race later on, but the Mini 7s have their races tomorrow. These are the 1000cc engined minis. There's two classes in this class, the main Mini 7 class and also the S class, S for scholarship, which is for the newer drivers. You can tell them because they have a 7 on the front of their number, the 3-digit numbers. Mini 7s opened their season 2 weeks ago at Silverstone on the international circuit, and it was a double win for number 80, Joe Thompson. There he is, the white and red car you can see there, sponsored by the Motorsport School, based at Mallory Park. And young Joe Thompson held off the reigning champion, Jeff Smith, ex-British touring car racer, in both races. Jeff was right on his tail and swapped places with him several times. And that one, Jeff Smith, though, the joint leader of the championship with him at the moment, because Jeff got fastest lap in both races. So they're equal on points. Meanwhile, in the scholarship class, it was Michael Winkworth who took both wins, car number 728. And he leads that championship ahead of Matt Ayres and Greg Dorr. Mini 7s, of course, we mentioned earlier, the longest-serving one-make championship in Britain. Started back in 1966, right at the dawn of mini racing in the UK. Has provided cheap and cheerful, entertaining motorsport ever since. Just as entertaining as their more powerful cousins, the Mini Miglias. There is Jeff Smith, the reigning champion, number 1, or 01, in his General Lee liveried car. Listen out for the Dixie horn on that car as well. 77, that's Andrew Devaney. He's been with the club for many years. There is the number 41, the green car. That's Jonathan Lewis, third in the championship after Silverstone. Number 6, Graham Davis, a veteran of mini racing. 87 is Conor O'Brien. He won the scholarship class last year, moved up to the main championship this year. Also names to look out for, Spencer Wanstall, car number 2, finished runner-up to Jeff Smith last season. The leading lady of Mini 7 racing down this one, number 76, Jo Polly. The daughter of the legendary hot rod racer Joe Polly. No, he preferred Anglias and Toyota Starlets in his career to Minis. But they're already getting sideways, just getting warmed up here. Great stuff. One car we are missing from the booked entry list is Ross Billison, number 49. He's withdrawn. 732 there, the grey car. It's Darren Cox. We'll wait to start and see the time lapse coming through, the flying laps, in about a lap's time. There's Spencer Wanstall in the Mini Spares sponsor car. Mini Spares, big supporters of this championship. Where's Jeff Smith going? That must be a touring car line. They're all running wide through there, just testing the limits through the Wilson hairpin. Jonathan Lewis has got the championship leader, Joe Thompson, behind him there. Spencer Wanstall's going way wide there. They're just having a bit of fun getting the cars warmed up here, these Mini 7 racers. One of the friendliest clubs in British national racing. Swift Tune car there, Nick Swift, tuner of Minis. That's the number 99, Nick Croydon Fowler. He had a great weekend at Silverstone, finished third in the second race, fourth in the championship. Just exploring the limits here at the moment. Love the time you'll see, as Spencer Wanstall did there. They push a little bit too hard and go off, just like that. Whoops. I was about to say, they normally, in drier conditions, they don't tend to brake. They just use the tyres to scrub speed off. But Spencer Wanstall pushed a bit too hard there at Agostini. So Joe Thompson leads the championship jointly with Jeff Smith. Then we've got Jonathan Lewis, Nick Croydon Fowler, and Andrew Devaney, your top five. Then Adam Gould, number 33, who's not here this weekend, completes the top six, along with Lee Roberts, number 4, the other orange car that's out there. Scholarship class, led by Michael Winkworth. Haven't seen him yet on our cameras. Where is Joe Thompson, championship leader, in this 20 minutes qualifying session. Sets the grid for the first of the 2 races tomorrow for the Mini 7s. That takes place at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Their second race at around 3:10 in the afternoon. Bit of news on the junior saloon cars. If you were with us earlier, you'll seen their qualifying session was cancelled. It was just too wet for the youngsters, so they had an acclimatisation session instead. The grid for race 1 tomorrow for the junior saloons, that will be decided by championship order from the first round at Cadwell Park. So they'll line up in championship order due to no qualifying. There's number 20. That's Darren Thomas from Gloucester, very experienced mini racer in the green machine. And behind him is teenager Ryan Taylor, number 784, from Coventry in the Southern Mini and Metro Centre run car. He began racing in another kind of mini, national mini stocks on the short ovals. No big angle iron bumpers on these minis, though. Most of the drivers in national mini stocks go on to move up on the short ovals into the likes of Formula 1 and Formula 2 stock cars, but Ryan choosing to go circuit racing. There's Joe Polly, 76, also comes, as we mentioned, from a short oval family. I think every member of the Polly family has raced at some point. Dave Polly was Formula 2 stock cars national points champion. Even the younger members of the Polly family race in junior categories. Ryan Polly is racing on the circuits as well in Renault Clios. Slip and slide their way around the hairpin, and a bit too much of a slide there. Whoops. 729, Darren Jeremiah has a spin. in his grey machine there. First appearance of the season, he missed Silverstone, the scholarship class driver. Let's have a look at the times coming in then. It's Jeff Smith who has gone fastest, with a time of 2:55.884 on his first flying lap. Only a quarter of a second quicker. Oh, hello. We've lost, that looks like Spencer Wanstall again in the number 2 car. In the distance there, just getting going again. That's up at Oggies. Andrew Devaney is second quickest in the number 77 car. And third fastest, Joe Thompson, number 80, ahead of Jonathan Lewis in the 41. "11 minutes to go in this session. They start to sort themselves out. 27 cars out in this session. As you say, the only driver not present is Ross Billison, number 49. Most of them taking it fairly steady at the moment, with the exception of Spencer Wanstall, who's been off a couple of times. The regular 7 class cars will start at the front of the grid for the races. The scholarship class start behind them 10 seconds after the 7s leave the line. The 7s start on the lights, the scholarship class on a wave of the Union flag. Jeff Smith, a bit of showboating there through the hairpin. That was Dukes of Hazzard. He was getting the thing on the 2 wheels at Silverstone. Hope nobody ends up in that nicely tended farmer's field beyond the hairpin there. I remember seeing Mark Webber, Formula 1 fame, plough into that field in his Formula 3 car here a few years ago. A few years, more like 20 years ago now. Lost his wing going into Rich's corner and just ploughed straight on into the corn. Patrick Watts ended up in there once in his touring car as well. Another famous Mini tuner there, Paul Inch, displayed on the front of Greg Dawes' car, number 712. The black and white flag is out for somebody there. That's the driving standards flag, possibly a warning about exceeding track limits. There's young Ryan Taylor, one of the youngest men in the series, only 17. Made his debut at Thruxton at the end of last season. Greg Daw running wide there in 712. Third in the points in the scholarship division at the moment. Led by Michael Winkworth. Michael Winkworth currently the quickest of the scholarship runners in an impressive 7th overall. He's going well. So Jeff Smith still quickest. He's done a 2:53.737. 1 second clear of Joe Thompson. I think there's a bit of rivalry developing between those two. Andrew Devaney third, then Jonathan Lewis. And Nick Croydon-Fowler rounds out the top 5. Spencer Wanstall is 6th quickest, despite his off. Then Michael Winkworth, Conor O'Brien, Matt Ayres and Ben Butler, number 742. Eight minutes left for the drivers to get their lap times in. There goes Jeff Smith over the line. Same with no spectators. The Jeff Army aren't here to cheer him on as his supporters at home. Great character is Jeff Smith from Kettering. Sponsored by Ball Trucking of Atherstone in Warwickshire. There goes Andrew Devaney, the lime green and white car, as Jeff flings it through the hairpin. He loves doing that. His touring car career sadly ended by injury a few years ago after an accident at Croft, but he's made his comeback, found his home in Minis. A slide there through Palmer's. Reminiscent of John Love and Sir John Whitmore when they used to race Minis to the British Saloon car title back in the 60s. sliding the car around for fun here, is Jeff. That's a bit too much of a slide, though. Nearly onto the grass. Spectacular to watch. Won't help his lap times. Somebody off coming out of the hairpin. Jonathan Lewis has had a mishap there in the 41. He's currently 5th quickest. .252.8, the latest time at the top for Jeff Smith. He's pulling away slowly but surely from Joe Thompson, but car 77 Andrew Devaney has done the fastest first sector of all, a 52.7. See how he gets on, the number 77 car. There is Devaney, the 77, just heading out of Brundle now. He wasn't as quick in the second sector. Yeah, he was a couple of seconds off. Jeff Smith has just done a purple second sector. Here he comes. Fling it into Murray's. Now, what's this lap time going to be for Jeff Smith? Comes up towards the line. 2:52.8 is his fastest time so far. Here he comes, lights ablaze, up against the pit wall almost. His time this time through is a 2:50.815. Has just come in. Well, he's now over 3 seconds quicker than Joe Thompson. He's going faster and faster here, Jeff Smith. And he's looking to take the championship lead from his young rival this weekend. Joe Thompson, phenomenal at Silverstone. He was only 10th in the championship last year. Jeff flings it sideways. Look at that. Like an ice racer through the hairpin. I suppose it is like ice out there in places. Joe Thompson is chasing after him. He's just going through Riches. Andrew Devaney has gone up into second place with a 2:53.005, 2.2 seconds down on the flying Jeff Smith. Quickest in the scholarship class is still Michael Winkworth, but only by 1.2 seconds ahead of Damien Harrington, number 711. He was stymied by a few car problems at Silverstone in the first race, but came back to finish second. And Jonathan Lewis has come to a stop. I think that's on the exit of the hairpin. We saw him have problems there earlier. Trying to get the Motul liveried car going again. Sponsored by Snetterton Speed Shop, so a locally based team. Jonathan Lewis, Snetterton Speed Shop. I believe Johnny Kent is their other driver in the scholarship class, 715. Now he's stuck there. Can't get the things fired again. Joe Polly chasing down the 758 car. It's Matt Ayres. And the red flag has come out because of Jonathan Lewis, presumably stuck on track, exiting the hairpin. So the red flag comes out with just under 3.5 minutes of the session to go. Now, will that be a resumption or not? Everybody has done about 5 or 6 laps, so that might be enough to set the grid. Will we go red and checkered, or will the session resume? Yeah, Jonathan Lewis's car has come to a halt, so that needs recovering. Okay, looks like we have gone red and checkered flags. So that, I think, will be the end of session, as I suspected, for the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge, which means Jeff Smith will take pole position for their first race. Second quickest was number 77, Andrew Devaney. There he is, just coming through Murray's. And third quickest, number 80, Joe Thompson. There he is behind Jeff Smith. Fourth fastest, good effort by number 99, Nick Croydon-Fowler. He's really come on leaps and bounds this year. Fifth fastest overall was Michael Winkworth, but he's a scholarship class driver, so we'll start from the second grid. Fifth quickest of the Mini 7s was Jonathan Lewis, number 41, the car that's brought out the red flag, so he'll start fifth. Sixth fastest of the 7s, number 87, Connor O'Brien. And seventh, number 2, Spencer Wanstall, despite those couple of offs. Eighth, number 20 of Darren Thomas. Ninth, number 4, Lee Roberts. And 10th, number 6, Graham Davis. The other 7s, Joe Polly, 76 in 11th. Number 8, Julian Proctor, who pulled into the pits early on in the session, as did Jordan Sims, number 7 of the famous Mini Racing family. The scholarship class, fastest of them was 728 Michael Winkworth, as the marshals push Jonathan Lewis away. Second of them was number 711 Damien Harrington, and third 742 of Ben Butler. Fourth fastest was 758 of Matt Ayres, and fifth 777, that's Dave Rees. Sixth of the scholarship class, Greg Dorr, number 712. Seventh, 784 Ryan Taylor. Eighth quickest, 732 of Darren Cox. Ninth, number 766, that's Jeff Williams, the northeasterner. 10th, 729 Darren Jeremiah, despite a spin or two. Behind them, 733 James Bryan was 11th. Johnny Kent, 715 was 12th. Mark Chappell, 796 13th. And finally, John Coburn Evans, 763. That's your order for the grid provisionally for Mini 7's race number 1. Their session coming to a premature end with a red flag after Jonathan Lewis got stranded on the circuit. Well, next up, we go even smaller than the Minis. It'll be Supercart's time. We'll soon be introducing Mr. Gary James, who is going to take you through qualifying for the British Supercart Racing Club Super Series. Over 1,500 of you watching on YouTube at the moment, probably many more on Facebook as well, so thank you very much indeed to all of you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to British Automobile Racing Club. Nearly 1,500 likes as well. Thank you very much indeed, all of you. Glad you're enjoying the action. Thank you to all the marshals, braving the conditions out there. Mustn't forget all the pit crews as well. It's not just about the drivers. Their crews in the paddock area, you can see not all of them have the luxury of the garages either to shelter in. Also the medical crews, recovery crews and so on. Everybody here at Snetterton for their efforts. And thanks to our camera crews here at Snetterton as well. So we'll await the Supercarts to emerge from the paddock shortly then for their qualifying session. Mini 7s head back to the paddock on their Dunlop tyres, thanks to Mini Spares and also MED Engineering, supplying engine parts for their support of the championship as well. They'll be out racing tomorrow we'll see the Mini Miglias race a bit later on today, after the Hyundai Coupe Cup have had their single race of the weekend. Close the day with another hour for the Britcar field. A few teams with some repairs to make. Thankfully, no major damage. And we'll see if John Dillon can make it a double. Next up, it will be qualifying shortly for the British Supercart Racing Club, second round of their Super Series. We're awaiting the Supercarts to head out for their qualifying session. Just a bit of clearing up going on out on circuit. You can just see in the distance there up at Corham a car being recovered. I think that might be Spencer Onstall's car. Thanks to the recovery team here at Snetterton. There it is. It's Graham Davis, number 6, who's stopped out on circuit. The yellow car there just being towed back to the paddock. So that's the reason for the slight delay. But well done to all the recovery teams, having to do their job like everybody else is under the current restrictions. It won't be long before spectators are back trackside and we can go racing properly once again. The Supercarts with markedly drier conditions than for their brief free practice session earlier on. A 12-minute qualifying session for them to set the grid for the first of tomorrow's 3 races. 9 AM, the first race will take place. 3 races tomorrow. Then the, I believe, the lap times from race 1 will set the grid for race 2, which is at 11 o'clock. And then 3:45 is race 3. It's all coming up tomorrow. We've got a very busy programme, 14 races, 1 qualifying session, which is the Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. Here come the carts. And we should be able... Okay, the cart's heading out onto track then, so it is now time to hand over to our expert Supercart commentator. For the first time this weekend, we will welcome Gary James.
Get some space to...
Heading out onto track then, so it is now time to hand over to our expert Supercart commentator. For the first time this weekend, we'll welcome Gary James.
Thank you, David. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, Supercart out on track for their 12-minute qualifying session, and with an average lap time round here of between 1 minute 50 and 2 minutes, then potentially the guys are only going to get a chance to get 5 or 6 laps in, so it's crucial to get some track space, and with 48 carts trying to qualify for this session, it's going to be mighty busy. The track surface is still greasy, obviously from the earlier rain. I think most people are going out on either brand new wets or what we call a used scrub set of wets. Certainly no one, I think, is going to be brave enough to go out on slick tyres, so we'll see who and Carl Kinsey, the number 3 cart, leaves pit lane now, so one of the last to go out. But we've got 4 classes out on circuit. We've got the Division 1 supercarts, the twin cylinder carts, top speed probably about 140 mile an hour plus in the dry. Certainly they'll be touching that hopefully tomorrow in the dry at the end of the Bentley Straight, and they've got the yellow number plates with the black numbers. Then we've got the 250 national class, that's single cylinder 2-stroke, white number plates, black numbers. We've got the 454 strokes, red number plates with white numbers, and then the smallest capacity class, the Formula 125 Open, which is blue number plates with white numbers. There's your 4 identifiers, and who do we need to look out first of all? Well, top of the timing screen after 2 laps are the Plain brothers. That's Lee Plain and Luke Plain in the 250 national class. But I think all eyes are going to be on the 24 kart of Liam Morley. Unfortunately missed the last round at Alton Park because he was recovering from leg surgery, and consequently is yet to score in the BSRC Super Series. So Liam Morley keen to get his weekend off to a good start and put that the 24 kart onto the front row. Up into third place at the moment is the 35 kart of Samantha Hempshall, one of our lady drivers. She actually put the kart onto the front row of the grid at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago. So Sam Hempshall already up there in third place, but the lap times, I say, still around the 2-minute 30s. And when you consider that the Division 1 lap record round here, held by Emmanuel Vinoales, is a 1-minute 46.2, you can see obviously how much slower the conditions are at the moment. So it's still the Plain brothers at the top of the table. Then it's Sam Hempshall, Kevin Busby, John Busby, the first of the 450s in 4th place overall, first 450. And then we'll look down to see who's quickest in the twins. And I can see that, yes, here we go, Lee Harpham, a 2-minute 23.7. And earlier on in the wet, he was putting lap times in about 2 minutes 30. But Harpham crosses the line, and it's a 2:15.3, but gets beaten by the 24 kart of Liam Morley making his comeback. So it's going to be a battle between Morley and Harpham. They've been racing in the Division 1 category for a few years now, but they've also been rivals in the Formula 125 Open class a few years back, and Morley won the championship on 2 or 3 occasions, and Lee Harpham was always ended up as the runner-up. But someone else to look out for who's crossing the line now, the 31 kart of Sam Moss, and Sam goes 4th quickest at 2:19.186. Sam set a new lap record at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, and actually took the previous lap record off of Liam Morley. Liam previously held the records for both the Division 1 category and the 125 class, but Sam Moss has now got his name in the record books, the 31 kart. And good to see that the 26 kart of Andy Gulliford, another driver new into the Division 1 category this season. He's moved up from the 250 national class, but had all sorts of problems at Alton Park, couldn't get the motor to run properly, and then managed to get out in the final race, and then promptly threw it off the circuit at Cascade. So not a good weekend for Andy Gulliford, but back out on track for this one, and trying to see where he slots in on the screen. Yeah, 9th quickest to 2:22.25 for Andy Gulliford at the moment. Martin Marks crosses the line, the 53, and then it's chased by his son, the 124. So the Marks, father and son, running in close proximity, going through Riches now, and I think that was Liam Morley back through again, a 2:13.427. So he's now got a comfortable buffer of 1.8 seconds over Lee Harpham in second place. Harpham, in fact, crosses the line, and it is Morley that's on his tail. So we'll keep an eye on for the 47 and the 24 running nose to tail. And if I can quickly, I'll try and run you through the lap. So they've just gone through Riches, and in a Division 1 kart, they're approaching Riches about 138 mile an hour. They'll knock it back 1 gear to 5th, then foot on the floor again, grab 6 as they go up towards the Wilson's hairpin. Back down, heavy braking at Wilson's, first gear, accelerate out of Wilson's up towards Palmer, and Morley still on the tail of Harpham as they head towards Agostini. Another sharp braking corner, probably down to about second gear for the Agostini left-hander. Then it's exit Agstein's run out a little bit onto the curb, then it's a quick flick left through Hamilton as they approach the Oggies tight right-hander. That's heavy braking down to second gear. They let the kart run out a little bit onto the exit curb, miss the second apex, and then it's foot to the floor through Williams, third gear, fourth gear, and accelerate up onto the Bentley straight. Down the Bentley straight where they'll accelerate through the gears, and in dry, perfect conditions. I think Liam, when I spoke to him earlier on today, on the data logger yesterday, he was touching 142 just before the bridge at the Nelson Rundle complex. So it's through Nelson Rundle, then onto the bomb hole. They'll hold fourth gear through the bomb hole, and there's a bit of a nasty bump for the karts on the exit, but try and avoid that. Let the kart run out onto the exit curb before they'll grab fifth. Coming round Coram into now the very tight Murray's final left-hander. It's really down to second gear for that heavy braking again. Run the curb on the inside if you can, but there is a bit of a sausage curb there, so it's difficult to take a tight line, but let the kart run out, and say Morley crosses the line, accelerates up through into sixth gear, and that was a 2-minute 11.6, and still quickest overall from Lee Harpham. So Andy Waite crosses the line, arm in the air, the 18 kart that heads down towards Riches and holds it onto the inside line. So unfortunately blocks a couple of the drivers behind, but we've got 1 minute 46 left on the clock, and it's still Morley quickest from Harpham. Then it's Tom Rushforth, the 0 kart, in third spot from Matt Robinson, the 84 kart. Now Matt new into Division 1 category this season. Previously was English champion in the 125s and won the club championship in the 125s last season, but stepped up into Division 1 category this year. Has bought the ex-Andy Bird Anderson chassis. Andy Bird won the British Championship back in 2019. So Matt Robinson there in fourth place. Then it's Sam Moss in fifth. And looking back to see the quickest of the 250 Nationals is the 29 kart of Tom Hatfield, just ahead of his teammate, the 4 kart of Curtis Seymour. Lee Plain back down there, 11th overall, but third in class. And let's see, Clint Bridge leading the 125 Opens. That's the 23 kart. And quickest in the 450s looks like it's the 59 kart of Nick Flint. Luke Clempson, the 15 kart, leaves the pit lane back out onto circuit, as does the 47 of Lee Harpham. So Harpham made a quick pit stop, but with 32 seconds left on the clock, it's not going to be a flying lap, as Morley crosses the line again and does improve again, a 2:11.565, but Morley hits a bit of traffic going through Riches, but he's still 1.8 seconds clear of Lee Harpham. 101 crosses the line, and that's Lee Plain, and does improve on his time, a 2:21.075, moves up to second in class and 10th overall. The grids for tomorrow will be as they finish the session, so the different classes won't be split out, so you will have a mixture of Division 1s, 250s, 450s and 125s all mixed in together. Checker flag goes out, Sam Moss gets across the line, does improve for a 2:16.445 to go fifth quickest. Paul Platt, the Grand Prix winner and 5 times British champion, and Paul Platt ends up at the moment 15th overall, and that's 6th in class. Clint Bridge into pit lane, the 23 car. I think Clint Bridge is still quickest in the 125, so 2:27.653. Mark Pask crosses the line, the 57 kart, and does improve and goes up to 17th overall, 11th in the Division 1 category. And Andy Gulliford finishes the session, the 26 kart. And Andy Gulliford 8th overall and 8th in class. And Lee Harpham does cross the line, but obviously that was an outlap from the pit lane. Still waiting to see if the 24 kart of Liam Morley comes through. In fact, no, Morley into pit lane, so aborted that last lap. Did get mixed up with a little bit of traffic, so no improvement for Liam Morley, but still there at the top of the times, 2:11.565, and a nice comfortable buffer. A nice comfortable buffer over Lee Harpham. So we'll quickly run through the top 6 before I nip downstairs and try and get some interviews with the guys. So 24 quickest Liam Morley. Second is the 47 kart of Lee Harpham. Third is the 0 of Tom Rushforth. Fourth is the 84 kart of Matt Robinson. Fifth quickest, the 31 kart of Sam Moss. And sixth is the 18 kart of Andy Waite.
Well, thanks very much to Gary James. Good to have him with us on the Supercarts this weekend. And Liam Morley, as expected, goes fastest by over a second and a half in their qualifying session. Returning after some surgery, as we heard there. Missed the first round at Alton Park. He and Lee Harpham clear at the top in that first session for the Supercarts. Their first race takes place at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Join us bright and early for the second day of our coverage from here at Snetterton on BARC TV. Next up on track today, we will have the Carbonate Lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. First time we've seen them on BARC TV. The cars will be up to the grid fairly shortly, so we'll give you some background info on the series. It's founded by John Winter, ex-racer. He did compete in the series in its first few years. John, former racer in Toyota MR2s, among other things. He's raced radio control cars as well. Runs a vehicle graphics company in Milton Keynes named Exit 13. So named because it's next to Junction 13 of the M1. And John came up with this budget-conscious single-make race series aimed at the newcomer to racing. Very cheap to compete in. It can cost as little as £2,500 to get a car onto the grid for the Coupe Cup. Generation 1, 2 and 3 Hyundai Coupes has got a great grid of 25 of them here to go racing this weekend. We should have had, it's down to 24, one withdrawal. Alan Evans not able to race this weekend. If you're a complete novice or an experienced racer, you're welcome in the Coupe Cup. We'll see a great mix of raw talent and experience in our race coming up. It's a longer race this weekend. They normally have 2 sprint races. They've got a longer 30-minute race this weekend. They run a strict set of construction rules using control parts to keep things virtually standard between the cars in the Korean-made machines. You can buy a race-prepared car, you can prepare your own. You can pick up a Hyundai coupe for only a few £100 used, fit it with the required control parts and be ready to go for about £2,000 or £3,000. The easiest option is a couple of the teams. You can hire a race-prepared car, Misty Racing and also Alex Kersley's team, who we'll see on the grid today, hire cars out. Price includes the use of the car, tyres, fuel, transport, trackside support. All you need is your club membership, your race entry fee, turn up to the circuit with your race licence and overalls and helmet. All you need is an ARDS licence. And you can go racing. Great fun to drive the Hyundais. As I mentioned during the qualifying session, I managed to wangle a couple of laps of Silverstone at the launch day last year in Michael Evans' car, and I'm eternally grateful to him for that. It was scary but brilliant fun lapping Silverstone in one of the Hyundais. And we'll bring you the grid fairly shortly for this single race this weekend for the Coupe Cup. Let's bring it up on my screen. Well, the cars will be on their way out of the paddock fairly shortly, so we'll bring you the grid in advance of this race. In pole position, it is a debutant in the series, but an experienced racer. Number 89, Shane Stoney. In the past, he's been Mini Challenge champion. He's been a Radical sports car champion as well. His dad, Chris, raced the car in the opening meeting of the year in April at Cadwell Park. Shane has promptly stuck it on pole by a very clear margin here today. He lapped almost 5 seconds quicker than number 25, James Goodwin, who has qualified alongside him in the Michael Banks cars entered machine. The second row of the grid, number 32, newcomer this year in the Revolution racing car, number 32, Mark Jones from Portsmouth, lines up alongside number 17, former series winner, Wayne Rockets, in car number 17, in the Rockets of Denmead car, the car dealer from Hampshire. Wayne Rocket won the series 2 years ago, took a year out of racing to concentrate on family matters last year, but he's back and looking to win the series again. It is a series, this one, not a championship. They don't race for points. Row 3 is the Generation 3 car of number 69, Alistair Dendy. He took the first win for a Gen 3 car at Cadwell Park in John Winter's old car that he previously raced in the series. Alistair, a garage owner from Milton Keynes, a near neighbour of John Winter's business, I believe. And Alistair has competed with John's team in the Citroen C1 series as well. We'll see their 24-hour race at Silverstone at the end of this month. He lines up alongside the number 10 of Matt Mitter. The fourth row, number 9, Eddie O'Kane, the boss of O'Kane Irish Foods. And alongside him, number 18, a newcomer this weekend, Mark Brunning, driving his father Ian's car, number 18. The fifth row, number 5, which is Michael Evans, alongside number 27, Darren Banks. Then on row 6, we've got number 12, Stuart McLaren, driving the car that Mark Dickin used to win the series last year. He's moved on to race Honda Civics this year as Dicko. So Stuart McLaren lines up here alongside number 48, Nick Flowers. Row 7, number 38, Darren Ford, a newcomer this year. Lines up alongside 87, XMR2 racer Neil Hurren. Row 8 is number 28, Paul Lorry, alongside 888, which is Barney Francis. Row 9, number 88, Alex Kersley. Now, he'll be disappointed with that, so watch for him coming through the field now conditions have dried out. It's very wet for qualifying this morning. Alongside him, 75, which is Dan Fletcher. 10th row, number 19, Johnny Rockets. Great name, that is, I have to say. Son of Wayne. Never driven a car before he did a couple of track days earlier this year and straight out into his first race at Cadwell Park. He lines up alongside 26, Roger Owens. The 11th row, number 65, Spencer Hirons. Number 16, Andrew Holmes, lines up alongside him. And the final row, 77, Thomas Taylor, and 94, Ursula Jordan, the ex-kart racer. Watch for her from the back of the grid. So the car's being marshalled into position, and then I think they'll do a green flag warming up lap before the race gets underway. A 30-minute race. I think everybody is there. Should be 24 cars on the grid, as we say, just the one car that withdrew. Alan Evans withdrawing from the weekend. After they've moved off on the green flag lap, I think. Okay, the car's moving off shortly then for their green flag lap. Looks like they're all there. I can't see any gaps on the grid. Shane Stoney will start as the favourite. He was several seconds clear in qualifying. That's the Generation 3 coupe. Generation 1 cars have the double headlights. And Generation 2 with the larger single headlights, like Nick Flowers and the red car there. It's got one kart, by the look of it, being cleared from the circuit. We can see there in the background to the paddock. While a couple of karts are being cleared off the circuit, so we can hand down to the pits where earlier Ian Waterhouse caught up with the man in 6th on the grid, Matt Mitter.
Fine, so you backed away and sensible?
Just backed away, kept it really sensible, and then unfortunately in every sector I was 2 seconds quicker before the red flag came out. I got under the bridge, saw the red flag, and I knew it was going to be a quick one, so it's just unfortunate. I think I fancied I'd been probably 4th without it, really.
Okay, fantastic. Look, we might even get a bit of a dry race. What are you thinking? That might be the case?
Yeah, obviously the way the grids look, it's a bit as like someone's throwing a bomb on it, really.
Yeah.
And a lot of drivers that are, we'll be looking in the mirrors plenty, put it that way.
So we're expecting high drama in this race. Is that what you're promising us, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic, Matt. Thanks so much for talking to us. All right, there we go. We've got a promise of high drama in the first race for the Hyundai Coupe Cup. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through all of the action. You're not going to want to miss this.
Well, good to hear from Matt Mitter there, lining up 6th on the grid in the black Value Rater sponsored car. And you can see, if you missed qualifying this morning there, you could see just how wet it was here at Snetterton this morning. It was pouring down during qualifying. Thankfully, things have cleared up now just a little. The track is still a bit slippery. In position and ready to get the green flag lap underway for these Hyundai coupes. So Shane Stoney and Wayne Rocket, I reckon, are going to be the two to watch here as they move off for the green flag lap. It's just a lap of the circuit to get heat into their tyres. You can see them weaving there. Shane Stoney, experienced racer, very quick indeed on pole position. There's number 69, Alistair Dendy. He had a win on opening weekend at Cadwell Park. The other race went to Alex Kersley. He's further back on the grid, number 88. Just got a glimpse of him there. Only 17th on the grid. He'll be disappointed with that. Now it's dried out a bit, he'll try to come through. The Gen 3 car developed by John Winter himself. Driving the car, Alistair Dendy is racing today. There is James Goodwin, number 25, second on the grid. That's a Gen 2 car. It's the Gen 1 cars that have the single headlights and Gen 2 with the double headlights. Not the wrong way round earlier, apologies there for any Hyundai aficionados. Checkered liveried car there of Mark Jones, third on the grid. Good effort by him. There's Eddie O'Kane, the white and maroon car. Michael Evans in yellow and purple. The Cadbury's caramel livery, as I sometimes call it. Great fun and enjoyable series, this one. Nobody takes it too deadly seriously. They don't race for points, they race purely for enjoyment. There is an unofficial series winner crowned at the end of the year. Last year it was Mark Dickin. It'll be a new name this year because Mark's moved on up, and the black and orange car there, that's Mark's car from last year, being driven by Stuart McLaren. His wife was in our YouTube comments earlier on, cheering him on. A longer race than some of these drivers are used to, 30 minutes. Down the Bentley straight up towards Brundle. In through Nelson and the bomb hole. I've just mentioned Mark Dickin. I've just had a message from him here in the commentary box. He's watching on. So Stuart McLaren, be careful with Dicko's old car. He'll be racing his Honda Civic at various events this year. There's another Gen 3 car, that's Barney Francis, 888. There's Johnny Rocket, teenager. Only a couple of track days before his race debut at Cadwell Park. He's never even driven on the road. Same livery, the blue and white halves as his dad's car, but with green wheels and mirrors. Wayne's wheels and mirrors on his car are pink. See a dry line has emerged there at Murray's. Nick Flowers in the red car. So they come forward to line up then, ready for 30 minutes of one-make race action from these coupes. I'm looking forward to this. They're normally very close and competitive, very evenly matched cars. Shane Stoney in the blue car on the left, in the white and red car, James Goodwin on the right. Second row, the almost checkered liveried car of Mark Jones, and the blue and white halves of Wayne Rocket. Every car on the grid, including Tommy Taylor and Ursula Jordan, who had problems in qualifying. Andrew Holmes was struggling a bit as well. The teams have worked hard to get them out for this one. I've got no idea who's going to win this. This is going to be really close. Green flag waves from the marshal at the back of the grid. And here we go with the Hyundai Coupes, and Shane Stoney has bogged down. One car doesn't get going. I think that was Stuart McLaren struggling away. James Goodwin trying to take the lead. Mark Jones tries to lean on Shane Stoney as they head down towards the first corner. He's made a terrible start, Shane Stoney. Wayne Rocket up into second place in the 17. Round the outside, Matt Mitter's got a good getaway from 6th on the grid. He's up into 3rd. Stoney's down to 5th behind Jones as they go round Rich's corner for the first time. Up towards the Wilson hairpin, it's James Goodwin from the outside the front row in the 25. Lifting a wheel there, he's going to run wide into the hairpin. Chased by Wayne Rocket. Let's hope they all make it round. 3rd is Matt Mitter in the number 10. Great start by him. They head down towards the left-hander at Palmer's for the first night. See how much the circuit has dried out from earlier on. It's James Goodwin, number 25, looking for his first win in the series here, who leads the way. Mark Jones sideways there, and even more sideways Eddie O'Kane. It's slippery, more slippery than it looks there. O'Kane on the grass. Bit of rally crossing from him there. Yeah, Stuart McLaren was the car that got the poor getaway. He's dropped almost to the back of the field. 69 of Alistair Dendy past the 32 of Mark Jones. Chasing Shane Stoney, who's back up into 4th place. Jones losing a couple of places with that slide. Pulling out there to try for a pass 27. Darren Banks back in the midfield. Will start to string out, sort themselves out. At the back of the field there, Spencer Hirons in the 65 car. They go up towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. Very busy in the lower reach to the field, but it's Goodwin who leads through Williams Corner for the first time onto the Bentley Straight. Rocket in 2nd place, that's Rocket Senior. The rest of them start to string out behind. There's Nick Flowers, the red car. Michael Evans has dropped back a bit, as has Paul Lorry. Stuart McLaren with a bit of smoke there. Well, Mark Dickin, as I said, that car's previous owner is watching. I think that number 12 car of McLaren got a wallop as it came off the grid. We've got a bit of a contretemps there at the back. I think somebody's... yes, there's been a coming together there. Oh dear, that's the 38 of Darren Ford. He's crashed into Andrew Holmes by the look of things. I wonder if that was caused by Stuart McLaren slowing down there with that damage. And look at the state of Darren Ford's car. I'd say that's very much the end of his weekend, because they've got just the one race. Of course, there's more problems. So that's Johnny Rocket on the grass, trying to avoid the recovering Eddie O'Kane. I said this would be frantic. Goodness me, they're just getting used to the slippery conditions out there. Ursula Jordan behind them. Stuart McLaren's still going, despite that bit of smoke. Tommy Taylor behind them in the 77 car. And the safety car, not surprisingly, is coming out because of that crash on the Bentley Straights. Okay, so the safety car will come out. James Goodwin, your leader. And we'll hopefully see a replay of whatever happened there coming out of the Williams corner for the first time. There we see. Oh, Andrew Holmes spun and wallop. Oh dear, Darren Ford nowhere to go into the side bin, but he'd already got caught up with somebody else there. That's end of game for Andrew Holmes and for Darren Ford. So the safety car will pick up race leader James Goodwin. It's Wayne Rocket in 2nd. Shane Stoney in 3rd after bogging down at the start. Alistair Dendy in the 2nd of the Generation 3 cars is 4th. Matthew Mitter has dropped back to 5th. And rounding out the top 6 is Mark Jones. So the safety car heads them round them. Now, where is Alex Kersley? There he is. He started back in 17th. Normally a front runner. He's only made up 2 places so far. The Lancaster Insurance sponsored car. Works for the MG Owners Club, restoring classic MGs. Nice work if you can get it. Number 25, James Goodwin out front in the Michael Banks cars entered machine. 75 quite well up there. That's Dan Fletcher in the all-white car. Well, safety car out, but it's quite a long race here. You can see the marshals in the background there sweeping up the debris. Andrew Holmes and Darren Ford, the 2 cars out of the race. Stuart McLaren is still going, but may have some damage. You can see the Snetterton fire tender on track there. Fine fleet of coupes out there. When the championship, when the series rather first started, it was only single figures of cars. Was John Winter built up the series, and he can look on with a lot of pride at these drivers and cars now. It's 888, that's Barney Francis. Made his debut at the end of last season. In one of the Gen 3 cars, which is becoming increasingly popular. Lists Snetterton as one of his favourite circuits as well, Barney. In one of the Misty Racing cars. As we say, Misty Racing do have these cars available for hire if you want to have a go yourself. Costs only a few £100 for the full package. There's Mark Brunning, our debutant. He's got Neil Hurren behind him, the Evo Recruit car. The lights are still on top of the safety car, so we will do at least one more lap. When those lights go out, the pack will be unleashed that time through. Just over 22.5 minutes on the clock, so we'll sure get plenty of racing laps in. You can see from our camera above the start line there how the circuit has dried out. It's great to see. It really was very treacherous earlier on. The marshals with a rapid clean-up. I think the concern was that one of those cars was leaking fuel. That's why we saw the fire tender go round as a precaution. Yeah, there we can see the fluid being put down. That's the end of Darren Ford's race. He's a cleaning company boss, runs Focus Commercial Cleaning. Maybe you could help with the sweeping up. Hope he's all right. And Andrew Holmes as well, the Yorkshireman in the 16 car. '25 James Goodwin looking for his first Coupe Cup victory. Although Wayne Rocket, I'm sure, will be ready to pounce on this restart. Shane Stoney, likewise. That's rather rescued in this safety car period because of his poor start. It was his first time in the car from a standing start, to be fair to him. In Radicals, he was used to rolling starts. Alistair Dendy behind them. He's done some of his racing in the Citroen C1 series. He runs a Volkswagen Audi specialist garage. He is the blue and orange and white car there in 4th place. Behind him, Matt Mitter, heard from him earlier. And then Mark Jones, and then Mark Brunning on his debut, up there in 7th place in his dad Ian's car. Neil Hurren is next. Then Banks, Fletcher, Francis, Flowers, Michael Evans in the number 5. Paul Lorry and Alex Kersley, eager to make progress. Ursula Jordan there, the white and blue car. Tommy Taylor in 77. Then 65, that's Spencer Hirons, and Roger Owens has dropped to the back of the pack in number 26. See the cars there still on the Bentley Straight, the flatbed recovery vehicle in attendance. It's quite a nasty wallop that Darren Ford took there. I hope he's all right. There's Roger Owens, number 26. Business consultant from Caterham in Northants. First race was in 2019 in the Hyundais. Donington Park as his favourite circuit. The series will be off there later this year. Safety car still out. Hopefully we'll get some racing laps in soon under green. After this is our next race, which is for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. That promises to be a cracker. And then we've got another 1 hour race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Andrew Holmes' car is being towed off by one of the pickup trucks. Darren Ford's car is requiring the flatbed. I think there's Andrew Holmes' car behind the Volkswagen Amarok. The man from Barnsley. It's a Misty Racing run car. Made his debut. Just go, look at the state of that. Darren Ford straight into his passenger door. Car prepared by Misty Racing. As you mentioned, you can hire a car from them. Try racing for yourself. Shouldn't be too much longer now, hopefully, once the car is on the flatbed. Following in single file, no overtaking. The light's still on at the moment on top of the BMW. Remember, when they go out, it means the safety car is in this lap and we can go racing again. Forget our next BARC TV coverage is on Bank Holiday Monday, May the 31st. Classic Touring Car Racing Club taking centre stage. That's at Donington Park with all of their various classes. Also the Kumho BMW Championship and the Mighty Minis as well. Scheduled to appear at that meeting. That's May the 31st at Donington Park. Well, past the halfway point in this race. Past 15 minutes to go on the timer. Clock doesn't stop during safety car laps. Lights are still on. See how the clear up is going on Bentley Straights. And the lights go out on the BMW, so we're going racing this time. So it'll be a race of just under 14 minutes. Now watch for Rocket and Stoney as they get up towards Riches. They can't pass until they cross the start-finish line, of course. They have to stay single file. Once the pace car is in the pit lane, it'll be up to James Goodwin to judge the start. Try to keep his lead. Alistair Dendy's lurking there as well, looking for his second win of the season. The other winner on opening weekend was Alex Kersley, and he's only 15th. Michael Evans in the number 5. Petrol cap's come open on his car. There's Paul Lorry, number 28. On this damp but drying circuit here at Snetterton. We're almost ready to go racing once again. Nervous times for James Goodwin. Can he hang on in front? Looking for his first win. Wayne Rocket, a former series winner. Shane Stoney, a champion in several disciplines. Two big hitters behind him here. And look at this, James Goodwin's not hanging about. He's pulled away from the rest of the field, trying to create some breathing space, ready for the restarts. They'll come down towards the start-finish line. The green flag about to be waved. And here we go. Up towards the line. They can't pass until the line. Shane Stoney's already trying to position himself. They head down towards Rich's corner. What will be the 5th time in this carbonate lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres race. James Goodwin has held his advantage, chased by Wayne Rocket. Shane Stoney having a look. They go up towards Wilson's hairpin. 4th place is Dendy, then it's Mitter, Jones and the rest of them. And look at Shane Stoney. That's a brave move right up the outside. He's going to try and take 2nd place. He won't get past James Goodwin, who's run wide. He had to lift off there, Shane Stoney. He's on the bumper of the race leader, but Rocket is there alongside him. 3 of them for the lead as they head down towards Palmer's. Stoney trying to squeeze past both of them. They could be 3 wide into Palmer's here. This is going to be interesting. Side by side for second. Goodwin has held his lead. Stoney forces Rocket to go wide towards the curb. Dendy's there to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong behind them. The rest of them go streaming through. And Rocket has the widest Hyundai Coupe in Britain right now, holding that 2nd place. That's allowed Goodwin to escape into the lead. Look at Dendy round the outside of Shane Stoney. Can he get the car stopped in time? The 2 Gen 3 cars side by side, and Rocket's run wide on the exit. They're going to be 3 wide up towards Hamilton's here. Caught in the middle is Alistair Dendy. He's trying to go through the middle as they come up towards Hamilton's, then on to Oggy's. James Goodwin has the lead as they come up towards the right-hander. But who's going to appear in 2nd place? They were 3 wide on the way in. The slippery surface flag being displayed by the marshals because of the clear up from the incident there. Who's going to appear in 2nd place? Dendy's got through the middle. That's brilliant by Alistair Dendy in the 69. Stoney 3rd. Rocket is down to 4th. Oh, Dendy's run wide as I say that, coming onto the Bentley straight, onto the mud. That's going to lose him momentum. Bit of rally crossing there, and through will go Shane Stoney into 2nd place. Wayne Rocket says, I'll have some of this as well, and forces his way into 3rd position. He's going to go for 2nd now on the inside at Brundle. This is brilliant racing for 2nd place. Rocket goes through and he's back to 2nd again. Or is he? Or is it? Because Shane Stoney's there. Oh, there was contact there, I think. Very slight, but it was enough to send Rocket out wide onto the curb. Dendy back at the inside. They're going to be 3 wide again. This is terrific stuff. This is like touring car racing. And meanwhile, James Goodwin is saying, well, while you're all squabbling for 2nd place, I'm going to clear off, put my foot down and pull away into the lead. Rocket's held that 2nd place now. It's Stoney in 3rd place. 4th is Alistair Dendy. Stoney looking a bit shaky there in that 3rd place. It's still slippery out there. Meanwhile, Matt Mitter is still 5th. Mark Jones 6th. And Mark Brunning is 7th. Then it's Neil Hurren, Darren Banks and Dan Fletcher completing the top 10 as they come through to complete the lap. Over the line they go. 5 laps completed. 1.6 seconds is the lead for Goodwin over Wayne Rockets. Stoney in 3rd. Then it's Dendy. Mitter still 5th. There's Alex Kersley. Where's he up to? He's 13th now. He's got ahead of Nick Flowers and Paul Lorry. Here they come down towards Wilson's hairpin. Alistair Dendy not close enough to attack for 3rd place. Rocket again tries to attack for the race lead. Closed up under braking there on James Goodwin. See, it's still a bit wet offline there on the exit. Very easy to slide wide onto the curbs or onto the grass. Down towards Palmer. Goodwin led at the line by 1.6 seconds. Less than that now. Wayne Rocket has got him in his sights. There's Matt Mitter. Further back in 5th. The top 4 are pulling away. Here they are. Goodwin, Rocket, Stone, Dendy. Alistair Dendy, the Unit 18 automotive car. Volkswagen Audi Group specialists. It's Hyundai's. He's having to be a specialist at the moment as Stoney has another look. Trying to take Wayne Rocket in the Rockets of Denmead car for 2nd position. He's going to have to go like a rocket if he's going to catch James Goodwin here. This is great stuff. Just over 9 minutes of this race to go. Up towards Williams. They'll head onto the Bentley straight. Then it'll be in the braking area for Brundle where attacks can be made. Are we going to see any slipstreaming here? The leaders run a bit wide there. You see the bit of dirt being kicked up. And yes, he's lost momentum. He's going to lose the lead because here comes Wayne Rocket up alongside him. Goodwin needs to keep it to the inside here, but no. Rocket's got the overlap and he's through, and so is Shane Stoney. Wayne Rocket has the lead then. Goodwin, he just ran a bit wide there as they came onto the Bentley straight. Very easy to do, and he's gone from 1st to 3rd. Wayne Rocket in the half and half car. Oh, he's run wide again. Coming out of Nelson's there into the bomb hole. And Shane Stoney is poised to attack now for the lead. Through the bomb hole up towards the right-hander at Coram. It's long right-hander round into Murray's, the final corner of the circuit. Lots of racing still to come, just over 8 minutes to go in this Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Solo race of the weekend. Dendy is up to third. Now he's got ahead of James Goodwin. Then a gap back to Mitter. Looks as though Mark Brunning is up into 6th place, our newcomer. He's going well. Over the line they go. What's the lead gap going to be? Rocket from Stoney, and Stoney did the fastest lap of the race that time through, 2:33.79. He's half a second behind Wayne Rocket, so he's within striking distance. Out of Riches. Up towards Wilson's hairpin. Shane Stoney again later on the brakes in the Gen 3 car. It's the Generation 2 Coupe. It holds the lead against over the curb there on the exit. Here comes Stoney. He's going to dive to the inside. No, you don't, says Wayne Rocket. It's weaving all over the place. Those frantic Shane Stoney. Dendy in 3rd place, and James Goodwin starting to drop away now into 4th. Comparing his lap times to that of Mitter, they're about the same. So Matt Mitter in the black car there is in 5th. A little bit of smoke possibly from the back of his car. Brunning is up to 6th. Mark Jones 7th. Then Neil Hurren is 8th. Rockets runs wide through the exit of Agostini. This is Shane Stoney's opportunity. He's surely going to go through. Wayne Rocket just a little bit eager there through Agostini. He's lost the lead. Through goes Shane Stoney to take it up. The pole sitter made a poor start, but he's fought back. Up towards Oggies, then to Williams, and onto the Bentley straights. Wayne Rocket is fighting back. Right on the bumper there of the Gen 3 machine as they head into Williams. He should try and get in the slipstream as they go down the Bentley straight and get to the left. Shane Stoney needs to stay on the left here. Stoney will hold the inside line as they come down towards the left-hander. Rocket trying to go round the outside, trying to position himself so he's on the inside for the next corner at Nelson. Alistair Dendy watching on in car 69 for 3rd. Can Rocket get up the inside? No, he's gone wide again. He always does there. He got down the inside, but he's just too eager into that corner. He's too late on the brakes every time. There's Matt Mitter. He's being caught by Mark Brunning for 5th place. And then we've got Mark Jones, Neil Hurren. 9th it is Darren Banks, and Alex Kersley is up to 10th. And Dan Fletcher, Barney Francis and Michael Evans, they're having a good old scrap for 12th position. Lead battle is still raging on at the front. There's Neil Hurren, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer in the 87. He's in 8th place. There go the leaders over the line. Stoney ahead of Rockets, then Dendy. There goes Goodwin. He's dropping away now. His lap time's about 3 seconds slower than the 3 ahead of him. 5 minutes to go. Oh, and Shane Stoney is run wide. He's under the grass, so is Rocket. They both go wide. Wayne Rocket's heading for the farmer's field. What's happened there? They just suddenly seem to hit the wet outside line. Now Stoney has held his lead. Dendy is up to 2nd. Rocket, who went right off onto the grass, is down to 3rd. These cars now really do look like they've been rallycrossing. Rallycross is taking place elsewhere today at Liddon Hill. So Alistair Dendy up to 2nd. Now it's Gen 3 cars 1 and 2. There's Darren Ford with the remains of his car. You can see the state of that car now after the accident early on. Look at the mess that's in after he hit Andrew Holmes' spinning car. Meanwhile, there are the leaders. The 2 Gen 3 cars. Starting to get a little more spaced out now. With Shane Stoney. First rose to prominence in junior saloon cars before he moved to the Mini Challenge in its infancy with the BMW Minis. Then moved up to radical sports cars. His dad Chris raced this car at the season opener for the Coupe Cup at Cadwell. And here's a busy midfield. Ursula Jordan there. She's going well in the 94. There's Johnny Rockets. Many people's favourite name this weekend. Battling it out with the Tommy Taylor, number 77, who started from the back. Ursula Jordan made the move up last year from karting. Scored a fine 6th place in the opening race of the season in Lincolnshire. Chasing Paul Lorry, that's the battle for 14th place. Behind them, Nick Flowers, Johnny Rockets, Tommy Taylor, Eddie O'Kane and Roger Owens. Eddie O'Kane never really recovering from his off on the first lap. 3 retirements so far, the 2 cars involved in the accident. We also lost Stuart McLaren, who pulled into the pits with a bit of damage. Alex Kersley is now on the move in the 88, the Lancaster Insurance car. We call that car the Lancaster Bomber, and he's certainly bombing his way up the order here. He's got past Darren Banks in the 27, now going for Neil Hurren in the 87. Through Murray's. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. So I think they've got this lap they're on, plus 1 more to go now. For Shane Stoney, Alistair Dendy and Wayne Rockets, they're covered by 1.6 seconds. There is your leader coming through the hairpin. And Rocket is fighting back. Look at the mud on the front of his car. Good job this isn't a night race. His headlamps are completely covered. Shane Stoney has pulled away slightly now to the tune of about 1.5 seconds. Is it going to be a 1-2 for the Generation 3 cars? Wayne Rocket might have something to say about that. He's sizing up Alistair Dendy here. Swing their way through Agostini. This time it's Dendy's turn to run wide. Under pressure. 1 minute 40 to go. Now, will it be checkered flag this time, or will they get 1 more lap in? I think it's going to be close. Oh, that's a spinner. That's 27. That's Darren Banks, and he's lost his front bumper there. Now, there must have been some contact there, possibly with... who was he battling with? Neil Hurren was near him, and Alex Kersley as well. So, maybe some contact there. The front valance hanging off now. If that drags around at the side of the car, he'll be flagged in to remove that with the black and orange flag. Recovered well, though. Here's the leader coming into Brundle. Shane Stoney. From Dendy. And Wayne Rockets, after his mud plugging up at Rich's corner. As I said, you don't want to go into that farmer's field next to the circuit. You won't get out from there without the help of a tractor. Through the bomb hole towards Coram. Looks like they will get 1 more lap out of this. There's just over 30 seconds left on the clock. But now for Shane Stoney. He's pulling away in front. Looks like he'll be plain sailing on this last lap. On his own in 4th now is James Goodwin, the early leader. And there is 27. His bumper now stuck under the car. Darren Banks. Over the line they go, and yes, Stoney pulled away by over a second on that last lap. He's heading for victory. They're into the last lap now. Clock just about to count down to 0 as they go through Rich's. Goodwin on his own in 4th, then Matt Mitter still there in 5th. That'll be one of his best results in the series so far. Battle still raging for 2nd, but this is allowing Shane Stoney to pull away. Alex Kersley is now up to 6th. He has come through well, and if it hadn't been for the safety car, he'd probably be up there with the leaders now, given his pace. Mark Jones down to 7th. It's Mark Brunning 8th. And Neil Hurren and Barney Francis. He's going well, rounding out the top 10. The battle for 2nd still not resolved, though. Still Dendy versus Rocket. Dendy runs a little bit wide. He always does there. Wayne Rocket not able to capitalise though. Where's Rocket Jr. back in the pack? He's in 16th place. Through towards Oggies for the last time. Checkered flag will be awaiting them next time around. Here's the battle further back. That's Barney Francis in 10th place. He's got Michael Evans behind him. And then Darren Banks in his now lightweight coupe. Dendy and Rockets are heavyweights because of the amount of mud they've picked up on their cars. Through towards the bomb hole for the last time. Here's a fight at the back of the pack. Nick Flowers, Eddie O'Kane, Tommy Taylor, and at the back Roger Owens. The fight for second won't be resolved till the very last corner, but it's going to be a win for Shane Stoney. He bogged down off the line, but was able to fight back, aided by the safety car. Round Corham they come for the last time into Murray's. It's going to be the second win in the series for a Generation 3 coupe in the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, and it's going to be a win on his debut for Shane Stoney in car number 89. He comes through to take the win. Looks like it could be a photo finish for second place. Look at this, is it going to be Rocket or Dendy across the line? It's Wayne Rocket who gets there on the drag to the line. Cracking finish between those two. He got the better exit from Murray's, takes second by 0.2 of a second, and got the fastest lap on the last lap as well. Oh, Alex Kersley's had a spin on the last corner. All his good work is undone. Dendy took third, and somebody else off as well. Ursula Jordan's had a spin. They're all pushing too hard to gain places on that last lap, you see. James Goodwin fourth, Matt Mitter is fifth, sixth for Mark Jones. Alex Kersley ends up seventh after that last corner spin. He'll be frustrated there. Eighth goes to Neil Hurren. I think we may have lost Mark Brunning and Barney Francis. I think they've had a tangle on the last corner as well, because Michael Evans has come through for 9th. Francis 10th. Darren Banks, completely with the missing front bumper, takes 11th, and Dan Fletcher 12th. Yes, I think we may have lost Mark Brunning in a contretemps on the last lap there, possibly with Barney Francis. That's a great shame, because he was going so well on his debut. He was up to 6th at one point. Yes, we have lost Mark Brunning, so completing the top 10, Barney Francis. 11th went to Darren Banks. 12th, Dan Fletcher. 13th for Johnny Rocket. 14th, Paul Lorry. Completing the top 15 was Nick Flowers. Then we had Eddie O'Kane, Tommy Taylor, Roger Owens, Ursula Jordan. And I think we lost Mark Brunning and possibly Spencer Hirons as well. So a slightly bruising encounter for the Carbonates Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. But a first win on his debut for Shane Stoney in the Generation 3 car. Second Gen 3 win of the season for the man from York. Well, down in Parc Fermé, we can hand over to Ian Waterhouse, who is down there to talk to our top 3.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé, and I've got the guys here, top 3. What a race, wasn't it? It was up and down, and here he is. Shay, congratulations. We spoke after qualifying, you put it on pole, but you didn't have it all your own way in the race. Wow, that was incredible.
Oh, that was hard work. I mean, these boys, they really know what they know how these cars work. We had a bit of a issue with the start. The lights came on, the lights went out, the 5-second board came on, and it was like, oh, what happened here? So, yeah, that was obviously a bit of a nightmare, and obviously I got swamped then, and then we had the safety car for a little while, but. It was good. It was great fun, having to battle with these guys. These guys have been racing these cars all this time. I've sort of jumped in as a bit of a one-off and had a go, but cracking.
Well, I took it home last few laps. You were flying, actually trying track, fastest lap, starting to get a little bit away then in your rhythm.
Once I managed to break the toe. I mean, the toe round here is pretty big. I mean, these cars have got quite big rear wings, so as soon as you broke the toe, you were all right. You could then start driving your line. But when the boys were on the back of me, it was having to drive down the inside, we were overtaking all the time, so it was brilliant fun,
It was great to watch, Shane. Congratulations, Shane Stoney, you winning there. We've got Wayne Rocket, and he certainly was a rocket, wasn't he, in that race? My word, you've got dirt on the front, you've got all sorts of ways. Wow, talk us through that.
That was a lot of fun. It's great having the new guy there, new challenge, and the Gen 3s are obviously properly set up around here.
Let's get Alistair in as well, because it was a cracker, wasn't it?
To battle with Alistair and Shane there, that was a brilliant battle. We love that.
Well, you two were having a good old ding-dong, weren't you? And right at the end, you two were having a good old ding-dong. And Wayne just got you at the end there, Alistair, but it was cracking racing, wasn't it?
I couldn't. I tried so hard to keep him behind. I pushed so hard on the last lap. I didn't have any tyres left to defend at the last corner. But fair play. All three of us, I thought, were really fair. It was really hard.
Yeah.
It was a good race.
It certainly was, guys. Congratulations. Thanks for chatting to us, taking the time. Well done. All smiles here on the Hyundai Coupe Cup. It is almost time for the Mini Miglias, the first race. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much, Ian. Good to hear from our Coupe Cup drivers. Thanks again to Carbonate Lighting and Toyo Tyres for their sponsorship of the series. While we get ready for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge to grid up, we heard from some of the drivers earlier on, Phil Harvey, Colin Peacock and championship leader Andrew Jordan.
Right, I'm down in the very wet Mini Miglia paddock here, and I've decided to come down and have a chat with Phil Harvey. Phil, we were just having a little chat there actually off air, weren't we, and saying puddles out there, it's pretty treacherous conditions in qualifying.
Oh yeah, the puddles, you couldn't just see where they were.
Yeah.
Coming up the main straight, the car would go left or right.
Wow.
You weren't sure where it was going to go when you hit the puddles. And with a limited slip diff as well, it was pulling it all over the place.
Now it's wet now, might dry up for racing action, but it's still going to be damp, isn't it? Is that going to change any thinking for you during the race, or is it just be careful?
Oh, be careful, but it depends how quickly it dries up.
Yeah.
We're about at just after 4 o'clock, so there is a good chance with this wind blowing, it might be a dry enough track to put slicks on.
Really, get the slicks going.
Yeah.
I mean, look, qualifying, you're down sort of the other end of the grid, shall we say, but can you get through?
Maybe. I've got a terrible misfire which I'm trying to find.
I can see the bonnet's actually off, isn't it? We can't get the camera out, it's just too wet.
Yeah.
But I hope you get everything sorted anyway. Thanks for talking to us, Phil. Best of luck for the race.
Thank you.
Stay dry.
Yeah. Impossible.
Impossible. Right, here we are back in the Mini Miglia paddock. I'm here with Colin Peacock, as I was just saying, actually, you qualified 10th, and you want to know how Andrew Jordan went so much quicker.
Yeah, he went 10 seconds quicker. I don't know where he did it. They're going to go find him and get his V-box and look, it just must be somewhere. But I'm just glad to have survived it. You know, you aquaplaning for him all the way around, aquaplaning on the main straight. It's just...
Of course, these minis, they look ultra lightweight as well. It's like ice skating, I suppose, almost out there, wasn't it?
It's absolutely, it is like ice skating. You sort of normally I can sort of drive with one hand on the gear stick just to make sure, but I had to have 2 hands, just try.
Holding on 10 to 2, holding off a bit. It's like driving lessons again.
It's gone that way. It's gone that way. You know.
We're gonna have different conditions for the race, even if it's slightly lighter rain, not as heavy as it has been.
It does dry quickly here, so there'll be someone gambling on slicks if it's a bit wet.
Would it be you? Do you think?
It might be.
You're a gambler, Colin.
I only need to get 2 places, and I'll be on pole for the race tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
there you go. There you go.
So it gets reversed, as you may remember from Silverstone. So I just need to get 2 places, and I'm on pole.
Fantastic.
So but just keep out of trouble. It's a nice red car. It's nice and tidy. So
good man. Good man. No damage. No damage. We don't want to see the damage. Colin, thanks for talking to us. We're going to join you actually and find Andrew. Cheers. Right, here we are with the man who's going to start this Mini Miglia race on pole position, Andrew Jordan. Now, Andrew actually caught up with Colin Peacock a minute ago. He's a man, he's trying to find you. I'm warning you now because he wants to know, how on earth did you go so quick?
Probably a bit out of control. The conditions are so bad. There was part of me that was a bit surprised they're actually running it. There was so much standing water, obviously we are. So, and that was, to be honest, it was just quite low risk. It was, I could see obviously the guys were giving me the time difference on the pit board, and we had quite a gap. So if I needed to go a bit quicker, I could probably go a bit.
Wow. Okay.
Take a bit more risk in certain areas on the standing water.
He won't like hearing that.
No, probably not. So, but yeah, if we can have, I'm starting from the pole, so we'll have a good race and hope some of the standing water goes and it makes it a little bit more enjoyable.
We are expecting it to be perhaps a little bit drier. Is that going to close everybody up to you a bit, do you think?
Yeah, probably. You know, if it's bone dry, the slipstream is massive here, so the race will be very close. Obviously, with the conditions like this, the slipstream isn't really anything. So it's more about getting a neat and tidy lap. So
well, you want to be at the front, don't you? Because
get out the spray. So get out the spray, and if we could get clear on the first lap and get into a nice rhythm and get some sort of tyre temperature over the first couple of laps, that would be nice. But yeah, enjoying it. Nice relaxed weekend.
Good, man. Well, one last thing as well. I just saw you handing out a load of Starbucks to everybody. Where's mine?
Yeah, sorry, if I'd known you were here, I'd have got you one. So, yeah, celebrate pole with some coffee and cakes and keep the guys happy.
Congratulations, best of luck for the race. Andrew Jordan is going to start the race on pole. And it's almost time, actually, for the Mini Miglias to take to the track I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who's going to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Cars on the grid then for the first of 2 races this weekend for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. Oh dear, one of the front row men has been pushed off the grid. Look on the right of your picture there. Kane Aston has had a problem with the number 11 car. It looks like he's not going to take the starts. We'll give you the grid anyway. The Miglias start in front of the Mini Libre class for the more free engine cars. They're moving off on their green flag lap, so here is the grid. In pole position, it is number 77 of Andrew Jordan, qualified half a second clear of number 11, Kane Aston, but Kane not taking the start, so 77 starts there alone. Second row, number 21, reigning champion Aaron Smith in the pink car, and number 85 in blue there, Sam Summerhays. Row 3 at 55, which is Ben Colburn, and alongside him, number 23, Rupert Death, former champion. Fourth row, 25, James Colburn, Ben's brother, and number 37, James Cuthbertson. The fifth row, 34, Joe Ferguson. Good to see he's there. Had a problem in qualifying earlier, alongside number 4, Colin Peacock. The sixth row, number 20, Mark Sims, and 88, Kieran MacDonald. Seventh row, 49, which is Martin Wager, and 91, Torben Aston, nephew of Kane. He's got to uphold family honour now. His uncle has pulled off the grid. The eighth row, 44, Sean King, another man who had a few problems in qualifying, and 69 of Tony LeMay. And 96, Justin Cooper, starts on row 9. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and we get the Mini Libre category for the slightly different engine cars. 219, Richard Colburn, Colburn Senior that is, starts on row 12 in car 219, alongside 177, which is Peter Cruz. 13th row, 113, Phil Harvey, and 133 of Les Stanton, and at the back, 126, Peter Hills. So 2 separate grids, they start at the same time, and this will be a 20-minute race. Just had the starting drivers through for Britcar as well, so thank you, Steve Wood. And notification of the pit stop penalties as well. But it's the Minis we concentrate on now. They had an absolutely storming season opener at Silverstone, with 8 cars battling for the lead in each race. It was Welshman Endaf Owens who took the win in race 1, and the noted historic racer Nick Padmore who won race 2, but neither of them out this weekend, so we will see some new winners. The championship is led by Andrew Jordan, who's on pole position. He had 2 second places at the season opener, consistency putting him into the title lead. Second in the championship is Endaf Owens, and third Nick Padmore. Aaron Smith, the defending champion, the pink car, is fourth in the points, and rounding out the top 5, Ben Colburn, who's in the green 55 car. Had the measure of his brother James in the black and orange 25 there. He had a few mechanical problems at Silverstone, sadly, and retired in both races. Tony LeMay in the white car, number 69. The Libre class championship led there by Richard Colburn. He had 2 wins at Silverstone, ahead of Peter Hills. Andrew Jordan began his career in rallycross, so he knows a few things about driving on slippery surfaces. Then went into British touring cars, won the title with the Pertec Honda in 2013, before moving into historic racing of various categories. He's raced everything from Shelby Cobras to Lotus Cortinas, and plenty more besides. There's Peter Cruz, 177, the Britax Cooper. He's been racing minis for many decades in various guises. I remember at the Mini Festival at Brands Hatch several years ago, there was an event called the Fastest Mini in the World, and a few of these drivers competed in that. Peter Cruz was on the grid for that one. Pete Edwards, the noted racing instructor, the owner of the Motorsport School, won it in his 2-litre space frame conversion. Of course, the greatest mini racer of all in British history is probably Peter Baldwin. Recently celebrated his 80th birthday, if I remember rightly. Still prepares cars for this championship for some drivers. A mini legend, Peter Baldwin. Wonder if he's here in the paddock this weekend. A fine field of cars. Great shame for Kane Aston, a problem on the grid. didn't have the best of weekends at Silverstone either, failed to finish race 2. There's Kane's car parked by the Marshalls post on the right. Andrew Jordan in the red, white and black Swift Tune prepared car on pole. The KAD car of Aaron Smith on the second row in pink. Sam Summerhayes in blue alongside him. Third row, Ben Colburn alongside Rupert Death, the former champion in another Swift Tune prepared car, number 23, backed by Mini Spares. Thanks to Mini Spares and MED Engineering for their support of this championship, as well as Dunlop tyres. Let's hope not too many Mini Spares are needed to repair cars after this one. Let's hope for plenty of good, clean fun from the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. Looks like we are all just about in position. Revs rise and away they go. Good start by Andrew Jordan. Slow start by number 44 at the back there, Sean King. We're missing a couple of cars, I notice, in the Mini Libre pack as well. I don't think Richard Colburn's there on the grid for this one, so we'll see a new winner in them. It's Andrew Jordan who leads the way into the first corner ahead of Aaron Smith and Sam Summerhayes. Rupert Death fourth, James Cuthbertson in fifth. They're going down to Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Expect to see plenty of sideways driving here. Rupert Death throws it around the outside. He's the first to get sideways on that slightly more damp outside line. They're all over each other. Tony LeMay runs wide in the 69 car. Peter Cruz leads the Libre class. Yes, Richard Colburn's not there, neither is Peter Hills. So two of the championship contenders non-starters. Through towards Palm as they come. Joe Ferguson under fire there from the number 20 of Mark Sims. They start to sort themselves out. Phil Harvey at the back in 113, the Birmingham driver in the red and yellow car there. It's down towards Agostini for the first time. Not the best of starts by Ben Colburn. He's dropped back a little. Brother James behind him. Too many Colburns in this championship, and they're out tomorrow in the Britcar Trophy in their Clios as well. Andrew Jordan, the man from Lichfield in Staffordshire, already beginning to pull away, looking for his first victory of the season. Was second in both races at the season opener at Silverstone behind Owens and Padmore. Aaron Smith in second place. Then we've got Sam Summerhayes third. Rupert Death is fourth. Then up into fifth position. That looks like Kieran McDonald in 88. He's made a good start. He started back in 11th on the grid. And somebody slowing there. That looks like Tony LeMay in car 69 with a problem. That's a great shame. He could be heading for the paddock. It is Kieran McDonald, the orange car up there. James Cuthbertson behind him. There's Joe Ferguson, ex-junior Saloon car start. And then Mini veteran Colin Peacock in the red number 4. Ferguson runs wide through Nelson's. There's Ben Colburn, Mark Sims, James Colburn. Behind them is Torben Astin. His father and uncle, Damon and Kane, have both raced in the Mini Miglias. Torben making his way up, another man to graduate from junior Saloon cars. See them out tomorrow for their races. There's number 44 at the back of the field. Sean King made a bit of a slow start, the Oxfordshire driver. Through Murray's they go to complete the first lap. Jordan leads by over 3 seconds. A frantic battle developing for second between Smith, Summerhayes and Rupert Death, trying to get up the outside in the number 23 car, and he is going to go around the outside. Superb by Rupert Death, very daring on the brakes there on this damp surface. And Aaron Smith lost another place because Sam Summerhayes in the 85 has come through as well. Jordan dives through the hairpin in the 77, going clear of Death in second. Daring Death, I think we'll call him for that move around the outside. Kieran McDonald is fifth. Then sixth is Joe Ferguson, seventh Cuthbertson, eighth Peacock, then ninth and 10th the Colburns. As they cross the line for the first time, the Libre class being led by Peter Cruz. Tony LeMay has pulled into the pits. He's out of the race. Well, over 3 seconds was the lead for Andrew Jordan at the end of lap number 1. Rupert Death now holding second place. Sam Summerhayes, sideways Sam we'll call him, going through Agostini there. Just about holds it together. Both Death and Summerhayes had a non-finish at Silverstone, so looking to make up for lost points. Aaron Smith had third place in both races. He's chasing Sam Summerhayes for another third position here in the Mini Spares car. Here they come down to Williams' corner, fling their way through. There's Kieran McDonald in 5th position. Joe Ferguson is 6th in the pink car. Cuthbertson 7th, then Peacock, the Colburns 9th and 10th. And behind them, Martin Wager, Mark Sims, Torben Astin, and the Libre class leader, Peter Cruz, in the yellow car. Cracking stuff as always from the Mini Miglias. Torturing their Dunlop tyres, the very limit here. Cuthbertson gets back ahead of Colin Peacock, the Londoner in number 4. Ben Colburn's got ahead of him as well, the 55 going through. The Sussex driver now attacking Cuthbertson as they come down towards the bomb hole. There's James Colburn in the 25 up behind them. They're all over each other in the minor placings. Behind them, Martin Wager in the Spraytech car wants a bit of this as well. Cuthbertson's been shuffled back again. James Colburn goes through. Has James Cuthbertson got a problem, I wonder? Seems to be losing places in the 37 car. Still your leader is Andrew Jordan at the conclusion of lap number 2 by nearly 6 seconds. He's almost doubled his lead over Rupert Death in second. Summerhayes third, Smith fourth, McDonald 5th. Aaron Smith round the outside. Chased by Sam Summerhayes, the Bristol driver in the 85. And Kieran McDonald is closing up here in 88. It's the man from Milton Keynes. Kieran McDonald missed the first round at Silverstone, so he's eager to make up for points as well in the points as well. Summerhayes bouncing over the curbs there. Rupert Death escaping though in second place now, going after Andrew Jordan. He's about 2.5 seconds ahead of the Summerhayes-Smith battle. There's Joe Ferguson in the 34. Races more historic minis as well, more historically accurate in series such as Masters pre-66 minis. Joe Polly competes in those all. We'll see her in the Mini 7s. Oh, Sam Summerhayes, bit of an overshoot there, bit of understeer through Agostini. He's lost the place. Kieran McDonald has come through now. He's going well up into 4th place. Then Ferguson, Colburn. Martin Wager's got ahead of James Colburn. He's made up a few spots in there. Then Peacock, Cuthbertson and Sims. Oh, this is great stuff. Not quite as tightly packed as they were at Silverstone, but still good close racing in the midfield. Andrew Jordan's getting away out in front in the 77. This battle rages on in the lower reaches of the top 10. Leading the Libre class is still Peter Cruz. There's Mark Sims. The Sims family have been in the Mini 7 Racing Club for many decades. Series founded back in 1966. James Colburn raced all manner of historic cars along with his father and brother. Regulars in Austin A35s with the Historic Racing Drivers Club. There's Colin Peacock, one of the longest serving drivers in the Mini 7 Racing Club. The name, incidentally, if it seems unfamiliar, Mini 7 comes from what was going to be the original name for the Mini, the Austin Mini 7 and the Morris Mini Minor, when the car was launched back in 1959, Sir Alec Isagonis's design. But they simply became known as the Mini, and it stuck. Oh, there's somebody off. That's James Cuthbertson on the grass coming out of Murray's there. There's Peter Cruz. He's leading the Mini Libre category with his Britax Cooper. And somebody pulling off. Phil Harvey, number 113, the man from Birmingham, was running at the back of the field. He is out of the race. That's a great shame. Loss of points in the Libre category. I think there's only 2 of the Mini Libre category running now. Yes, Les Stanton behind Peter Cruz. Oh no, Peter Hills is there. I missed him earlier on when we looked down the grid. So he did start the race. Apologies there to Peter. Andrew Jordan continues to lead, over 6 seconds clear now of Rupert Death. Here's the battle for third because Kieran McDonald in the Mini Spares number 88 has caught Aaron Smith, the defending champion. And McDonald is going for it. Through towards Oggies. The Pink Panther holds that third place, but here comes the orange machine of Kieran McDonald. I don't think he's going to get through at Williams. He might be able to draft him on the Bentley straight there, nose to tail. Here he comes. There's your race leader, Andrew Jordan. Well clear of Rupert Death in second place. The man from Lichfield looking for his first win of the season to extend his championship lead. battle still raging in the further reaches of the top 10 as well. There's Rupert Death, a rather lonely second place for Rupert, the man from Cambridge. Here comes the battle for third. Has Kieran McDonald got through? No, he hasn't. He's still on the tail of Aaron Smith. And here's the battle for fifth. It's Sam Summerhays under real pressure. Joe Ferguson goes through, coming out of Murray's. Well, I thought there was going to be some contact there as they came into Murray's. Over the line, this is the third place fight. Smith, McDonald, there's the fight for fifth. Ferguson ahead of Summerhays. And then Ben Colburn is going after them in the green 55. Field of many colours, this one, isn't it? Kaleidoscope of minis battling round Snetterton. We've got just coming up to half distance, 10 minutes of the race to go. Aaron Smith sideways on the hairpin there. Ferguson a bit wide, but Sam Summerhays not able to capitalise. Starting to string out a little now. Jordan leads, but the gap has come down at the front of the field by about a second on that last lap. Death did the fastest lap of the race, 2:15.618. So he's starting to catch Andrew Jordan maybe here. And Smith in the pink in third place. Kieran McDonald, a great run through. He started back on about the 6th row of the grid and he's come through to challenge for a podium. You could say McDonald is loving it here. McDonald has closed right up on Smith and he's going to try again as they come towards the Bentley straight. I don't think he's going to be able to get up the inside. No, not quite room there at Williams. And Joe Ferguson's closing in on them all the time. Sam Summerhays has lost another place because Ben Colburn has got through. This is heating up again in the midfield. There's a scrap further back. Martin Wager, James Coburn and Colin Peacock. Aaron Smith has got the inside into Brundle. He's held third place. Ferguson's there in fifth. Then it's Ben Coburn, Sam Summerhays. And here comes the fight behind them. Peacock trying to go around the outside. Yes, he's got past James Coburn. He's going for Martin Wager. Not quite. Martin Wager and Colin Peacock. A massive amount of mini racing experience between them. This is brilliant stuff. Down the outside goes James Coburn, battling away with Colin Peacock. Over the line have gone the leaders to complete their fifth lap, and yes, the lead gap is coming down. 2:14.988, new fastest lap that time through for Rupert Death, and while that was going on, Joe Ferguson has got involved in the third place battle. I thought he was going to. It's going to be four of them for third place because Ferguson's up to fourth and Ben Colburn's up. There's all the two pink cars side by side. Oh, that was close. Joe Ferguson goes wide over the curb. McDonald is going to fight back here. And Ben Colburn looking for a piece of this as well. Pink, orange and green for third place. Aaron Smith has it at the moment. Meantime, Peter Cruz is still leading the lead class. He's just got past Mark Sims for 12th overall. We keep our eye on this third place battle. Joe Ferguson's up to fourth and McDonald's lost another place. Ben Colburn up into fifth. I hope he hasn't pushed too hard in that early charge up the order and has shot his tyres, Kieran McDonald. Here comes Joe Ferguson now. He wants a podium place. He missed the opening rounds at Silverstone, so he needs points if he's going to challenge for the championship. He's having a look at Oggies. Aaron Smith holds him off. They're coming towards the Bentley straight. There's going to be some slipstreaming here, I reckon. Look at this. Coburn there in fifth place. McDonald in sixth. They'll head down the Bentley straight under the bridge. Here they come. Down towards the left-hander at Brundle. Smith positions himself on the inside. Here they come. Somehow they stay together. Ferguson sideways there. He's so late on the brakes. He fires up the inside. He's going to go wide onto the grass. Joe Ferguson trying too hard there. And he goes rally crossing. Oh, and Kieran McDonald slowed up. He's pulled off. What's happened? I wondered if McDonald had a problem. But he just seems to have pulled off of his own accord there. I wondered if there was some contact. So it's only two for third place. Now Ben Colburn is up into fourth place. And now he's giving chase to Aaron Smith. Ferguson's got going again. He's in 5th position. I think it'll be Martin Wager up into 6th place. Yes, there they go. There's further back in the pack, that's Mark Sims. There's the fight for 3rd over the line. Andrew Jordan has stabilised the gap to Rupert Death now. It's about 6 seconds. We've still got 5.5 minutes of this race to go, and round the outside goes Ben Colburn. Is he going to make that stick through Riches? Yes, he has. Brilliant from Ben Colburn. Been watching Rupert Death. Into the hairpin. Aaron Smith in 4th place. Finally lost that 3rd. He's clung on all race long. The first 2 have got away. These 2 are over 20 seconds behind Rupert Death now. Just between these 2. There's our leader. We've almost forgotten about him out in front, Andrew Jordan. There's the battle between Peacock and James Colburn, which is still going on. But you can see it's impossible to know where to look in this race. There's so much going on, just like in any Mini 7 Racing Club event. Martin Wager, he's now in 6th place, ahead of Peacock and Colburn, but such a shame for Kieran MacDonald. Fought his way up to almost 3rd place in the 6th row of the grid, and then the car has let him down. Colin Peacock 7th, James Colburn 8th, then a gap back to Sam Summerhays, who's dropped back to 9th. Started from the 2nd row of the grid. James Cuthbertson is 10th. We've seen him have a couple of grassy moments. And the safety car is coming out. The safety car is being scrambled. Not too sure why. Could that be for the stranded car of Kieran MacDonald, maybe? Okay, so the leader will picked up Andrew Jordan, and that's the last thing Andrew Jordan wanted to see, because we said Rupert Death was lapping on a par with him, and this is going to put Rupert right behind the race leader. Now, not too clear why the safety car has come out. I can only assume it is because of Kieran MacDonald's car, stranded at Nelson. There is Andrew Jordan. The safety car has picked him up. And Rupert Death thinks, right, I'm lapping on the same pace as you. I've got you in my sights now, Mr. Jordan. We've only got just over 3 minutes of the race to go, so this could be a 1 or 2 lap sprint for the line. This little lot's going to close up as well. Ben Colburn, Aaron Smith, Joe Ferguson, who's recovered from his off up at Nelson. Okay, now they're queued up, ready for a restart. I think this is going to be a 1-lap sprint, because where are they? They're at Agostini. If the safety car comes in this time, we're going to have, I think, a 1-lap shootout. Anything could happen now. This is going to be like it was at Silverstone. Look at Aaron Smith. He's right over to... Is he cooling his tyres? Yeah, he's driving on the wet line up to cool his tyres. I thought he was pulling off for a second there, but yeah, he's on wet tyres, so with the track drying out, he's trying to keep them cool. There's the next group: Wager, Peacock, Colburn, Summerhays, Cuthbertson, then Sean King. And there's Peter Cruz in the yellow car, leading the Libre category ahead of Mark Sims in the Miglia class. Les Stanton, the other man running in the Libre category. Now we have got Peter Hills at the back, but he's quite a way behind. Okay. Now hopefully we will get a 1-lap restart. There's only 1 minute 20 left on the clock. I hope we don't go to the checkered flag under the safety car, because that would be disappointing. But needs must, of course, in the interest of safety. You can see some cars driving on the cooler, wetter line to cool their tyres. Ready for a potential one-lap shootout. I hope we do get one more racing lap in. There's Peter Cruz. He's surely heading for a class win in the yellow Britax Cooper. The lights are still on top of the BMW. I've got a bad feeling this race is going to finish under safety car. That would be a shame. Yeah, it's for Kieran McDonald that the safety car is out. Yes, the lights are still on. The clock counts to 0 now. And I think the safety car is going to bring them to the checkered flag. Well, there's the man set for a Mini Leap class win, the Rat Racing car of Peter Cruz. And you can see that retro livery on the Britax Cooper car. And the checkered flag is out, so we finish under the safety car, which is a bit of an anticlimax. It would be nice to have had a one-lap shootout, but of course the marshals need to do their job with the car stranded at Nelson. So it will be a win for Andrew Jordan, number 77. There is the checkered flag. The safety car brings them to the line, and Andrew Jordan takes his first win of the season, extends his championship lead. Rupert Death second, and Ben Colburn his first podium in a Mini Miglia in third. Fourth for Aaron Smith. Joe Ferguson is fifth. Martin Wager sixth. Seventh, it's Colin Peacock. Eighth for James Colburn. Sam Summerhayes ninth. James Cuthbertson 10th. Sean King is 11th. Peter Cruz 12th. 13th goes to Mark Sims. 14th is Justin Cooper, number 96. 15th for Torben Astin. Les Stanton will be 16th. Peter Hills will complete the finishers. We lost Kieran McDonald, Phil Harvey, Tony LeMay, and of course Kane Astin didn't take the start. Congratulations then to Andrew Jordan. First win of the season, combined with 2 seconds at Silverstone, puts him into a clear championship lead. Rupert Death will be a bit frustrated there. He didn't get a chance to attack Andrew for the lead. And well done, Ben Colburn, a fine third place. You have to feel for Kieran McDonald, 12th on the grid, up to fight for third, and then had that problem. And you have to feel for Kane Astin, didn't even get to take the start. But the pace car is going to bring them into Parc Ferme. It'll be time for our final race of the day shortly, which is the Britcar Endurance Championship Endurance category. Second race of the day, where John Dillon will go for his second win in his Ferrari, and this time he's got a co-driver. Phil Quaife is going to race with him. Didn't go out in the wet first race. The track a bit drier. Phil electing to take part this time. Well, there they are heading through the paddock. And down there in said paddock in Parc Ferme will be Ian Waterhouse, and he is going to talk to our top three in just a moment.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme, and it is this man, Andrew Jordan, who I don't want to say made it look easy, because he didn't. He had a 6-second lead at one point, didn't he? Of course, the safety car, what a shame it was to finish under the safety car. Rupert was getting a little bit close. Andrew, we spoke after qualifying. You said even in the conditions you could go a little bit quicker. You showed that in the race, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a bit of a gamble on on tyres and what we did, but on the outlap it was clear, it was slick, so I was quite happy we went with that. And then I knew if I just got a start, and Rupert was obviously going to be very quick on the slicks if he could get caught up in the guys on the wets, which he did. So yeah, happy with that. It was good fun.
It certainly was. It looked at a couple of times like Rupert might be able to close the gap a little bit, and then you pulled away again, and then the safety car came out and kind of ended it really, didn't it?
Yeah, I was just gauging the gap off the pit board. I could see he caught for a couple of laps, and so then I did one quick lap and opened it up by nearly a second, I think. So I thought, well, that's fine. I can just look after it then. But then with the safety car, I thought that with it going so slow, it was trying to run the clock down and get the flag at the end.
I think it was a safe thing to do in the
end.
end.
Yeah, no,
well,
fantastic. It's after the rain we've had, it's nice to not have any rain, and weather looks good for tomorrow as well.
Well, congratulations. Go get yourself a Starbucks. There we go, Rupert. Congratulations, by the way, you came storming through the field, didn't you, there?
Yeah, no, that's good. It's a shame I didn't get past Aaron and Sam Summerhays there at the beginning because Andrew got away. But yeah, good race.
It was pretty exciting. It looked actually, according to the time sheet, that you were starting to put a little bit of time out of Andrew, which was pretty good going in. Of course, the safety car kind of put play to that, didn't it, in the end?
Well, I wasn't sure, but it looked like I was catching him, but I don't know, he'd probably given up by that stage anyway.
Well, the tyre decision was crucial, wasn't it, in this race, and you both got it right.
Yeah.
Really enabled you to get through, but of course you're back tomorrow. What's the expectation there?
Yeah, hopefully it'll be dry tomorrow. The weather seems to be good, I think, for tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll be back to fight another battle tomorrow.
Fantastic. Top man, thanks for talking to us. Smith over here as well. That was an entertaining race for us watching. What was it like behind the wheel?
I tell you what, my tyres would have been crying out for mercy. When I pulled out onto the circuit there, it was like, yeah, I may have made the wrong tyre choice here, and I tell you, they're going to be fit for the bin now. But awesome race, and I was driving the widest Mini Miglia I could, I reckon.
You certainly were. Thanks for chatting to us. Congratulations again. Right, it's time, and you can probably hear the roar of the Britcar Endurance. If it's anything like race 1, we're in for a cracker. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. The cars will be on their way to the grid any moment now.
I'll get the brolly.
Oh, hello. The 91 Prague has had a spin on the way to the grid. Now, who's starting that car? It's Charlie Martin. Just cold tyres there on the Praga. OK, we'll take you through the grid then as they come up to line up, because we've got to go through the starting drivers and the pit stop penalties as well for the top 3 finishers in each class from race 1. This grid fixed by the second fastest lap time for each car in qualifying, not the result of race 1 as we saw at Silverstone. OK, let's have a look. In pole position, it will be car number 16, as we watch our race 1 winner there, John Dillon and Phil Quaife. 2 drivers in that car this time. But we'll take you through the grid. Number 16 will start on pole. That's the Ferrari of Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem. And Bon Grimes will take the start once again. They have a 15-second success penalty at their pit stop because they won Class 3 in race 1. Alongside them will be number 23, the Nissan of Richard Wheeler and Danny Harrison. Richard Wheeler will take the start. They have a 10-second success penalty because they were second in Class 1 in the first race. On the second row will be number 55, the Lamborghini of John Seal and Jamie Stanley. John Seal starts. They have a 15-second penalty at their pit stop because they won their class in race 1. Alongside them should have been Lucky Kira and Ross Wiley in the Ferrari. They are a non-starter, problems for them in qualifying. The third row will be first of the Pragas. That's 111, started by Richard Wells. He'll relay Alex Capadia. Do they have a success penalty? No, they don't. They had problems towards the end of the first race. There's the white Praga. It is there. They picked up a bit of damage. Had to make an extra pit stop. Alongside them will be number 61, the Ferrari of John Dillon, and Phil Quaife is out this time. Phil Quaife will start that car. '61 will be started by Phil Quaife, and they of course have a 15-second success penalty as they were the winners of the first race. The fourth row, number 60, that's the Class 4 winner from race 1. Brilliant effort they've had this weekend. It'll be Martin Byford starting that car, sharing with Ash Woodman. They of course have a 15-second penalty for winning Class 4 in the first race. Alongside them will be the Praga of 333. Abbie Eaton starts, relaying Gordy Mudge. They have no success penalty. On the 5th row, 68, the Team Brit Aston Martin, Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan. It'll be Aaron Morgan taking the start this time in the Aston Martin. They have a 10-second success penalty, second in Class 4 in the first race. Alongside them, number 29, the Praga of Chris Vesemile and Richard Morris. Richard Morris going first, and they have a 15-second penalty. They won the Praga Championship per segment in the first race. The 6th row, number 77, will be started by Dave Scaramanga, the McLaren, shared with Will Powell. They have a 5-second penalty at their pit stop, third in Class 1 in the opener. Alongside them will be number 25, that's the Class 4 McLaren. Ed Peed takes the start this time, experienced Saloon and GT race. That's the turquoise car there, lovely liveried car, that one. Do they have a success penalty? No, they don't. Row 7 will be number 85, the car that led the first half of the first race. That will be started by Angus Fender, sharing with Jay Morton. Alongside them will be number 31, Rod Goodman, with his Praga. No penalties for either of those cars. On row 8, number 9, Peter Ersteg with his Porsche, driving solo. He has a 5-second penalty, third in Class 4 in Race 1. Then alongside him will be number 138, Sasha Kakard starts the Audi RS3, shared with Hugo Cook. Row 9, 91, Charlie Martin taking the start in the Praga, shared with Jack Fabi. They have a 10-second success penalty. Starting alongside the Thompsons in their Jaguar, number 88, Callum Thompson takes the start in the Jaguar F-Type. The 10th row, number 44, that's Day and Foster. Alex Day takes the start in the Cupra TCR, sharing with Will Foster. And alongside them, number 99, Jonathan Beeson, driving solo in his Cupra, in his Golf, rather. It was in a Cupra last time out. The 11th row will be the blue Ferrari. Chris Goddard takes the start in number 144. Will relay Charlie Hollings. They have a 10-second success penalty, second in Class 3 in Race 1. As the pace car moves away, ready for the rolling start. Alongside the 144 will be number 26, the Evans and Clark BMW, Kevin Clark, taking the start this time. The 12th row, number 22, will be Nick Hull taking the start in the Cupra. He'll relay Richard Avery. Alongside them, 78, Tim Docker with his Cupra. Then on row 13, we'll see number 6, which is the Wells and Stewart BMW. Mark Stewart takes the start this time. Nathan Wells will take over. 84 is alongside them. That's the Bridle twins. They have a 5-second success penalty, and it will be Ed Bridle taking the start in their Praga. The 14th row, we should see the Cunninghams out there this time. They missed race 1 with a bit of damage from qualifying in their Porsche. Mark Cunningham will take the start. Peter will take over. Hopefully that car's there. Alongside them, number 87, the car that most of our online viewers are watching for, Jimmy Broadbent and Jem Hepworth. It's Jem Hepworth taking the start this time. That car spun out of race 1. And then on the final row of the grid, number 69, which will be started by Dave Bennett, relaying Marcus Fothergill, their Porsche. They have a 5-second success penalty as well for third in Class 3 in race 1. And at the back, we should see the number 7 Praga of Walker and Lacey, Mr. JWW, James Walker and Miles Lacey. Miles scheduled to start. Hopefully that car has made it out this time. They missed race 1 after problems in qualifying. This will be a 1-hour race. Again, the pit window opens at the 20-minute mark, closes after 35 minutes. So you have a 15-minute window to make your pit stop. Right, the Cunninghams are there. Porsche. Just looking at the back of the grid here. Bridles are there. Broadbent's car is there. Ah, the number 7 Praga is there. Look at the livery on that machine. Isn't that beautiful? Blue and gold. That is Miles Lacey. He'll relay JWW himself, James Walker, who will make his Britcar debut here today. Just looking through to see if there's anybody missing from towards the back of the grid there. The Wells and Stewart BMW is not there. I think that's the only car we're missing. Number 6, the BMW M3 GTR isn't there. But it's Bon Grimes in pole position in the Ferrari. Alongside him is the Nissan GTR of Richard Wheeler. He'll relay reigning champion Danny Harrison. Then John Seal and Jamie Stanley. John Seal starts alongside, well, nobody alongside him because the other Ferrari are non-starter. But a fine field we have got out there, to say the least. I'm really looking forward to this on a drier track than earlier on. Phil Quaife starting the Ferrari that won the first race, number 61. It's a great variety of GT cars for 1 hour of racing. Here we go then with the final race of the day. 1 hour of racing for the Britcar Endurance Championship, endurance category. Start to form up as they come round the final corner. Pace car has pulled into pit lane. Here we go. We're underway. A great start by Bon Grimes in the Ferrari. He'll lead the way from pole position. Richard Wheeler goes with him. John Seal trying to look up the inside in the Lamborghini, and Phil Quaife is there on the outside in the 61 Ferrari, and he's round the outside up into third place. Good start by Phil Quaife. Then it's the first of the Pragas. In behind we've got a spinner. That's Aaron Morgan in the Team Brit Aston Martin off into the grass. Former BMW racer tries to rejoin. He does so. Looks like everybody else got round the first corner A-OK. Round the hairpin they go for the first time. There's Mark Cunningham. Watch for him in the Porsche. Didn't make it out in race 1, the yellow car. Miles Lacey at the back. He raced a Clio at the first meeting. The Praga not ready in time. Outside there, one of the Cupras, but it's Grimes in the lead. Quaife into second place, then Wheeler, Seal, Richard Wells, and then looks like Abbie Eaton behind in her Praga. They start to settle in then. 1 hour of racing. Hopefully no safety cars this time. We started race 1 under the safety car, of course. They see the colour coding of the classes. 4 classes in the top 5 at the moment. Phil Quaife in the 61 has taken the lead. I expected a charge from him in the early stages. Prefers racing in the dry. As Phil sat out the wets at race 1, and he's already clear of our pole sitter Bon Grimes as Chris Goddard charges through there past Peter Erseg in the Porsche black and red machine there. As the battle for third place, leading Praga, Richard Wells, always a fast starter in that white 111 car. A rapid start as well by Chris Goddard in the 144. He goes past the BMW of Kevin Clark, sharing with Matty Evans, the car's owner. That's a crazy BMW 1M. Let's charge their way through towards Coram then. Over the line, Phil Quaife has gone already. Out in front with a 2 minutes, .379. That shows you how this circuit has dried out. His lead is just over 7 seconds at the end of the first lap. He's gone out of sight already. Bon Grimes up there in second place. Richard Wheeler is in third in the big Nissan. Then up to fourth is Richard Wells in the leading Praga. Fifth place we have Abbie Eaton. She's just taken John Seal by the look of it. As down the inside, side by side there, Ferrari and Nissan. Superb stuff. Bon Grimes holds second place in his Ferrari. He'll relay Johnny Molem. They felt rather thwarted by the safety car in the first race. There's John Seal in the Lamborghini. Again, running up there with the more powerful GTs. Martin Byford in the Cupra. Here comes Richard Wheeler in the Fox Transport. Nissan down the inside. Has he overshot there, though? He took second place briefly. He has overshot. Had to ease off there to avoid going onto the grass. And Richard Wells in the leading Praga said, "Thank you very much. I'll take third overall." And Nissan recovering. Just ran in too deep into the turn there. Abbie Eaton wants a snap at the back of the GTR as well. It's all the battle for second place because Phil Quaife is clearing off in front in the number 61 Ferrari. Could we see 2 wins today for that car, mirroring the fate of the Lamborghini at Silverstone? He's away and gone. Second place still Bon Grimes, but Richard Wells on the attack. He'll be looking to take the first overall win for a Praga this year. He's up the inside in a Brundle, takes the place away. Wheeler in fourth, Seal fifth in the Lamborghini, and behind him is Abbie Eaton. Then the next of the Pragas, I think that's Richard Morris. It's got ahead of Martin Byford. Then the Ferrari of Chris Goddard, number 144. Now, the way that car's going, I'm not sure if that is Chris Goddard in that car or whether it is Charlie Hollings who's taken the start. I'll double check. starting sheet. It does say Chris Goddard, but I'm not so sure because it looks like the quicker driver is on board. No disrespect to Chris Goddard, of course. Charlie Hollings is the pro driver in that pairing. There's Peter Erscheg ahead of Sasha Caccard's Audi, Mark Cunningham's Porsche, and Alex Day in his Cupra TCR. Going to get back to the Golf, which is Jonathan Beeson. A few Pragas behind them. Pragas all the way down the order, spread through. They, of course, have their own championship. There's one of them, number 91, Charlie Martin. Erscheg on the inside. Bit of damage from qualifying on the Porsche. You can see it's missing a headlight there, Mark Cunningham's car. Around the outside, the Audi RS3 of Sasha Caccard. That's Rod Goodman's Praga under fire from Matty Evans in that BMW 1M, and they've got Dave Scaramanga. Raced a diverse variety of saloon cars at Castle Combe over the years, his local circuit, in number 77 in the Motor Swan McLaren. Fastest lap of the race, not surprisingly done so far by Phil Quaife out in front. And that fastest lap, 6 seconds quicker than anyone else on the second lap, first full flying lap of the race. He's over 14 seconds clear of second place Richard Wells, and it's Grimes, Wheeler. Here they are battling for second place. Behind them, John Seal, Abbie Eaton, the Praga. Wheeler pulls into third place past the Ferrari of Bon Grimes. Behind them, Abbie Eaton, then Richard Morris. There's that battle further back. And there's the number 84 Praga. Problems in qualifying, only did one full flying lap. That's Ed Bridle on board that machine. Here's Mark Cunningham, chased by Sasha Caccard's Audi. 16-year-old Hugo Cook will take over that car. Had a class win at Silverstone last weekend, 2 weekends ago, sorry, with that Audi. Peter Erscheg under fire behind. Matty Evans under fire. Kevin Clark in Matty Evans' car under fire, I should say. Charlie Martin's Praga. They're fighting over 13th place. The lead is with Quaife ahead of Wells by nearly 20 seconds now. There is your leader. He's run away and hid at the front of the field, Phil Quaife. We'll see what happens though after the pit stops when John Dillon takes over the Ferrari. Wells leads the Praga category. Richard Wheeler is leading Class 1. Bon Grimes Class 3. So 4 class leaders in the first 4 places. Class 4 is being led by Martin Byford's Cupra. 333. Abbie Eaton attacking the Ferrari there of Bon Grimes. Behind them the 144. I am wondering if that's his Charlie Hollings, that car. We'll go with what I was given, Chris Goddard. He has been racing Ferraris many years, including a number of classic Ferraris. He's got a 355. He's running Britcar trophies, raced Ferrari 308s among others as well. Richard Wells sitting pretty in second place in the white Praga. Always takes the start. He's always so quick in the early laps. There's our Class 4 leader. That is Martin Byford, the ex-BTCC man. There's the BMW number 6, that's Mark Stewart. 25, driven by Ed Peed, racer and instructor. There's that lovely BMW GTR. Popular in American GT racing over the years. Martin Byford, that Cupra so well up in the overall order. EDF Motorsports, Eddie Farrow and his team will be very proud indeed of Martin and Ash Woodman, fighting at one point for an overall podium in the first race. Through goes the Ferrari past Bon Grimes. Ferrari on Ferrari. Chris Goddard and Bon Grimes. There's John Seal, a rather lonely fourth now ahead of Abbie Eaton. Bon Grimes is dropping back. I wonder if he's got a slight problem. No sign of the pit window opening yet. That's another 11 minutes away. A much closer affair, much drier and much more entertaining from the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship endurance category. The trophy category, of course, joins us for 2 50-minute races tomorrow. See the brake discs glowing in the front wheels of Phil Quaif's Ferrari. He is pushing as hard as he can because he wants to build as big a lead as possible before he hands over to John Dillon. Can they take a win together this time? John Dillon went solo in race 1 and won. Safety car period adding a bit of confusion during the pit stop period. Richard Wells still second, but the lap time starting to come down. Wells, Wheeler and Seal all lapping under 2 minutes at the moment. And Abbie Eaton, then the Ferrari of 144. And Grimes has lost another place in his Ferrari because Richard Morris and the black number 29 Praga's got through. The Racing Pride founder and ambassador shares with Chippy Vesemale. Ten minutes gone, 50 to go in this 1 hour race. 10 minutes till the pit window opens. Quaif leads by over 25 seconds now. The gap seems to be stabilising. Quaif's pace early on was absolutely explosive in that Ferrari. For those who are probably asking in our YouTube comments, the number 87 car is 21st in the hands of Jem Hepworth. Let's take a look at the class leaders. Class 2 Invitation is the overall leader, Phil Quaif. Class Praga, led by Richard Wells, ahead of Abbie Eaton and Richard Morris. Class 1 is led by Richard Wheeler in the Nissan, ahead of John Seal. Third in Class 1 is number 77 of Dave Scaramanga. The Goddard Hollings Ferrari leads Class 3 ahead of Bon Grimes. And it's the number 26 BMW of Kevin Clark in third. Martin Byford leads Class 4 by a clear margin ahead of Ed Peed in the McLaren. And it's Sasha Caccard's Audi in third. There's the second place battle. Separated by a couple of seconds here. How purposeful these Pragas look. In the hands of Richard Wells, that car hand over to Alex Capadia. Richard Wheeler sitting behind. You can see the Fox Transport motif on the back of that car. He'll hand over to Danny Harrison, former Praga man. Puff of smoke there from Richard Wells. I hope that's not engine smoke. Behind them is Abbie Eaton's Praga, second in class. Across the line they go. 8 minutes till pit window. Doesn't seem to be as much smoke there as it heads into Rich's. But Nissan keeping in its sights there of Richard Wheeler. That car will fly when Danny Harrison gets aboard. He and Jem Hepworth, of course, the champions last year. It's the main battle at the front at the moment for second place. The little and large comparison once again, Praga and Nissan GTR. There's the Fox. They certainly are. It's not just an illusion, they are big beefy cars, the Nissan GTRs. Praga's the little Czech Republic built sports racers. Carbon fibre monocoque construction. Almost like a Group C car from the front, or a smaller LMP car. Maybe we'll see Pragas in the World Endurance Championship, and problems there for one of the Pragas. Oh, that's Abbie Eaton in the 333. Now she was up to fourth, but problems for the 333, the Three Lions Praga. Looks like they're out of the race. The car shared with Gordy Much. That's a great shame. They got flagged in race 1 with a problem. Now this, I'm sure there's something amiss with Richard Wells' car. We saw flames from the exhaust there. And that's not something you see very often with the Pragas. There's another Praga, Rod Goodman, number 31, another ex-Radical racer. Chasing the number 60 of Martin Byford. Still leading its class. So the Goddard Hollings Ferrari is going to go up into 4th place overall, the demise of Abbie Eaton. Up to 5th, it's John Seale's Lamborghini. 6th, Richard Morris's Praga. And 7th, Bon Grimes, who dropped back after taking pole for this race in his Ferrari. The leader's lap time seems to have stabilised compared with his pursuers now. Still slightly quicker, is a second half quicker on that last lap. Things are starting to settle down. Oh, and Wells has spun. Richard Wells has spun at the second place car, so the leading Praga's all hitting trouble here. What is going on? Disaster among the Pragas. First Abbie Eaton retires, and now Richard Wells has spun. That's exactly the same place as Jem Hepworth spun in the first place. Now, can he get it going again? I said this car was smoking a bit. Is that left rear wheel damage? That looks at a slight angle. Oh, we'll see, but that's put Richard Wheeler's Nissan up into 2nd place. The Goddard Hollings Ferrari is now 3rd overall. If Richard Wells can't get that going here, we may have a safety car. And the pit window is not yet open, and Richard Wheels going off! Oh my goodness, rallycross from the Nissan, and he spins across the track. Oh dear, oh dear. What is going on out there? All of Phil Quave's pursuers seem to be self-destructing at the moment. What happened there? Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings, the blue Ferrari, they can't believe their luck. Every time they got behind somebody, something happens to it. First, Abbie Eaton. Then Richard Wells spins off, and now Richard Wheeler's spun as well. Wells still sitting there, so I'm wondering if we'll get a safety car here. And that could take us into the pit window. So Goddard and Hollings now 2nd, and yes, we do have a safety car. Now, will the teams be hoping that this lasts into the pit window and they can all dive in at the earliest opportunity? I don't think everyone will do that, because some drivers have got their quicker cars on board. Smoke from, I think that was just a lock-up there from Charlie Martin's Praga. Not sure what happened to Richard Wheeler there. He's still in 3rd place behind the Goddard Hollings car. 4th for John Seale. Richard Morris up to 5th, then Grimes 6th, Goodman 7th, Charlie Martin is 8th. Here comes the safety car. Martin Byford and Ed Peed rounding up the top 10. They are 11 seconds separated for Class 4. Okay, so the safety car will try and pick up the race leading Ferrari. Phil Quaife will be disappointed to see that, because he was building up a fine lead ahead of his pit stop. Richard Wells still sitting there. It looks like there's some damage on the left rear. I wonder if there was some contact there with Richard Wheeler's Nissan, because they were near each other. And then the Nissan, of course, went off. Now we can try and see a replay, I think, of what happened between the Nissan and the Praga. Was there contact there? Coming down into Agostini, into the braking area. Now, does the Nissan touch the back of the Praga? Yes, it did. So there is damage on the Praga. The left, I thought that rear wheel was at a drunken angle there. You can see there, look at that left rear wheel. So there was contact with Richard Wheeler, and that'll explain why Wheeler went off at the bomb hole, because that'll have damaged his front splitter. No less downforce, and that's why he went wide and spun off. So both of them victims in that incident. There's the number 7 car. On board that at the moment is Miles Lacey. A beautiful looking car, that is. There's Bon Grimes. Now the pit window opens in about 90 seconds time. We've already had a couple of cars pull into the pits. Mark Stewart's BMW and Callum Thompson, the Jaguar F-Type, with problems. Now, will the safety car still be out? The Praga's still there, so this is going to take us into the pit window. And you know what that means? It's going to be everybody in. Now, the Jaguar's still going. They made a pit stop early on with some sort of an issue. Well, they're starting to form up now behind the safety car. It'll pick up Phil Quape's Ferrari. We've hardly seen the Ferrari. It just cleared off into the lead at the start of the race and was leading by nearly 34 seconds when the safety car came out. Well, the safety car leading them round, and the pit window opens now. 40 minutes to go. Pit window is open. Is it going to be everybody in? Bit of lap traffic in front of the leader. There is the leader. TCR Golf behind him. Now, is everybody going to come in? It's not only Richard Wells' car, the car of Abbie Eaton is stranded at the inside of Williams' corner as well. Okay, who's coming in? Well, everybody. I was right. Everybody in. Sasha Caccard leads them in. There's the leader in. And of course, he's got his extra penalty to serve, extra 15 seconds as the Race 1 winner in its class. Oh, goodness me, this is like a traffic jam on the A11 outside the circuit. Are there any cars not coming in? That is the most congested pit lane I have ever seen. Look at that. Everybody's in there. They're having to double park. Look at this. You've heard of double stacking in Formula 1 when two teammates come in together. This is double parking. Right. Has anybody not come in? Yeah, I think 2 cars are still out there. That's the Alex Day and Will Foster Cupra. And Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Cupra. They're the only 2 cars that haven't come into the pits that time through.
Right, this is unbelievable, isn't it? It's like the M25, isn't it, in rush hour? Absolutely crazy. Let's see if we can't grab a word with a couple of people here. We've got a driver change going on here, 32 driver changes absolutely everywhere. We don't know where to look, it's crazy. The safety car has caused this to happen, and it's brilliant action, isn't it, right here in the middle. Let's have a look. I'm going to grab a word with a couple of the drivers in a second. Oh, massive accident! Huge accident in the pits. Oh, I don't believe it. It's Jonathan Reason's had a huge crash in the pits here. This is going to, let's see what this is going to do. This might red flag matters. And of course, as you can see, there's a lot of frustration, a lot of anger going on down here. Jonathan Reason has had a huge crash of car number 6 in the pit lane. I've got to be honest, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen anything like it. And we're still going out. Car 69 heading out on track. Car 61, your leaders heading out. Incredible stuff. I've never seen anything like this before. Incredible. An accident in the pit lane. Wow. I can see Ed Burnham trying to get the Braga firing up, and off it goes out, back onto track. Car number 77 thundering out. It is unbelievable. It is carnage down here. and they're trying to get this cleared as quickly as possible. I'll hand back to Dave Goddard as the cars head back out onto track.
Well, a very unfortunate incident there in that very crowded pit lane. We just hope that everybody, all the bystanders there, are okay. 3 or 4 cars involved. That was quite a nasty incident there. We have been told while that was going on, it is indeed, as I suspected, Charlie Hollings in car number 144, not Chris Goddard, in the blue Ferrari. He stayed out. So it's Charlie Hollings who takes the lead of the race. The only other cars that stayed out were the 2 Cupras, Alex Day and Nick Hull. So there's only 3 cars on circuit. The Cupras are now coming in, but they're going to have to be very careful there. And the only car out on circuits that has stayed out in the lead is Charlie Hollings. So him and Chris Goddard, we'll wait and see. They could gain a significant advantage here. Charlie, the quicker driver, wanting to stay out. It's a very unfortunate incident, a very rare sight, thankfully, in that pit lane. At least 3 cars I saw involved there. One of the Pragas, a BMW, and the Golf of Jonathan Beeson. Let's just hope everyone is okay. Wait to establish the race order. There are 34.5 minutes to go. Still this Praga stuck there with broken rear suspension from where it was hit by the Nissan. A distinctly unimpressed looking Richard Wells stood there. D&G assists the recovery team. Thanks to them for their assistance here at Snetterton. There's the erstwhile lead of the Ferrari. The Nissan's still going. Wondering if that may have gone off because of damage from the impact with the back of Richard Wells. There's a bit of damage, I think, on the rear of the Nissan. Was that caught up in the pit lane, I wonder? Well, the race order on the timing screen at the moment is Hollings still out there. It's the Ferrari now with John Dillon on board showing in 2nd place, and the Wheeler Harrison Nissan shows as 3rd. But that may all change, of course, when everybody's completed their outlaps. Lights still on atop the safety car. And you can see as it comes towards us there some damage on the right front corner of the Nissan there. There you can see it's been taped, so that's what caused it to go off, I'm sure. Right, the 2 Cupras have now been into the pits. The only car that has not stopped is Charlie Hollings. Obviously he wants to run for as long as he can as the quicker driver of the pairing before they put Chris Goddard in the car. The Praga of Richard Wells is just being lifted onto the flat, but it's not very easy. There we can see it's not very easy to lift a Praga because it's of its carbon fibre monocoque. It's difficult to get the straps around. They've had to strap it by the wheels and lift it that way. With broken suspension, that further complicates it. It's a delicate job. Good to see Richard Wells helping the marshals there. As we say, we just hope that everybody is all right after the incident in the pit lane. Right, the Ferrari has now come in, the blue Ferrari, and given up the race lead, so Chris Goddard will be getting in, which makes, I think, the Dillon and Quaife car, that's now showing at the top of the times. Let's see where he is in this crocodile as they come round. There's the Ferrari, and there's the Nissan. They're showing in first and second. Johnny Molam now in the red Ferrari in third, behind Danny Harrison. Then it's Jamie Stanley, and he's going to be the one to watch, given his Silverstone form and the way he was catching John Dillon in that first race here today. There is John Dillon now aboard the Ferrari, but can he hold off this line of three GTs behind him? Danny Harrison, Johnny Molam and Jamie Stanley. There is Richard Wells' car. Abbie Eaton's car has been recovered as well. 2 Pragas out of the race. Well, some good news from down in the pits. We are told everybody is okay after that rather scary incident. Thankfully all bystanders are okay. The 2 cars that took the most damage there, Jonathan Beeson, Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin's Praga as well, and we're told that all personnel are okay. That's the main thing. That was quite a frightening incident. So 29 minutes, just under of this race to go. I can now raise my tone a little. That was quite a frightening moment there. But thankfully we're told everyone is all right. Wait to see where Chris Goddard slots back in at the end of his outlap with the blue Ferrari. It was Charlie Hollings who took the start. I had a feeling it was the way it carved through the field from the start, because Charlie Hollings is a pro driver. Chris Goddard, the gentleman driver of the pair. Get quite a few pro-am pairings, none more so than John Seal and Jamie Stanley in their Lamborghini. Just keeping it steady behind the safety car, keeping their tyres warm. And there you can see the damage to the Golf. That's Jonathan Beeson's car. That's a great shame. They are very much out of the race. There is John Dillon. This time it's going to be more interesting. He's got Danny Harrison's Nissan right on his tail, but is that Nissan okay? After that incident earlier on which damaged the front end. Has he got the full aero? Well, the car behind our safety car at the moment is none other than Jimmy Broadbent. So he's at the front of the crocodile at the moment. He is a lap down on the rest of the field, though. He's in 16th place. There he is, the gold Praga. Got Peter Airsheg behind him, Hugo Cook and Bobby Trundley's Aston Martin. And there we can see the safety car getting the right place in the order. Now, the safety car has picked up Jamie Stanley. Now these three have gone through past the safety car, which has now picked up Jamie Stanley, but he's showing us fourth on my timing screen, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Safety car still out. And this group making their way round, having been given the wave around by the safety car observer. And as they come over, as they come over the line, the Quaife Dillon Ferrari is showing as the leader ahead of Danny Harrison and Johnny Molep. So I'm not sure what's going on there. While Jamie Stanley, who's showing us in fourth place on the timing, is still behind the safety car. Okay, a bit of confusion, possibly on my part here, because 61, 23, 16 still showing as the top three, but they've been sent around the safety car, and it's picked up Jamie Stanley, who by my reckoning is in fourth place. So I'm not too sure whether there's been a miscalculation there, or whether there's something I have missed. Sorry for the confusion here. Safety car still out. Yep, these three showing as the leaders as they cross the line, completing 15 laps. Well, we'll see what happens when the safety car departs, I suppose. Great to see so many of you on YouTube, over 4,000 of you. But I don't, to be perfectly honest, I don't understand why these three... it looks like they may have realised what's happened, because everybody's being waved past the safety car here. They're going to pick up the leaders again. Are they? I'm not sure what's going on here. Safety car has now picked up the 138 Audi. Yeah, that's being waved through. I think he's trying to pick up the leader again. Yeah, I think the mistake has been realised. Yeah, the observer waving the cars through there. And have we got it sorted out now? Yes, I think we have. Okay, so I think the top three, I think will either wave through there or pass the safety car in error. And once that Cupra gets out of the way, I think we're going to have the correct order ready for a restart over about 20 minutes. pit window is now closed, but everybody has stopped. Yes, I think we're in the correct place now, but that'll have caused a big split in the field, because these three have effectively, or have they, made up most of a lap? No, there's the Lamborghini behind them. There's Jamie Stanley, so they are going to make up the ground. I hope you're following this, viewers, because I'm struggling. Okay, I think we've got it sorted now. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think the 3 cars there went past the pace car in error, past the safety car. There could be a good battle here for the lead in Class 4 further back. The turquoise McLaren with Andre Borodin now on board, and Ashley Woodman in the Cupra could be ready to battle in Class 4. Let's have a look at the other class leaders. Class 1 is being led by the Nissan GTR. Class 2 by Phil Quaife and John Dillon. It's John Dillon now on board. John Seal and Jamie Stanley second in Class 1, and third will be the Will Powell McLaren. Still Johnny Molam leading Class 3 a bit further back. The Cunningham Porsche, Peter Cunningham now on board, is second. Third is the Evans-Clark BMW, Matty Evans now on board. Class 4 being led by Andre Borodin in the McLaren, ahead of Ash Woodman and Peter Erteg. In Class Praga, it's Chippy Vesemile looking for his second class win of the day. Rod Goodman second, and the Bridles in third. A few of the star Pragas having hit problems. Abbie Eaton retiring, likewise Richard Wells after an impact, and the Jack Fabi Charlie Martin car was caught up in the incident in the pit lane. Well, hopefully we will be getting back underway shortly now. The order has been established. And there is Chris Goddard. Now, where's he slotted back in? After taking over from Charlie Hollings. Did staying out late work? Well, no, it didn't, because of the safety car. They've dropped down to 15th place. Right, confusion cleared up. And we're nearly ready to go racing again. Don't forget Britcar, we do it all again tomorrow with the trophy category, 2 50-minute races for the more saloon and smaller sports car based machines. Okay, looks like we are now mostly formed up. I would take a look at the YouTube comments. They're moving too fast for me to read them. Okay, the light's still on at the moment. Hopefully we'll get back to racing shortly. Thank you for your patience while the marshals do their job and the officials get the correct order established. There's the battle in Class 4, the turquoise McLaren and the Cupra behind it. So the overall order, we'll establish it before we get going in. John Dillon leads in the Ferrari. Second, Danny Harrison in the Nissan. Third is Johnny Molam in his Ferrari. And fourth, Jamie Stanley in his Lamborghini. They're all grouped together at the front of the field. This is going to be an interesting race when we get going again. In fifth position is Andre Borodin's McLaren. And sixth, Ashley Woodman in the Cupra. They're fighting for the lead of Class 4. Seventh, Peter Cunningham in the yellow Porsche. The lights go out on the BMW, so we will be going racing this time by. In eighth place is the first of the Pragas. That's Chippy Vesemile in the black and red Praga. You can see that there. So they're by and large in the correct order, because there hasn't been much lappery going on, because everybody came into the pits at the same time. Rod Goodman is 9th in the number 31 Praga. There he is, the black and yellow car, and the Bridle's 10th, the blue Praga, ahead of the McLaren. Yeah, they're more or less in the correct order. So it's going to be a straightforward 16 or 15 minute sprint to the line. This is going to be a good race. Lights out on top of the BMW, here we go. John Dillon's ready. Danny Harrison's ready to attack him, but he's got to be mindful of that bit of damage to the Nissan. Johnny Molam, vastly experienced international GT racer. Jamie Stanley, incredibly quick driver. Watch for him coming through in the Lamborghini. I'm really looking forward to this. It'll be a 15-minute sprint for the line in the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Race 2. Here we go then. Pace car into the pit lane. Green flag waves. They can't pass till the start-finish line. Here we go. Here's John Dillon's Ferrari. Going to be eaten up as they come down towards Richards for the first time. Here comes Danny Harrison up the inside. Takes the lead into the first corner. The power of the Nissan tells. The Ferrari down to second. And the Ferrari of Johnny Molem is there in third place. Down towards the Wilson hairpin. Looks like that damage has been fixed at the pit stop. Well, Johnny Molem aggressive at the inside. Jamie Stanley says, well, if you're going to push in wide, I'll take both of you. Lamborghini 1, Ferrari 0 for second place, and now Jamie Stanley free to go after the Nissan GTR of Danny Harrison for the lead of the race. This is GT racing at its best. The top four, as I expected, have broken away. 15 minutes on the clock, and here comes Jamie Stanley in the car started by John Seal, the JMH Automotive Lamborghini, looking to take its third win from 4 this season. He's all over the back of the Nissan. Look at this, here he goes. Dodges this way, that way, he won't get through at Hamilton. Danny Harrison starts to defend in the Nissan GTR, started by its owner Richard Wheeler. Through Oggie's corner up towards Williams Bend onto the Bentley straight. He surely is going to out-drag him down the straight. He goes to the outside. He's going to try and position himself for the inside for the left-hander at Brundle. Now he goes back the other way. He's sold him the dummy. Down the straight we go. Here comes the Lamborghini. Look at it, menacing there. Almost like a shark's mouth in the mirror of the big Nissan. Down towards Brundle. Is he going to get him? No. Danny Harrison holds him off. This is good driving by the reigning Britcar Endurance Champion. Now the Lambo tries again. Nearly clips the back of the Nissan. And Johnny Molem's lurking there in the Ferrari. Look at the way Danny Harrison is defending. He's making that... Well, that's a wide car anyway, but Danny Harrison's making it even wider. Up towards Coram. This is great stuff. Just needs to be careful with that damaged bumper. He doesn't lose any downforce. They lock up as they come through Murray's. Johnny Molem in third. Down to fourth has gone John Dillon in the Ferrari. And the first of the Pragas is in fifth place. That's the car of Richard Morris. So the 2 Class 4 cars have dropped away. Here they come over the brow. Down the centre straights. Danny Harrison forcing Jamie Stanley to go to the outside. This is brilliant racing between these two. They're going at it like a couple of minis out there. You wouldn't believe these were £1 million GT cars. Which side's he going to go this time? Into Wilson's hairpin. He's never going to get round the outside there, but he might get him onto the inside for Palmer's. No, again the Nissan holds him off. Up the inside onto the curb goes Jamie Stanley. He won't get. Is he going to get through at Palmer's? You don't very often see overtakes here. No, again the Nissan is stronger on the brakes. And Johnny Molem keeping his eye on things from third place. Fourth is John Dillon. Again, Danny Harrison moves to cover. He doesn't want to run wide on the exit here. And round the outside goes Jamie Stanley. He's going to try and get the overlap on the outside at Agostini. This is a move you don't see very often. And he's done it. Oh, brilliant by Jamie Stanley. He's finally got him round the outside at one of the tighter corners on the circuit. That is great driving by Jamie Stanley. But fair play, Danny Harrison. What a great defensive effort that was. Absolute tooth and nail racing between these two supercars. And now watch for Jamie Stanley pulling away. He's already pulling away. He's got his boot down and starts to leave the Nissan. I was going to say in his dust, but it's not very dusty today, is it? Johnny Molem looks on in the Ferrari. Remember, that's a Class 3 car, leading his class in third. Dillon still leads Class 2 Invitation in fourth place, and the leading Praga is up there in fifth. That's Richard Morris. Up to sixth has come the McLaren, Will Powell in the Motus 1 car. There he is. He's through to sixth. He gained 5 places on that last lap alone. Rod Goodman's Praga going well in seventh, as is Chris Bridle. There he is in the 84. Behind them is the number 7. That's JWW himself, James Walker. He's up into the top 10 now. He's flying along. Remember, that car starts at the back of the grid. What a brilliant race this is. How's the Class 4 battle doing? I think it's still Borodin in the McLaren leading that, or is it? No, he's dropped away, Andre Borodin. He's dropped down the order. There's the McLaren, so something happened to that on the restart, I think. Ash Woodman's back in the lead of Class 4 in the Cupra. There's Chris Goddard in the car started by Charlie Hollings. Oh, that's the Jaguar. More problems, more teething troubles for the F-Type. Great shame for Callum and Adam Thompson. Their gremlins have struck again, and they are out of the race. Shame. Beautiful looking British-built car. Into the paddock they go. And here's a battle between Chris Goddard, 44 of Will Foster in the Cupra, chasing now Matty Evans in his BMW. They've got a Praga behind them. That's Jimmy Broadbent. Now where's he in the classification? He's 15th. Looking for his best finish so far. Peter Cunningham in the middle of this as well in the Porsche. He's 12th. The Evans car's flying up the order. He's just got ahead of the Porsche. It's fantastic stuff. There is the Nissan dropping back now into second place. Danny Harrison. The Fox Transport's GTR GT3 fought so valiantly to hold the lead ahead of the flying Jamie Stanley, but the Lamborghini now looking good for win number 3 this year. If they take the class win here, it will be Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem. They won Class 3 in both races at Silverstone. They'll be unbeaten in their class. The red Ferrari there, they'll be leading the championship. John Dillon's under fire. That is the car of not Richard Morris, Chippy Vesemile, sorry, he's now in that car. Richard Morris started the Praga. And there's Will Powell in the McLaren up into 6th place, started by Dave Scaramanga. What a tremendous race this is. Britcar always at their best here at Snetterton. They were superb at Silverstone, sensational at Snetterton as well. Further back there's Rod Goodman, Chris Bridle. Another Praga, that's James Walker in the gold-topped machine. Then there's a gap back to the Cupra, I think will be next through. No, it's Jay Morton's Praga, there he goes. Car started by Angus Fender, a quieter race for them this time. Jimmy Broadbent's next through, he's up to 11th, he's gained 4 places on that last lap. Jimmy Broadbent has learnt so quickly, his first season of real life racing. He's one of Britain's top sim racers, of course, but proving that sim racing can train you for the real thing, and he's proving it here. He's almost on the fringes of the top 10. There's Matty Evans in his bonkers BMW. That's in 13th place behind Ash Woodman, the Class 4 leader, who's dropped back to 12th now. There he is, against the more powerful cars. See, in the dry, the power tells. There's the blue Ferrari. He's got one of the Porsches up behind him there, Chris Goddard. That was the car of Marcus Fothergill. There's the Cupra. They're still leading Class 4. Here comes Matty Evans, the West Midlander in his BMW. Just over 8 minutes of the race to go. Well, Jamie Stanley, as expected, just smashed the fastest lap of the race, 1:48.016 in the Lamborghini. He's leading by 9.5 seconds. There's John Dillon's Ferrari. He'll take a class win if he keeps going. At least he's lost out to one of the Pragas there. That'll be the number 29 car, Chippy Vesemile. He'll have gone through. Yes, he's in 4th place now, leading the Praga class. Well, a superb race this has been. Coming into the closing stage now, just a few laps to go. Safety car proving a great leveller because everybody pitted at the same time. We did have the unfortunate collision in the pit lane, but again, thankfully, it appears that everyone is okay. There is the car that could be about to take the championship lead. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem. There were 2 double class winners at Silverstone. The other was our race leader here, but they were beaten in race 1, of course, by the Nissan GTR. So it will be the Ferrari with the only one with 4 class wins so far this year, and the class 3 leaders will take the overall lead of the championship. No stopping Jamie Stanley. He's done a 1:48.016 last time through. He is so quick in this Lamborghini. Look at nobody within sight of him now. 6.5 minutes to go as Jamie Stanley in the JMH Automotive Lamborghini storms across the line. His lap time, that time through a 1:47.273. Took a moment to come through there. He's leading by 14.5 seconds. His last lap time, 5 seconds quicker than that of Danny Harrison. Here's the battle in the Pragas. That's for second in the Pragas because your clear leader is Chris Vesemile in 4th overall, behind Johnny Molem. Look at the speed of that Lamborghini. This whole field has really been an absolute joy to watch here at Snetterton. There are your class leaders. Seal and Stanley ahead of Wheeler and Harrison, with Scaramanga and Powell 6th overall, 3rd in the class. Grimes and Molam lead Class 3, and Evans and Clark. Matty Evans has got past Chris Goddard now, up into 2nd in Class 3. Praga class led by Chippy Vesemile ahead of Rod Goodman and Chris Bridle. John Dillon, the only runner in Class 2 invitation. Class 2, no starters. And Class 4, it's the Woodman Byford Cupra ahead of the Team Brit Aston Martin and Peter Airseg's Porsche. 5 minutes to go. There's Jamie Stanley looking almost relaxed. Wheel of the Lamborghini. What a battle he had on that restart though, with Danny Harrison in the Nissan. Coming up to lap 1 of the Cupras there. It's Tim Docker. Excuse me, he says. He's met him at the worst possible place here. He'll overtake him on the straight, I'm sure. No, Docker's led him through at Murray's. Normally races the Golf. That got damaged at Silverstone. Over the line he goes. What's the lap time going to be this time through? No, it's a 150 this time through because he got held up by that back marker. His fastest lap of the race is about 4 seconds quicker than anything anyone else has managed, Jamie Stanley. Phenomenal pace. Wheeler in 2nd place is now 15.5 seconds down. Danny Harris, sorry, in Richard Wheeler's car. There goes the Praga. That's Chris Vesemiles up into 3rd place. That was a slow lap by Johnny Molem's Ferrari. What's happened there? He's lost 3rd overall. Where's the Ferrari? Yeah, I caught a glimpse of it in the background there. So Johnny Molem is still running, but that was a slower last lap from the Ferrari 488. Yeah, there he is. He's still going, still leading the class, because as we say, if he wins the class here, he will be leading the championship outright. But he's lost out to Chippy Vesemile in the Praga. There is Johnny Molem. The car looks okay. Wondered if he'd slow with a bit of a problem there, but it seems all right. Comes Johnny Molem. Less than 3 minutes to go now. It's going to be a win for the JMH Automotive Lamborghini. It's been a change for 5th as well, because Will Powell has got the McLaren through into 5th position ahead of John Dillon. There is the Praga Championship leader. I think they will be leading the championship after this race. Chippy Vesemile and Richard Morris, the X750 Motor Club Sports 1000 racers. Racing Pride ambassadors, and they'll be very proud of their performance today. There is the leader. He's lapped the Cunningham Porsche in 16th place. Jamie Stanley, just relentless his pace here. He's eased off a little bit now. Last lap was a 151. He is dealing with back markers. A couple of laps to go. Well, the day started off in a deluge, but has dried out quite nicely now. What Jamie Stanley has to do is keep a cool head, deal with the back-marking Cupras there, including the Class 4 leader, soon-to-be winner, Ashley Woodman. He's down to 15th now, but... well, has he lost the lead of that class? Yes, he has. I missed that. Look, the Team Brit Aston Martin has taken Ashley Woodman. So Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan are going to win Class 4. I'd missed that. I apologise. There's our second place man, Danny Harrison. A slightly battered Nissan. One minute 20 to go, so we'll get one more lap out of this. There's the Cunningham Porsche missing its headlights, using the lower lamps there. Light is beginning to fade here. This damp day at Snetterton. Let's hope for more clement weather tomorrow. We're back to do it all again, of course. Last lap for Jamie Stanley. Last lap of the day. Through the hairpin for the last time goes the JMH Automotive Lamborghini. Beaten into third place earlier on. Into second place, I should say. But Jamie Stanley did try, ran out of laps to catch John Dillon's Ferrari. Got the lights on Marcus Fothergill's Porsche there, blinding. The 111 Praga has rejoined after its incident earlier on, so Alex Capadia at least getting some laps in. Well behind, however. Clock has round down to 0. A third overall win of the season upcoming. It's just down the Bentley straight for the 55 car now. The left at Brundle through the last 3 or 4 corners. Brundle, Nelson, into the bomb hole. It's only the right at Coram, the left at Murray's. The JMH Automotive Lamborghini Huracan GT3, started by John Seal, taken over by the flying Jamie Stanley. Down towards the final corner of the day. First defeat of the year in race 1, but it's going to be a third overall victory from 4. They're coming up towards the checkered flag. John Seal and Jamie Stanley, there is the checkered flag. They take their hat-trick, 3 wins out of 4 in 2021 in the Britcar Endurance Championship Endurance category. Superb from JMH Automotive. Second place is going to be Fox Transports, the Wheeler Harrison Nissan GTR. They will come over in second place. 21 seconds back. There he is. Well done, Danny Harrison. A terrific battle early on with Jamie Stanley after the safety car. And in third place, it is going to be the Praga Championship winning car, which is that of Chippy Vesemile. The car started by Richard Morris. They will take the victory in the Praga division. There he is. Chippy Vesemile comes home. Fourth and Class 3 winner is Johnny Molem, started by Bon Grimes. They will take the overall lead of the championship. 4 class wins out of 4, and just behind them, 5th overall and 3rd in Class 1, Will Powell and Dave Scaramanga in the Motor Swan Moorgate McLaren. 6th place goes to Race 1 winner John Dillon, this time sharing with Phil Craiff. Then the Bridal, 7th in there, Praga, 2nd in class. Rod Goodman, 8th overall, 3rd in class. And the Praga of James Walker and Miles Lacey, very well done to them. 9th overall from the back of the grid after failing to start race 1. And Jem Hepworth and Jimmy Broadbent, 10th overall, 5th in class. Class 4, meanwhile, won by Team Brit in their Aston Martin, a lap down, overhauling Ash Woodman. Okay, I think we'd better head down to Parc Ferme and hear from some of our winners, talking to Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Wow, big drama in that race, wasn't there? Not just on track, but in the pit lane as well. Let's go grab a quick word. Here we go. We've got, I'm going to go round the other way. John Searle and Jamie Stanley winning there. Let's grab a quick word with the young man, shall we? We did have a quick word earlier, didn't we? Hey guys, congratulations, guys. Congratulations. How you doing? Let's go round here. Sorry. It's like Spaghetti Junction up there, isn't it? And it was like Spaghetti Junction during that pit stop as well, wasn't it? It was crazy in there, but you managed to get this gorgeous Lamborghini home. What was it like?
Yeah, it's all right. Obviously got a bit of a mistake with the safety car. I think everyone else got a wave by and they had to fix that. So yeah, luckily we managed to get our lap back then, so that was all right. Otherwise I was thinking it was going to have to chase a whole lap down. But that was good. You know, obviously the track was still a bit sketchy in places and picking your way through the traffic was good, but that was all right. It was good.
The pace was there though, wasn't it? Because actually in the second half of the race you really started to pull away quite a bit after the safety car came in.
Yeah, I mean that's the first time all weekend I've actually had some clear laps to give it a bit of beans, even in practice yesterday, so it was just good to give it a bit of a thrash around.
And look, you say just give it a bit of a thrash around. What is it like to thrash that round? Come on, we all want to know, we all want to drive it really. What is it like? No speed limit, off you go, come on.
It's a little bit sketchy when it's sideways, it's like drifting a 4-bed semi, so you know, you have to be really careful with it.
You were spewing when they let me go.
Absolutely.
Look, congratulations, buddy. You must be absolutely thrilled. Cracking weekend for you. Great way to finish. Let's grab a quick word with this man over here, Mr. Harrison. We did grab a word with you. This man put it on pole earlier. Cracking race then as well. You come home second. You must be pretty happy with that, right?
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that. It was a tough race, that one for us. Richard enjoyed a little bit of contact in the first bit, which kind of puts it a bit of a disadvantage. The steering wheel's not exactly in a straight line at the moment, so it made my life a little bit harder, I must say.
And pit stops got a bit mental, didn't they?
Pit stops, I've never seen anything like it. I've never actually pulled away from a pit stop and had to stop
Richard as
3
well.
times.
Richard's coming too. Richard, we were just talking about the pit stops there. They were insane,
That was drama,
weren't they?
wasn't it?
Oh my
I think it was
word.
a combination, wasn't it, of the fact that literally as the pit window opened, the safety car came out, so everyone thought best thing to do, pit under safety car.
But you're going to, aren't you? You're going to use that as an advantage,
and
aren't
it's
you?
a small pit lane with small garages. The garages are narrow. There's not even. I mean, our car's huge. I think our car's actually longer than our garage.
I think your car's longer than my house.
Yeah. So I mean, when you think you've got to get a car in front of each garage, something's got to give. And I saw someone tap one of the TCR cars. One of the TCR cars ended up sideways.
Yeah.
And then it just, complete pandemonium.
It kind of erupted. I'm just looking at this wing. Do you take it off at night and sleep with it? Or?
No, I sleep on it. That's what I do.
You could, couldn't you? Oh, guys, congratulations. Fantastic. Great to see you on the podium. Let's go over to the Praga cars as well. Another exciting race and plenty of action. Car number 29 coming home as winners. And look, head in his hands. I think he's a happy man indeed, isn't he? I'm going to try and get his attention and tell the boys not to run away from me. Don't run away, boys. Come back. Come back. Well, what can I say? Congratulations. Great. Absolutely great race. Very chaotic though, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the start it was still quite damp, quite greasy.
Yeah.
So I just had to put the car in the right bits of the track. Just, not trying to be too much of a hero the first few laps. I knew people would start to make mistakes. And I was able to hand the car to Chippy in P1. And when you give it to him in P1, it's a safe pace
It comes home in P1, right?
Yeah, no, great race. Amazing stint by Richard. When you get the car first overall, that's, in class is what we want. Again, amazing job by the team. First weekend, two races, 2 wins. I cannot thank Richard and everyone enough. Really, it's been great.
Fantastic. It really sets you up in the championship, doesn't it, as well? What are you going to take into the next round? Is it just more? It's got to be more of the same, hasn't it? Really? I mean, what more can you do if you're in first?
Hopefully, a bit more vinyl. I'd like a bit more vinyl. We had a few little problems this morning. That was me, unfortunately, not Richard. So get the sponsors back on the car.
A bit of fluorescent, a bit more fluorescent orange or something, yeah?
Yeah, it looks very new, this front, doesn't it? But
Yeah, and I mean, we'll keep working hard. We'll keep learning everything we can every weekend. This is still, for both of us, only our second meeting with the Praga, and we're only going to get stronger.
Definitely, and it looks an absolute joy to drive, by the way, as well. If you ever need somebody to test it for you one day, probably not the right person to do it. Right, so I wanted to find out. Oh, we've got the 2 chaps, we've got the 2 twins again. Let's grab a quick word with the twins. We've got Chris and Eric Bredel over here. Let's have they changed racing outfits again? Who am I actually talking to? Do we know? It is Ed. Congratulations again. You said you were going to start right at the back. Of course you did, but you took advantage. You're getting another safety car period, chaos, drama, but you put it on 3rd again.
Yeah, P2 this time, so even better.
Oh, it's a P2, sorry. Apologies, absolutely.
No, mega race, same again. We just stayed out of trouble at the start. I was in the car first and I struggled, to be fair. There was a dry line, but off track was wet, so when you're starting behind the GT4s and the TCR cars, it's quite tricky. So if you have a lock up in one of these or something, you're going to go off. So just try to keep it out of trouble. And obviously the safety car came out and handed it over to Chris. He did all the hard work, really, to be honest. I just cruised round at the start, but all good. Just happy everyone in the pit lane's all right as well.
It's proof, isn't it, to go 3rd in race 1, of course, 2nd in race 2. Just stay in it, because you never know what's going to happen in motorsport.
Yeah, I think we started 30th in both races, so to make that amount of places and there's not a scratch on the car, we've not had any contact with anyone, and it is, in a 1 hour race it's crucial. You think if you're doing a 24-hour race, you've got to do that for a long time. So we're happy, we're really good. Chris?
He's giving you all the credit, to be fair, Chris. He said he didn't do anything at the start, he just pootled around for a little bit and then he handed it over to you and you did all the work. So well done, congratulations.
You did a mega job. It's so difficult at the start of the races, especially starting at the back of a car like this. The closing speeds are huge.
Yeah.
So, brand new slicks out the box, straight out of the ovens, it was still pretty damp out there at the start. So you did a great job, got us into about P4 in class, about 10th overall. And then, managed to got in the car, good stop by the boys, Tim Gray Motorsport. Absolutely mega job. We've been struggling with power, that Silverstone for this weekend a bit.
and they've done the best they can. And yeah, I managed to sort of put it all together at the end. And yeah, it was tough, really tough. But yeah, so happy with that. I usually hate Snet to get 2 podiums from the back
I was
of the
going to
grid's
say,
brilliant.
what is it like in that, hurtling towards that first corner, knowing the track's a little bit damp as well? What's it like? It must be hair-raising.
You've got to trust the downforce. It's 150 mile an hour into there.
Well, it's so low, isn't it?
Down 1 gear and just roll it in. So it is tough. You get used to it after a while. But yeah, it's definitely a quick car. Great car by Praga. It's really taken off in the UK.
Yeah.
And yeah, such a fantastic car. And yeah, really privileged to drive it actually. So yeah. Good result.
Well, guys, congratulations, 3rd and a 2nd, fantastic stuff. And listen to that 150 mile drop of gear makes it sound easy. It's certainly not, is it? That's it from me today. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard for a final word.
Thank you very much to Ian Waterhouse. He's going to put his feet up for the night and he'll join us in the paddock tomorrow. Well, that's given me a chance to get my breath back after some brilliant racing despite the weather here today at Snetterton with the BARC here on BARC TV. We'll take a look at the schedule for tomorrow's action. We kick off starting racing at 9 a.m. with the first race of the Supercarts. Gary James will be taking us through that. That's followed by qualifying for 20 minutes for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. Yet more Britcar action tomorrow. First Caterham race of the day is the Sigma 150s at 9:55. That's followed by the first of 3 mini races, Mini 7s, out at 10:30. That's followed by the second Supercart race, covered by Gary. More Caterhams, the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories are out at 11:30. That's followed by the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The qualifying course was cancelled for them today. They'll line up in championship order. After lunch, we will have the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category for their first 50-minute race. The Mini Miglias, who we saw earlier today, are back out for their 20-minute thrash. Then the Caterhams again, Mini 7s, the third Supercart race, the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 135, a second race for the Junior Saloon Cars, and we close out the weekend with our 18th and final race, the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. That's all coming up tomorrow, 14 races plus a qualifying session kicking off at 9 a.m. Well, that's about all for today here at Snetterton. Thank you very much indeed to everybody for watching. A big thank you must go to all our volunteer marshals braving the weather today. We could not go racing without them. A thank you to all at the BARC as well, and all at Snetterton Circuit. Thank you to the medics, the recovery crews, and everyone else here today as well. The teams and the drivers as well for their entertainment, all their backup crews as well. Thankfully, everybody okay after that incident in the pit lane. And thank you most of all to you, the viewers. I had thousands of you watching today again, and also, on a personal note, thank you for all the birthday greetings as well. Thanks very much indeed, everyone. You've been great today. That's about all from me. Until tomorrow, we kick off again just before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Be bright and early for more on BARC TV tomorrow from here at Snetterton. Bye for now.